Hello everyone and welcome to the final day of week number 4. It's cross-conference here in the LPL and we are excited to see the resolution to our first weekend worth of games. So far the groups are fairly even, with Group B just barely leading 4 games to 3 in terms of the standings, but of course by the end of the day that all could change. My name's Dom Romer. Joining me here on the broadcast we've got Barento Raz Mohammed and Zach Rusty Pie. Gentlemen, how are you today?
Fantastic. Today is really good League of Legends. That's what I can say, and so I'm excited to be here this time for sure.
It's hardly, you can hardly ever say that you have 3 of the teams going into Rift Rivals playing on the same day.
Yeah.
So if there's one day to catch, it's this one.
Yes, and of course, let's get into those matchups right away, because first up, we've got WE taking on NewBee in our first match, and just after that, wearing some very large colorful glasses and a very large fake mustache, it's our definitely not match of the week, RNG versus EDG.
Really depends who you ask, Dom. I'm pretty sure it was my match of the week the whole time, but there was some people just not going to agree with me. We said it was Dan OMG. You know what? It was a good game. I will give you that much, but EDG, RNG, it's going to be very good either way.
Oh, yes. Monday, on that day when we were in that meeting, I definitely was with you 100% all the way there.
Were you,
Except till the end.
Except till the end.
When you weren't.
Except, you know what? Saturday is when I made that decision. I was like, oh, RNG's looking incredible. They have Let Me in the top lane. MLXG's playing all right. You know what? Yes, I have this as match of the week, so there we go.
Changing notes. But, of course, in our first match of the day, we've got WE versus NewBee, and we are getting right into the matchup. For the lineup, you're going to see 4 new members, if you haven't tuned in since last week. Sky, Swift, Coco, Vasily, and Moore, of course. Vasily, Moore, Coco, and Sky making their return since their game on Friday.
Yeah, we saw them play up against IMA, and in incredible fashion. We didn't see this level of play for them before, so they might give WE a bit of a shock.
Yes, and their opponents, the #1 team in the league right now, at least in Group A, it's WE, 957, Condi, Shie, Mystic, and Ben.
And whilst there was 4 roster changes for NewBee, there has always been 0 for WE. They are a very consistent roster. 0's occasionally there.
Yep, I got
Mind
you
the
on that
pun. But they haven't really changed anything. They are a strong team, and they are trying to ramp up towards Rift Rivals. But funnily enough for WE, they're ramping up. Had a 3-game series against LGD.
Yes.
Definitely did.
And
I thought that my take on that was this week should have been a very clean week from WE. They had an easy schedule going up against LGD and NewBee. In theory. So it's funny how that works.
Yeah.
Going up against LGD almost took it and should have if you saw that new game coming in from PYL. It didn't work out for LGD. WE is still able to take it. And then now going up against a rejuvenated NewBee, we might see an upset before we get into Rift Rivals.
Yeah, I guess today is the big exhibition because, again, it's the final day before Rift Rivals. We saw OMG play yesterday against Dan Gaming. Looks like they are prepared and ready to move forward towards that international competition. Now's the final check-in. WE, RNG, and EDG. Are you also prepared to compete?
Yeah, it's a big final check-in for all 3 of these teams, yet conversely to that with our first match of the day, NewBee, it's funnily enough a massive check-in for them also, just changing 4 of their roster and getting a 2-0 against IMA in their last performance. You expect bigger things, honestly, from this side. We have been waiting for the day Coco returned, and he returned and got a 2-0. This is everything we wanted, and more.
He came back and he brought the whole cruise ship.
You keep doing this to me. You actually just keep, you just don't stop, do you? And just to hit it off, Moore and Vasily, both of them getting MVPs in their performance. Vasily having an incredible Tristana game and an incredible Braum set coming out of Moore as well. So we wanted to see them come back together, and we saw it in such a great debut coming into the summer split.
Well, now they get the chance to play against the best team in Group A right now. WE at 5-1 in the standings, looking exceptionally powerful, and NewBee have got to bring them down to their knees. And I was talking to you guys a little bit earlier. How does this matchup compare? Because you look at the math, it's 5-1 for Team WE, whereas NewBee are at 3-3.
I mean, math will always favor WE here. When you look at the rosters, though, there is no outright, I think WE is better, right? At an individual level, I actually think these teams are quite well matched. Top lane's the only one that I look at, and I'm like, oh, this is big, heavy hitters. Yet, you watch WE at MSI, and 957, when it matters most, is actually a big proponent for this team's success. It's there.
And when I look towards NewBee, Sky, when he showed up, plugged into Swift incredibly well, played to him. We also saw Coco do that exact same thing. So what we see here is just a better synergy coming out of NewBee.
Yes. Well, we'll have to see if they can continue it as we get into pick and ban for game number 1. Rusty, who do you have for the series?
I think it'll be WE, but with NewBee's new roster, they might actually take a game.
Oh, there we go.
They just might. Perhaps go into 3. But we've entered into picks and bans. Rusty, thank you so much for joining us here on the desk. He'll be here to break down the series towards the end. But of course, we've actually got to go through these picks and bans, as already we can see Kog'Maw, Braum, and Galio banned away by NewBee, with Rumble and Zac stricken from the board by WE.
It's funny, all of those bans coming out of NewBee was in their success up against IMA, so it seems like they're afraid of themselves, perhaps?
Perhaps, yeah.
Galio is very much legitimate. It's funny enough because that's usually a red side ban, so WE gets the extra specific ban going straight towards Vasily with that Caitlyn.
Yes, targeting out that bottom lane. He's still got that Tristana available. Perhaps could make a return towards that champion as NewBee.
Oh.
Instead, they decide to prioritize Jace for themselves right away.
That's when you know Coco's back, baby. I wanted to see what his champion pool would look like. We didn't get to see that in IMA set because Galio was up both times, and naturally NewBee said, well, we'll take that away from you. This time around, he's back on the Jace. He had such a large amount of comfort on the champion. It could be top lane, but I very much believe it's going to be in Coco's hands.
Very talented mid laner. Again, finally making his return with Swift and bringing the whole family with him. This is NewBee trying to bring down one of the best teams in the league as Condi gets his Telltale Elise.
Yeah, the 3 red side bans you would usually expect is Galio, Zac, and Elise, but Elise has been left open and NewBee is confident enough to pick into it. But remember, in this meta, if you get both Thresh, Elise, and even Renekton, that is such a strong 3-punch trio.
Yeah.
So you have to believe that NewBee has to be looking towards that as a blind pick in top lane. But with W, they could actually just look towards their second phase and say, well, we'll just hold our pick for 957, who is an incredible Kled player.
Of course. That Kled very, very strong. It's something he's super comfortable on. Breaking it out at MSI to huge effect. And now, NewBee, they get the chance to pick their own support. Seeing that Thresh, they don't want to give away too much just yet as that Tahm Kench is locked in.
Yeah, the threat here is that you can go towards a Kalista Thresh, a Ashe Thresh, which Mischief could easily go towards in the first phase. So they're just getting the Tahm Kench incredibly early because once this one wraps up, they can go into second phase of picks and bans. I wonder if they're going to pick up their AD carry right here as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of flexibility in this picks. We saw the hyper carry hover from that Twitch towards Vasily. He's huge on these champions. His mechanical prowess has definitely not tapered at all since his time quite a while ago. It's actually been a long time since we've seen Vasily. It's good to see that he's still performing.
Yeah, last we've seen him, I mean, the last the audience has seen him was even in North America.
Yeah, LMQ.
So, but the last I've seen him when he was in IN Gaming in the LSPL. So he has been playing. He is competitive ready. But as I was talking about the 3 champions you don't want to see in your screen, I see it in WE's pockets. So this is getting a little bit hairy if you're a fan of NewBee. All of these picks here are very strong blind picks, and the last I've seen them was, let's see, KT going up against SKT, and they had a very strong early game. It makes it so WE can focus very easily towards their bottom lane and their top lane. I mean, they're picking Renekton into Jarvan, so that's a good counter pick as well.
There's flexibility either way. Condi can go top, he can go bottom. We know that he likes to roam around mid lane as well. Such a mobile jungler, very talented, especially on that Elise. He's still one of the few Elises to go Mobies first on recall. Haven't gotten a chance to see it lately, but perhaps this could be the game to put Swift in the bin.
Yeah, maybe. But we don't know what Swift is willing to play because they've outright banned out Nidalee and Lee Sin.
Yeah.
But the Jarvan could very well be jungle. A lot of teams have been picking it. In fact, the WE, Condi has been going towards the Jarvan jungle. Ning has been going towards Jarvan jungle. This could be a takeaway.
And with that Kalista now banned, we get the chance to see who WE are going to prioritize, because there's some flexibility here. They still haven't shown their AD carry, and Mystic, knowing that he's going to have to go against Vasily in the bottom lane, returns to that utility Ashe. Very strong on that bottom lane.
Yeah, Ashe was the champion I mentioned a lot earlier on. NewBee was ready for it, so they early picked the Tahm Kench. I would have expected it to get banned from by NewBee, but they prioritized the LeBlanc and the Kalista because they didn't want to have Kalista Thresh in the bottom lane. That's a little bit too strong. As for the LeBlanc, it's a surprising thing because CA does have a large champion pool. It can really go towards a lot, but they see a strong early game coming out of NewBee, or at least coming out of WE, and they don't want to deal with an extra bit of pressure in mid lane.
Yeah, with that now locked in, Gragas is going to be the final pick. WE saved that counter pick for Xie. We'll see how he decides to roam it out because it looks like that's Jace going to Coco in the mid. So NewBee have now shown their hand that Jarvan.
Well, we actually still don't know. So that could easily be Jarvan jungle, could be Jarvan top.
They both could go either way.
Yeah, so we'd have to find out when 20 seconds starts striking through. That being said, Corki getting locked in from WE. So we'll have to see. That's going to be a Corki versus Jace lane. Haven't seen that in a very long time.
And with that Corki locked in, we were saying, hey, Coco's back just in time for Corki. And now he has to play against it. Doesn't get the chance to pick it himself. And running through our team rosters, it is looking pretty strong. With the final seconds, it looks like Jarvan is going top for Sky. He's taking that into 957's Renekton. Swift will be trying to move around the map on the big belly man himself.
Yeah, what I see here is going to be a large battle in the mid lane. Swift wants to get Coco going on the Jace, or we could even see the Jace moving towards the jungle and for Gragas maybe looking to defend bottom lane. Because NewBee does have to play a strong defensive game, strong reactive game early on. That is a very strong early game composition coming in from WE, very strong meta composition. So Corki, especially once he gets towards his 8-minute package, can very easily tilt that bottom lane in WE's favor.
The hope is that they can start off to an advantage. We know Mystic and Ben, very powerful combination. Ben, huge on roaming, very mobile across the map. He's got himself that Thresh. You've got the Elise for Condi, and in this jungle support meta, when you've got a Thresh and an Elise poking around and looking for wards, if they find a Gragas, that's a lot of crowd control to lock it down. And as you mentioned, the power spike of that 8-minute Corki, that seems to line up just with the first buy for the bottom lane and that jungler.
Think about the Elise and Thresh. That has been one of the strongest champions for Condi and for Ben as well. That's always been the joke for Ben is that, oh, you know what? Zero in your back line over there is an amazing Thresh player, but it looks like you've learned quite well. But with that being said, it's so strong globally. Even in Korea, you would expect those two picks of Elise and Thresh not to go through, for it to be banned or a team to really have a strong play into it, a strong plan, and maybe this time around, NewBee has something in their back pocket.
Yeah, thinking about it a little bit, I mean, you've got Tom Kench for Devour, but that takes a few auto attacks to prep up, and if Jarvan tries to collapse, you can Cataclysm. Thresh just flays you out, or Dark Passages, whoever's caught to safety. So it really seems like NewBee might be a little bit unprepared with this pick ban.
No, I think they're well prepared with the Tom Kench right on that front. Jace is going to be a strong pick into the Corki, so that's why I said the big focus is going to be in the mid lane to see, as apparently Ashes is dancing it up.
Mystic is having a dance party down bottom.
Good God, someone auto attacked the man. Let's just see if Coco and CA, how that matchup goes. If Coco wins out the matchup with the help of Swift, then the counter gank in the bottom lane with Swift looking to lean towards that. Can you stop? Look at Coco. Stop. Everybody on the map should just relax for just a second.
Dance party on the rift. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about these people right here. These guys are hooligans.
But yeah, again, all eyes are going to be on that mid lane. Let's see if Coco, his return to the LPL, will be good enough here. Xie looks like he's taking it nice and safe. He's got Exhaust along with the, Bloodlust for some sustain with those auto attacks. Coco, as his standard, taking Cleanse against all of that CC and his own Storm Raiders.
Warlord's Bloodlust has become very standard for Corki players because you do go towards the high crit build. Yeah. Crit working well with the 80% that you get off your AP, of course, in your auto attacks. That's the passive change that's gone towards it. So it's changed from 50-50 to 80-20. That being said, you can still go towards the Gunblade build. That's a possibility. I haven't seen it yet competitive. Maybe the last time we saw Corki, we definitely saw it more often than not. But no, this is just showcasing that he's going to go towards the safe crit build that we have seen in the past. Exhaust makes his lane a lot stronger because he's going into the cleanse of Coco here.
Yeah, and he's even going so far as to take the Doran shield for sustain on 7-12. So this is the nerfed Doran shield. The cost is slightly higher.
Yeah, that just means that you have to only get one potion. Yeah. But it's going to be pretty healthy since he's going to be auto trading going up against Coco.
Yeah, I actually thought I heard you say the word tracking there. Well, looks like Condi, he's already set to look for Swift with a very fast level 3. He finds him. Cocoon tags him through the Gromp. First blood, Condi, and he finishes off the jungle camp.
Yeah, that's not how you want to start the game off if you're Swift. Most obvious statement in the world. He just went for a 3 camp start and then just finds the man. So blue, wolves, red, looks into the man's jungle, finds a fat man just doing his Gromp. So that's going to be a great start for Condi. He's going to have immediate pressure topside. It shouldn't turn into an immediate gank. Sky is very healthy, and he has his EQ combo. Still haven't seen the E, so maybe he's took the shield.
We do actually have a quick pause coming out. Perhaps he smells something is amiss. And we'll hopefully get that resolved nice and quickly. But something that I want to point out a little bit was looking at the cleared jungle camps of Swift. He started Raptors, then went to blue, then Gromp. Traditionally, don't you go Raptors and turn towards red with a leash from your bottom lane?
Yep, but it is a Gragas, so after taking Raptors, you're going to be pretty low on mana. So going towards his blue side is going to be standard from that point forward. That being said, it's very smart for Condi to understand that pathing. And if he didn't find him, it would have been a little awkward because then he would look to start blue buff. Yeah. Probably take a little bit of damage. We've seen that before.
Face checking into the Elise.
Yeah, so that would have been a little unfortunate. So it's a very good start. So I want to just talk about now what we're going to be expecting from Condi going forward, because that early game composition from WE, we echoed it time and time again. Now that he's had this lead, what we've seen Condi do in the past with a kill or just by pushing him out, taking flash, we've seen Condi do this so often. He should just be looking to track the Gragas. Immediately you know that he's taken his blue side.
Yep.
So Elise should be able to take that experience for herself. Then look to go towards the red side immediately.
His being Gragas or his own?
Gragas.
Okay.
So you should go towards Gragas' red side, look to push him out with the help of Ashe and Thresh.
Okay.
But then that's the expectation of having them push out their lane. So it just comes into a key question of how's the communication correct? Because Condi was already looking towards top lane. Maybe he wants to go towards the gank anyways. Maybe the information was that Jarvan took his shield second or first, level 1. Depending on that, maybe they go for the gank because Elise is very strong in getting that early gank off. Because if she tanks turret, of course, you can just repel up.
Reset the aggro.
Exactly. So, big question of what Condi's looking to do first. You want to get the top lane gank, and it doesn't immediately shut out the idea about going to enemy red. But if he does go to the enemy red side, it does give Gragas a little bit of time to clear up his own buffs.
Well, when we last saw him, he was sitting in Tribush up top, preparing to what looks like dive onto Sky. But Sky backed up, as you can see, by the time we hit that pause. We'll see how it resolves as we get back into this. But again, trying to figure out what's going on. Hopefully, we'll get everything resolved nice and quickly. And we'll get right back into this. So let's actually take a step back from the game, because we've seen our compositions, we've seen how the early games check out, we have our expectations. Let's actually return back towards what we're looking for these teams' identities. Because again, this is a check-in, not for just WE and NewBee, but also for RNG versus EDG, as to where these teams actually are. And WE, they're 5-1. They lost to Snake, who are very close to the bottom of their group, and they proceeded to go 3 games against LGD, as I completely wrong.
Finish.
There's a dive. They're turning onto Sky. Condi's going to follow through. Flash auto. Doesn't even repel for another kill. We'll get back to that conversation later, because WE did exactly as you predicted.
Well, apparently, Jarvan took his W. He had to flash away, and he still died. So, Condi's going to have a great... He's literally 2-0.
Yeah.
This is looking very bad for NewBee. They have to find a way to regroup. It's just going to take a very long time, because Gragas, you can see where he is currently. Oh, wait a minute.
Swift is trying to gank bottom. Flashes late as Ben turns it around. Hook will tag on to more.
That was actually pretty smart from Mystic. That's one of those replays that I would love to see, but I doubt people would be interested enough to replay, because Mystic looked like he just stalled on taking the Lantern. So then the Gragas predictive E, and then I suppose Flash as well, just didn't matter.
Yeah, tried to intercept.
Yeah, so that was actually really well done, if that's the case. Because no one wants to see the replay. That's life.
It's the tiny things, the good stagger. Condi is still in the jungle. He went for a recall, picked up an Amp Tome and that Ranger's Trinket, the Tracker's Knife.
But this is the thing. Swift probably knows this. This is what Condi does. Oh,
still waiting. He's thinking about it. Coco's actually very low as well. Which is the target he's going for? Ward plus Smite. He immediately turns it around, but in spider form, can't quite toss the cocoon. There he goes. Neurotoxin, and finishes off a few of those Raptors just to steal the XP.
But Swift came out on the better end of things because he went towards the Krugs first to clear it out, wasted Condi's time, and then he didn't even get punished when he went towards the Raptors. So that was a really well telegraphed play. I wish we could have saw the entirety of it. With that being said, now Swift goes towards his top side jungle. It is not heavily impacted as we would have expected.
Yeah, and he's already setting to track Swift. As you mentioned, he went bottom side, he stole away a camp, and now he's hanging out up top. But that means 957 has to trade with Sky the old-fashioned way, and he knows that Renekton doesn't have flash from the previous dive. There's the knockup. Swift will follow through. That slice and dice to get under the turret.
Yeah, they tried. That being said, 957 probably start to be paranoid. Yes, he is. He's going to back and look to TP back up top. Sky doesn't have his TP, and he's pretty low HP, so I would have liked for Swift to hold top and push with him. But he's going to go straight towards his camp. This is going to be a bad.
Condi, not again. He's found him at the scene of the crime. This is not like a homicide. This is a serial murder mystery, and Condi is the killer. Smite was actually used by Condi, and he repels over to the blast cone and gets out. Meanwhile, bottom, taking some big punishment as they're slowed down. Flash by Mystic and the exhaust. Auto attacks. Vasili's looking for the kill, but Flay, Ben saves him. He's at such low health, but survives.
That is such a great 2v2 for Vasili and Morin. You can tell that they didn't lose so much from being away from each other for so long. Perhaps they played a lot in solo queue. But just to hit on the top lane a little more, you can already see 957 just dirty farming, losing out in the HP on the top lane. And this goes back to my earlier point where Swift should not have left the lane to go back towards his Gromp start, because TP advantage was in 957's favor. He had already had a good chunk on Sky, and so him coming back into the lane, not allowing Sky to push out the lane fully, that's something that Swift should have helped him out in the early points of the jungle.
You can see 957, as you said, very dirty farming, deep in the lane in between Tier 1 and Tier 2. Swift was on the way, but Condi's earlier invade set up some wards to spot out Swift and make that any attempt to gank now useless. And now he seems like he's finally returning back to his own jungle. We've got both of our supports recalling with Sightstones. Both of them did also start Targons, as is expected, whereas it's a Vamp Scepter versus a Bilgewater Cutlass for Vasili on this first recall. But Condi, he has been so aggressive in the jungle in these first few minutes, and it looks like he might be getting ready to invade again after that red buff finishes spawning, or perhaps he's just trying to clear out some wards. There he goes.
Clearing out vision should be his first priority here. He's going to be looking to maybe force Smite off of Swift so Jace does not get it.
Yeah, he's fighting over the blue buff, gets chunked low, but 957 follows up first. That's Repel. Condi's taking shots, and they still get the kill. He smites to heal himself off of the wolf camp. While Xie gets some shots bottom, Ben is going to be devoured. That's the stun, but Vasili actually gets the kill. 2 versus 2. More in Vasili. Looks like level 6 from Vasili was able to pick out Ben and Mystic.
Yeah, it looks like the 2v2 from NewBee's bottom lane is the only thing that's really saving NewBee's chances really early on in this game. So far, I mean, there were a lot of action happening in this game so far, so just kind of take it back a little bit. Condi going topside. He does force Smite from Swift, so that means that Coco is blueless. He's very low in mana. Sure, CA is as well, but that just makes the laning phase a little harder for Coco here to dominate. And we're just going to replay this a little bit here, where Swift, Moore and Vasili, we've seen this before. They were able to kill out Ben, and they chased Mystic off. That's just a 2v2 win coming in from Vasili and Moore. Really well done.
Condi is absolutely bloodthirsty this game, invading once again into the Tribush, even waiting on the backside just in case it's warded. He shows up. 957's got the Dominus. Let's see, Sky. Gets the knockup. There's Dominus. 957 is taking the aggro. That's the Cataclysm. 957 slices away. Repel follows through, and another kill for WE. Condi is controlling NewBee completely.
Yeah, you said it before the game even started, that Elise can choose whatever lane she wanted. She had got a proper lead in the top lane. Swift didn't give Sky a good push early on. He was already on a bad foot, and now that's 2 dives. First tower all going towards 957. It's a lot of gold. And so you got to expect in the bottom lane to be a trade. I mean, sure, Vasily and Moore are having a very good time in the bottom lane. But now that Mystic hit 6, Ben will soonly follow. 957 has TP soon, and that top lane pushed in. That sounds like a bot lane party invite. That very much sounds like, oh, and it seems like.
Yeah, but look who's already there.
Oh, I mean, it doesn't really matter if you're here. Package on Xie.
Yeah.
It looks like everybody's invited, okay? So you can invite your friend as well. I'm sure they'll accept.
Well, thank you so much, Raz. I appreciate the invitation. I'm going to put it down as a definite maybe, because right now, Mountain Dragon is still on the map, and while the vision is sort of focused on that river around that bottom side, my eyes this game are on Condi. He's all over the place. He actually didn't go for the Mobies or even Sword Boots. He went straight for Runic Echoes. He wants damage, and he wants it now. Yeah. As Xie just going to patrol back and forth to maintain control over this mid lane. And as you said, so far the only thing that it seems like NewBee have got going for them, aside from Coco harassing Xie here, is that bottom lane. As there's a CS advantage for Xie plus that assist. You've got 957 and Condi very far ahead.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of questioning where Condi's pathing here. Because he's doing this to give Renekton an even harder advantage. But he should very easily just go towards the bottom side of the map. Perhaps he's doing, yeah, sure, he's pinging out the Rift Herald. But I think that is not the most efficient way to be pathing currently. Because the bottom lane right now, that just leaves them off in that island where they're going to continue to lose the matchup.
Vasily doing a great job. About 7 CS ahead. You can see Mystic even going so far as to take Ninja Tabby, along with completing that Bilgewater Cutlass on his second recall. So he is desperate to retain health throughout these trades and harasses, as Condi and 957 will finish off Rift Herald. Absolutely no vision. Swift can barely clear out his own jungle. There's no way he can make it far enough to get to the river to even spot that happening. Though bottom lane is doing a good job. Moore has got some deep wards in WE's blue side. They've got Scuttle Crab in front of that Mountain Dragon, so at least that's safe. But top, eventually that's going to spill over.
Yeah, so that question now with the Rift Herald being taken for free, I might add, is where is it going to spill over? Condi now completing his Krugs, so he's just basing, should go towards the bottom lane. So I guess it makes the dive a little easier to really work out for themselves. As you mentioned, Moore just putting down so many wards onto the map just so they get any bit of notice on Corki looking to leave his lane, because if he leaves his lane, Coco can well follow. A lot of focus is going to be towards this bottom lane to see if the dive is successful or not. Swift will, I mean, he's level 7, but obviously he's going to be able to look to counter gank, provide a bit of CC. They just don't know where the Elise is currently, which is a big problem if you are NewBee.
Yeah, they see it now. I'm sorry that wasn't Scuttle Crab, but that was in fact a ward. They see Condi on his recall. He did complete Merc Treads for additional mobility as he hangs out now bottom, and Swift is up top.
Yeah, that's the big problem that NewBee is currently facing, is that they didn't know where Elise was. They should have. Even if they didn't, go towards the bottom lane.
Oh, drops a ward. Immediate teleport from 957. The Abyssal Voyage Cocoon tags him as the animation completes. Love the reaction, but just not fast enough. They've still got Rift Herald as well, and it looks like they're going to try to break this bottom tier 1. Are they going to hold on to it?
Yeah, they'll hold on to the Rift Herald. That was so well played from Moore and Vasily. That was really, really exciting to see. I mean, if Condi was a little faster, obviously, he would have got. Oh, relax.
Wow. I have
Rift Herald.
never seen Rift Herald that angry at a turret.
Yeah, pretty pissed off. Maybe. I would be too. You lost the kill on Moore and Vasily.
They're now moving towards the Baron. Some harass finds Xie. He's low mana, but Condi is still at full health. Meanwhile, Swift actually recalled and went bottom. So there's no jungler on that side of the map, at least close enough to contest that Mountain Dragon, as Moore and Vasily hang out bottom to catch the minion wave that was pushed in and that Rift Herald. Mountain Dragon and the second turret is now broken for WE, and what was a lane advantage for Vasily has now been broken open, so Mystic gets a chance to breathe deep and relax.
Yeah, NewBee won't be able to breathe deep. The next dragon's going to be Earth Dragon. That's going to be 2 Earth Dragons so far in the early point of this game, in which WE has a lot of pressure to really utilize. Coco would be the only saving grace, but he has Cleanse, as I mentioned really earlier on, and now he went towards his tier. Xie is not going to be worried about this guy's pressure at all, so Xie will be able to protect his team by looking to rotate whenever he can, and just by farming it up in the mid lane. Right now, he is so far ahead in CS department that he's going to be able to get to his Triforce pretty comfortably.
Yeah, that is a pretty healthy CS advantage. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, NewBee they actually don't have to sweat about that Mountain Dragon for about 5 minutes, which means now Vasily and Moore can head towards the top lane to deal with 957 as Sky is going to recall and head bottom. So finally a chance to try to prolong the laning phase just a little bit more, get more gold in those carries before that next Mountain Dragon.
Now, you already mentioned it, the rotation happening here from Vasily and Moore. You have to ask, what's the expectation here? What are they looking to do? It looks like what they're trying to do is they're trying to couch out who's coming towards the top lane. Is it going to be the Renekton? If they can, then they already have Gragas here for the 3v1 dive, 3v1 push. They would have the faster push if that's the case. They can also look to just try and match the 2v2 because it's been working so well for them lately. But it looks like Ashe is in the mid lane. This could be a mid lane dive.
Yeah, Coco's sitting very far back as he sees Mystic grouping up with Xie. Fires the Shock Blast, but there are a few more members than just the two. They take some harasses. That's an Abyssal Voyage, Dark Passage, and Xie quickly takes the passage back to his own turret. Cocoon will find on to Moore along with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Crowd controlled to death as Coco's looking for a flank. That's a flash cast. They pin Xie forward, but there's not enough follow-up. He walks around, and here comes the Crocodile. Immediately, NewBee turn around and run for the hills. Ben takes a huge shock blast, but he's fine with it because they're chasing down Swift on the far side, picking up yet another kill. 6-1 for WE.
And that really hurts if you're NewBee. They tried to make the play back mid. Coco played it safely, wait for the team, but 957, the rest of WE, they were all ready for it. Getting the kill on Moore before he's able to proc the shield, and they get another tower.
Yeah, you mentioned the early game strength of Renekton, Elise, and Thresh. Well, Ashe is now at her mid-game strength, and those three got off to a great start. So now 16 minutes in, NewBee, they find themselves down all of their outer turrets. They find themselves down 5 kills. Scary situation as NewBee try to make this play happen.
So this looked very smart from Coco's and Vasily's perspective. Moore tries to get anything off of it, but then he just gets hooked in it. The moment he gets hooked, they just burst him down, not able to proc his shield, and it looks pretty awkward from this point forward. What's really awkward here is that Swift gets an incredible double stun, tries to get the knockup. The tree was in the way, a little bit unfortunate. CA couldn't get popped up towards his team. So that was just a play that Swift was looking to make, and it turned into absolutely nothing.
Looks like we're seeing more fighting in the mid lane as Moore and Coco tried to trade with Xie and Kandi, but instead find only the Trinity Force and Sork Boots of that Corki. Again, since the passage changed, Corki is doing so much more damage. Tags him as he makes it back to base. And now things get a chance to take a deep breath, breathe, and relax after all of those are broken down. The early game, huge swing in WE's favor. Big question is, what's next? Do they just sit and wait for that Mountain Dragon in 5 minutes?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they just have to look to push in as many waves as possible. Right now they're situated topside, which I'm a bit surprised about. They should just push this wave and then back so they can actually get some deep vision down into the bottom side of the map. They might not have that time.
Oh, Ben, so clever. Sitting in the tri-bush, prepared with a lantern, predicting NewBee's play.
Yeah, as I mentioned, right now WE should be pushing out and looking to focus bottom side. NewBee don't have a lot of playmaking tools to get themselves back into the game, except for Vasily's ulti and the play you just saw from Moore. So as long as Moore continuously looks for the play, they still have a chance to come right back into this. So I like what NewBee's doing. They are still very proactive while having themselves quite a big of a deficit.
Mystic, you BM Lord, dancing under the turret to catch those minions. And with that play defusing, NewBee now have to return back toward their own side of the map. Swift shows up along with Xie, so there are 4 members of WE up there. Meanwhile, 957 is having a field day against Sky, a full level ahead, 30 CS up. As a hook over the wall and a Cocoon tags onto him. Chain of Corruption onto Mystic and Kandi. The fight is on 2 fronts. This is a split WE with the carries unprotected. Ben tries to save himself but cannot succeed as Mystic dies as well. The collapse from Sky as a fight on 2 fronts is not a fight that WE can win.
That was played so well from NewBee. As you mentioned it was a fight that started out from WE looking to get a hook. Swift made such a great decision to just hop on over the wall and split the team up and make it so Coco and Swift can work together to push forward and actually just outright kill the carries coming out of WE. Really well played. That's surprising. And as long as they continuously look for those decisions, look for those plays, with the deficit they have currently, it will matter little. So That's really a strong play coming out of NewBee. I already mentioned it before. You wouldn't have seen it in their last iteration of NewBee's team.
So it was the arrow, cocoon, and the hook.
And you can see Swift coming in through just to isolate Ben and CA. Coco did so much damage. Mystic had to worry about suddenly Vasily and more jumping in on them.
This is actually great stat tracking from NewBee because they also had a timer on Renekton's teleport. Sky was able to get in there well before 957 was. So best case scenario for WE, it would have been a 4v5 if NewBee were ready for it, which it turns out they were. So they pick up these few kills. Rushing back out onto the map, however, at the 20-minute mark is Baron. Xie separates Coco from the rest of his team as they're getting wards on that side of the map, but complete lack of vision bottom, along with 957 collapsing, forces the flash. There's nowhere to go, Coco. The hook even catches a minion predicting a sidestep. They get the Mountain Dragon. They get the kill onto Coco, and WE, they're a little bit hyphy right now.
I mean, CA is making the best use of the package. They finally get the Earth Dragon. That's a play that they should have made a little earlier on, but you know what? Better late than never. With the kill, suddenly, this siege in the mid lane is definitely looking like it's gonna work.
We were asking for an exhibition from WE to demonstrate that they're willing to go hard before Rift Rivals. Well, I don't think NewBee were quite expecting this.
Oh, they were prepared for a hard opponent.
Yeah.
Definitely not the opponent that they're currently getting. Okay.
What? Look at the coordination. Using the blast cone outside of vision, timed with an arrow from the river. What on earth must those comms be like to try to coordinate that thing? I mean, even the arrow cocoon hook onto Moore in the play that NewBee just won was very intricate, even if it did turn against them.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that you love to see when you watch teams like OMG, WE, EDG even. It definitely separates them from teams that are developing currently, like Dan. But they'll get to that point, I have faith. But right now, NewBee's not expecting this. They see what seems to be
Mystic caught unprotected, walking through the dark of jungle. His team was right there, but it turns out they weren't close enough. They just watch him die to Vasily and Swift.
Okay, you know what? I was about to say what seems to be an alone Mystic. It apparently was alone. Mystic should be outraged, rightfully so. My team said to bait. I was baiting.
And
never
then
doing this again.
The bait actually got eaten. That's a bit of a tragedy. I believe that is the purpose of bait, though.
Not the best fisherman.
To pull in the fish.
They didn't get the fish. That's the problem. You just
got
lost
the shark,
money.
They got Jaws.
You lost money. You invested in the bait, and you got nothing.
Well, I mean, usually the bait's fairly inexpensive, but Mystic, in this case, he's expensive bait.
Now you're assuming what they can and cannot afford?
I'm not at all. I've simply been fishing.
I've never fished in my life.
Bait is super cheap.
Okay, you know what? I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Alrighty, so this is quite the chaotic match. 23 minutes in, WE have come out of the gates furiously swinging. Kandi and 957 opening up with a massive advantage in the early game. But a few overextensions from Mystic and Kandi, and now Xie, as he's caught trying to get away, have allowed NewBee to slowly but surely claw their ways back into this game. It's still down 2 turrets, but they're only down 3,000 gold right now, and it looks like they might catch out Kandi once again. NewBee are finding pick after pick, but luckily Ben with the save keeps his jungler safe. Tragically, though, Mystic finds himself being bait once again. Sky even going so far as to teleport in.
Yeah, you started that one off pretty well.
Oh, come on, guys.
Overextending, that's the name of the game. Right now, there's no excuse for this when it comes to WE. They had such strong pressure to play as a team, but with that many mistakes being made in a row, that's going to be Baron coming through from NewBee.
Yeah, 3 people of WE are dead. 957 and Ben are trying to counter-push up mid lane. They're not even going to make their way towards the pit. As Baron is picked up at 23.5 minutes, Abyssal Voyage is going to get Swift and Moore just behind Ben, and 957 is slowly but surely they are being penned in. Chains of Corruption, the hook sidestepped by Vasily. He's flayed back. Can they kill the carry as Ben flashes away? 957 looks for the lantern but finds crowd control instead. Another kill for NewBee. And what was once 4,500 gold is now only a 300 gold deficit. Here's that pick.
This is an easy start where they're able to get CA because CA is trying to push this one out without a support, without any bit of vision kind of pushing out with him. They didn't wait for any way, so Kandi, second victim of this entirety. I would say victim. Guess who's the real victim? Oh, wait a minute. Who am I protecting? I'm protecting nobody.
I don't have flash.
Who's protecting me? Yeah, no one's protecting.
Oh boy.
So this is a problem from WE. They had a great early lead. We hit that point a lot. They should have been looking to the Earth Dragon earlier, but then they made a few mistakes top lane, and then found out the hard way to go towards it a little later. And then now it looks like they're finding a pick of their own.
Yeah, they're trading picks across the map. They've targeted onto Swift with 4, killing him, but that means mid and top are undefended. 957's rushing to the turret.
Yeah, that's a pure pick. There's no other objective in sight, no dragon, no tower, so they have to go back to mid just to defend this lane.
Arrow. Ooh. Flies past. Even Coco is going to start the recall.
But this is still an advantage to NewBee. That Coco was able to push out top pretty heavily. They can get a few wards down before they back away, which now that they can invest in and push back into the same lanes in the next back once they start pushing forward with their Barons. So, all right, you know what? I guess Benz is going to be looking on cleanup duty. I don't think he found anything.
I think the scariest thing is I keep talking about the fact that this is an exhibition match before Rift Rivals for Team WE. Well, if you were a foreign team watching WE for the first 15 minutes, you thought, oh God, never let Condi get Elise. Now you're thinking, yes, let Condi get Elise. Allow WE to overextend and split out across the map and overreach as the mid-tier 1 is finally broken down. This game is providing tape both for and against WE.
Yeah, you know what the tape is? Essentially what you're going to get out of the tape is that WE has gotten themselves the strongest comp you can get this meta. The strongest blind picks, I would say. And that they had such a massive lead. And that's the one thing you have to take away from it. But yeah, definitely they are playing pretty unclean in this mid-game.
Absolutely.
But they can reset. So sure, the gold lead is now in NewBee's favor. But what they can do is that they can simply just look and fish for Ashe ultis for the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. This dragon here doesn't mean too much, so they can give it away. And they can just look for, push out this wave, look for the next pick, and who's going to answer this. Right now, it looks like the entirety of NewBee's answering this, which is the correct response from NewBee. Don't put one person to bounce the wave back. That's a very easy target for Mystic, so you can tell that the entirety of NewBee, they're playing as a team, and they know what to look for.
Yeah, we've got 957 pushing out bottom just in case. NewBee moving backwards and forwards between the mid lane and that Dragon Pit, just in case anyone were to be caught out. And with the presence of WE finally dissipating on the map, they returned back to those turrets to keep them standing. Still got the Baron buff for about another few seconds.
That being said, Renekton needs to back away. Moore does have his ulti, so that would be a very easy pick off of him. And there would be nothing for WE to get on that side of the map. No objective. Baron's already down. Towers are already down. So this should be a very easy group up and take coming out of NewBee.
Yeah, the recall is completed from 957, so bottom tier 1 is undefended and finally broken down. WE now swap top. They've got a very large prepped by Xie, a very large wave, excuse me, prepped by Xie, as it looks as though NewBee might be preparing to answer. They're bringing the whole fandamly, and they've got teleport ready on 957. This could just be a classic siege attempt to look for a pick.
Yeah, you should focus on where Swift is currently. Right now he's holding out on mid, but for the next wave that's coming through, if they do decide to stay on it, they're not going to. But then you'd have to really focus on where Swift is going to be looking towards, because he would then be looking towards a flank position. So he currently, let's see, he does have 2 control wards, so he would be able to protect his flank. So that's going to be a major worry for WE if they ever look towards a siege like that again.
Where Swift is coming from.
Yeah.
Got to keep an eye on that jungler. He is very smart. Definitely one of the star players, one of the star junglers of the LPL. Right now, he's working to clear out the vision of that side of the map along with Moore, along with Vasily. But because they're moving as a collective unit, they are significantly safer than they have been earlier.
Yeah, and one thing to remember, Swift, he's a smart Graggy.
He is. Well, that's the hope, right?
Yeah, he's gone towards the tank items, the Frozen Heart, the Cinder Hulk. He's not going towards any Athene's build. Anybody out there? Not shading anybody. SOFM. So he's going to be a major force if he does get into flank to allow for space for Vasily and Coco to work.
He's looking for a pick right now, along with Vasily. Even Coco sitting nearby. WE, they are just moving like a grandfather clock, swinging out as a unit to look for vision before swinging back to the safety of their own lanes. And now NewBee get the chance to push back and contest some vision of their own.
Because right now NewBee's focus is going to be towards the top side of the map right now. They already have Jarvan with TP situated in the bottom side of the map. Baron's coming up in a minute 15. Dragon shouldn't be really a worry since it's going to be another Cloud Dragon. So NewBee, even though they're pivoting right to left, inevitably they do need to put down the vision and push into the red side jungle of WE so they can solidify their vision towards Baron and try to get a pick off with Vasili's ulti.
For now, it looks as though Ben, Mystic, and Xie, along with Condi, are all grouped up in that mid lane just to keep it safe. There are a few dark areas, but that Corki makes it much easier to scout out these dark side of the maps, firing off those rockets to see if anyone's sitting inside of any brush. And they just keep moving back and forth around the map. That early game immediate strength that WE has had is now slowly starting to taper off. But we are seeing that Ashe come online. We are seeing Renekton get larger and larger. He's finished off his own Guardian Angel.
And a lot of people would look towards NewBee's composition to say, you know what, that's double AD comp, yeah. You should just itemize against it. Everyone build some armor. Right now, you'd only be looking towards Condi and going towards a bit of a fatter, at least, but he's actually gone towards the AP build because he was snowballing early on in the game. And Renekton's definitely going to be trying to keep up in the side lane pressure against Skye, so he's gone towards a damage-heavy build with the GA. So now he's looking to build the Randuin's Omen, but it's going to be a long time before anyone's really mitigating any of the damage coming in from Coco and Vasili.
Yeah, respectively, though, Moore, he's already nice and tanky on that Tahm Kench. You're seeing Swift go for the full tank Gragas that you mentioned a little bit earlier. So NewBee, they had a plan, they've stuck to it, and now they find themselves at this point of power in which they can try to contest these picks if they move safely, if they move as a unit, and if they don't get picked themselves.
Yeah, so right now that's why the vision game is going to be incredibly important.
They're looking for more, but again, that's the tanky Tahm Kench. Teleport just behind onto Mystic. He's standing still. Flash over the cast gets him away as 957's GA gets popped. Meanwhile, they're trying to burn onto Swift. Cataclysm slam dunks on down. They finally drop him as the package burns onto the red carpet.
They got him!
Shot blast from Coco snipes him from across the Raptor pit. And it is going to be 1-for-1, both junglers dead as Baron respawns.
NewBee's going to be pretty sad that Swift got knocked down, so they couldn't look towards the Baron that is up. But they won that one convincingly. And it was very surprising that WE was able to get out of there scot-free. Of course, Xie being able to just get on out of there with his package. Flash from Condi, he died anyways. But then you can look towards the sums for the next fight. Mystic doesn't have heal or flash, so suddenly on the next fight when Swift comes back up, you can look towards Mystic and look to kill him, pick him off, as well as Condi, and then look towards the Baron once again. So right now, NewBee got a lot of key summoner spells that they can try and prey on for the next one.
Yeah, use those cooldowns, abuse those cooldowns. Heck, look at the difference in the gold between those two AD carries. It's level 15 to level 14 for Vasili. He's about, what is that, 2,300, 2,400 gold ahead? That's almost a full item. Very close. Even in the mid lane, we're seeing Coco start to snowball ahead. Really, the big advantage that WE have is on 957 at this point, as he's barely 1,000 gold ahead of Skye, but he's not building tanky.
Yeah, so we saw how he was able to just get absolutely shred out when he tried to focus onto Vasili. Vasili is incredibly fed at this moment, and he's going to be pretty sad that the QSS didn't completely cleanse out the stun that 957 put down on him. He would have been able to deal with 957 much faster in that team fight, and would have helped his team fight a little quicker on. So here we go.
Once again, this is the exact same play. Deja vu. They turned back on the Mystic, but the lack of summoner spells you mentioned. He dies in the Cataclysm this time instead of surviving. 957 again flanking onto Vasili, but he's just not tanky enough. They kill Ben in the back line while 957 dies in the front as Coco turns onto Xie, and with 4 members of WE dead, this is NewBee winning the fight and turning onto the inhib.
Yeah, that's a very much, that could be a game actually. They have a wave that's 20 seconds on Ashe, 40 seconds on Xie. That looks like it's it.
Swift leads the charge. Redemption on top of it's not going to do much, but every second counts. They're trying to buy enough time, but they don't have enough. As you said, Raz, it's NewBee turning onto the Nexus. They're taking game number 1 over Team WE.
What a great game from NewBee. And on the side of WE, they're going to be asking what happened in the early game for us to lose so much of our pressure. They had such a great draft, So you got to look towards the coach. Coach is like, wait a minute, I picked you guys the greatest champions you could have ever hoped for, and it didn't work out. So this has to be an adaptation of gameplay coming out of WE, then looking towards the draft. And when you ask your team to change so much in such little time between game to game, they might be in a bit of trouble.
I love the ideas, though. I mean, they came out like a racehorse lunging forward towards the finish line, but they ended up getting a little bit too tired, and it started to swing back. But swinging onto the desk here to help us break down game number 1 is Rusty. Welcome.
I think a good place to kick this off is by echoing Raz's sentiment that the draft was not the problem. I think the draft was good here from WE. I really liked what they put together for themselves. They played the early game out around their draft very well, being super aggressive and catching Swift. It was 0-3.
Yeah.
But eventually, the composition of NewBee came back through their own draft, through the ability to move around the map with what they had with a Tahm Kench there, and Tahm Kench and Varus in tandem, to me, were actually the biggest part of why NewBee were able to come back into this game, get a victory in the first place. Whilst WE had everything, and you've mentioned that, they had everything and more, the fact that they had Tahm Kench and Varus diffused so much of it and provided so much for NewBee, it was the biggest deal.
Yeah, and it definitely didn't help that Vasily and Moore was able to win out the 2v2 so convincingly. So that was very well to see them come back into the LPL and just have MVPs of their own in the last setup against iMan.
Yeah.
And they go into this, and they somehow just beat Mystic and Ben. Mystic had such a great week up until this point.
And for me, I do think that NewBee played this game out well, right? Not from the very beginning, but they ramped up, they warmed up, they hit level 6. And I think from the level 6 point, they started to show back up in this game. Of course, not exactly level 6 spikes on the side of WE for some of their members. Gragas having more of an impact, even when behind at level 6. The big thing for me, though, is always going to be the fact that Tahm Kench was everywhere. The fact that he legitimately was just ulting at every opportunity, catching someone out of position. If Ben was not on point this game for the first 15 minutes, WE were losing earlier. But he was. The Lanterns were always there, slowed down the pace of the game. They did really well to defuse it. And then a couple of mistakes came out by committing to fights for no reason, honestly, is how this game panned out.
Yeah, so I actually want to expand on that a little bit more. The fact that we did see WE try to snowball that early advantage by extending into these fights into the jungle, into these fights in the mid lane. Was it just the execution, or do you think it could have been communication that led them to take these 4v5s?
It was definitely, for WE's point of view, it wasn't so much execution, because I felt like they executed very well in diving top lane. That looked very well for them. It was just the planning out, right? They planned to go top lane once again, and they matched the 2v2 that wasn't working out very well for them. Once again, Tahm Kench went for a great look topside. It didn't turn into anything, but that's consistent pressure that suddenly WE has to answer to. They should just be going bottom side when the dragon comes up once again. There's no reason to not go towards that point, because they will be able to shove out waves. They'll be able to look towards the Ashe ulti, the Thresh hook, and they would have been able to get the dragon, the second dragon earlier, and shut out a lot of the offense that NewBee was pulling forward.
Yeah, the important part there is they take a fight. NewBee obviously win. You could see the MVP on your screen is going to be Vasily, and by getting the fight victory, WE come back, they still secure the Mountain Drake. That's just death timers coming back to haunt NewBee, but because all the summoner spells were used, the fight had happened, NewBee just fight a second time. And by having nothing up, WE are taking a fight that's very risky and was closer to the Baron pit. So you can have 2 Mountain Drakes, you can have 3. If you're losing the team fight, it's not going to help you get the Baron, because you give NewBee the Baron, and that's basically how the game starts to come out from this.
Yeah, here's that final fight right in front of you. You can see those cooldowns you mentioned on Mystic missing. So important.
Yeah, and Mystic, even before this, doesn't have his flash because of the previous fight, as Rusty was mentioning. He's not going to be able to get away from Jarvan ulti, so he gets penned up, dived on, and they just lose the fight from this point forward. The moment they hit a Thresh hook on Tahm Kench, they're not going to go in on that. They already knew what would happen from the previous fight.
It's hints of deja vu. If WE are losing a team fight with Shie's package, why are they taking the exact same fight or being forced in the exact same fight in the exact same spot 2 minutes later to lose the game? They know they shouldn't be there, and part of me wants to come onto this desk after the game and say it's pretty disrespectful from WE how they played this game out. Mystic was dancing everywhere. He was pushing his luck. He was almost taunting them into being aggressive in how they played, but I also feel like a part of this is just testing the waters, pushing their limits as a team and trying to see how far they can mess with their opponents and be aggressive before they have to taper it back. And my expectations after this game 1 is that they'll come into game 2 a bit more refined. The aggression's good to see, but they won't go 100% of the way into what we just saw.
Yeah, they definitely crossed the line at some point during the game, and NewBee just stepped on that toe and made them punish because of it. it's really going to be tough to see if they can bring it back in game number 2 because they do have to reset. Luckily, though, they do have a few minutes. We're going to go ahead and get ready for a break, and we're going to find out if WE can bring us to a game 3 or if NewBee will close out the series 2-0. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are just about ready to get into game number 2 between Team WE and NewBee after WE lost game number 1. And I'm just checking my notes real quick. I actually circled WE to win. I wasn't even thinking. My brain auto-completed. So I guess I'm still a little bit surprised that NewBee were able to close out the game from a huge early game deficit and turn things around. Are we expecting them to come out swinging in game number 2?
Ooh, what you got for me? Because I know how the tips rung out.
Yeah, look, you chose NewBee, I chose WE, so I think that's fair to ask me the question first. And I think that, again, I mentioned this just before the break, that WE were pushing their limits. I think if they really want to win this game, they will slow down just a bit more in game number 2. NewBee aren't by any means a bad team. They seem to be, from the 3 games we've now seen of this new roster, quite good, especially this last game being able to beat WE from a deficit, bringing it back. But if WE play slow, play proper League of Legends, and actually think about what they're doing, not just say every fight's a good fight, they'll have a much better time.
Yeah, I would agree to that, because even with the point of the composition that WE had being so strong, there were still points where they played to it very well. That top lane matchup should have been a joke from that point forward. TP advantage, all that nonsense. They even tried to go towards the bottom lane dive, and that would have won without a hitch had Tom Kench wouldn't have gone for the safety point. So there were a lot of good things that were happening at a WE. And I think that they should remember those points and go into this game thinking, well, we'll play the same vibe, the same pace, just have the better decisions from, let's say, the 10-minute mark, the 15-minute mark.
If you're playing with a Corki, you play around the package spikes. You play for the Drake spikes. You get these opportunities to rotate for the Rift Herald, to do these big things. You do it as a team, and you do it in those timings. But they just kept going. They doubled the amount of fights they should probably be having with the comp that they had, and were abusing just summoner cooldowns and dying when they didn't have them.
Well, hopefully they can rectify that in game number 2. At the very least, this is a WE that is actively fighting, even if it is chaotic and sometimes the incorrect decision. Whereas just a few weeks ago, when we saw them lose to Snake, it was WE not doing enough. So perhaps some happy medium between those 2 games.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, we could definitely see what I'd say is that Game 2 is going to be a lot hotter than a lot of people would have expected. A lot of people would have expected WE to trounce LGD. A lot of people would have expected WE to go up against this matchup in NewBee and say, well, you know what, in the standings, NewBee's very down low, so this should be a very easy set for WE. That's not looking to be the case.
Yes. They've got their work cut out for them as, Sky's in the zone. He means business right now.
That's certainly a zone, Dom. He is definitely in a zone. That was 110% focus.
Yeah.
I don't think he's quite the catch a fly in chopsticks zone, though. He's not zen. He's angry.
Yeah. Or is this like 110% concentrated power of will? Are we before that?
Mate, that song goes to 100%. I'm going to have to pull you back a bit.
I'm keeping it going. I'm just running forward.
He's angry concentrated.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, he won game number 1 as, oh, man. Ben he's sweating. Perhaps this could be a bit of a nervous day for Team WE.
Not perhaps. A lot of them just wants to get to the big band. They probably already heard it from the coach. They're probably like,
yeah, exactly.
We understand what we did wrong. We just have to prove ourselves from this point forward. Let's just start the pick ban. Hello, ref? Anybody? They just don't want time to
get
going.
the banners first and the camera shots. There's
a
priority here.
Of course.
The players definitely just want to get in there.
So then
they don't want the people looking into this a little bit too much.
Rusty, I am going to ask you once again. Still favoring WE?
I got to stick by my team. I got to have the faith there. I think WE can do it.
Alrighty,
he's just not flip-flop material.
I'm not Raz.
Oh, there we have it.
Oh, there it is. You called for pick and ban, and we have got it on our screen. It's WE versus NewBee. This time, WE are on blue with NewBee on red. Immediately, Jace banned away from Coco. Tom Kench banned away from Moore. And looks like NewBee are going to go for the classic red side bans of Zac and even taking away Mystic's Kog'Maw.
NewBee should be looking to... Now, the big question, of course, is Galio and Elise. Is NewBee going to ban out Galio? Are they going to keep both up to trade? NewBee should keep up both. But WE would probably end up taking Galio for CA. So that's a lot. They should be running down the 17 seconds just to be talking this one through. They're not going to do that. They're just going to outright ban the Galio.
Yeah. And now that means that Caitlyn is left open. WE actually banned it on red side, and Mystic is absolutely huge on that champ.
Yeah, so actually NewBee is probably a little happier about this. They have a lot of champions that they can go towards. Vasilia showcased a large pool, like the Tristana, for instance. It might be a bad lane, but you just opt towards the Doran Shield if that's the case. On the other hand, NewBee, at least it's not even a factor. That doesn't even be on the same page.
Right quick, Braum and Jarvan locked in. A very strong bottom lane taken away now. With that Braum taken away from Caitlyn, and now Frosco is huge on that duo. And of course, Braum still pairs with a lot of other champions in the current meta. So NewBee looking very strong, but Condi, this could be a serious face. This could be his Lee Sin here.
Ooh.
It's locked in.
There we have it. Loves to go towards the Lee Sin. Doesn't really care too much about the matchup, but he should. He really should, especially with NewBee going towards the Braum and Jarvan. Jarvan likely going to be going towards the top side of the map if they can get their hands on the Lees. Or really any jungler. Oh, okay. 957 going back to his Clyde.
Yeah.
Okay. He's
Locked
expecting
in.
that's going to be a Jarvan top.
Yeah, well, yes.
That's what he's expecting.
Sky, he could go for the Jarvan once again.
Yeah.
Swift, we've seen Jarvan jungles. I'm still kind of wishy-washy on Jarvan jungle. Like, Rusty tells me that it's good, and I believe him because he's my analyst, but I wouldn't want a Jarvan jungle in my game.
Okay, that's
you know.
I mean, when it comes to Jarvan jungle and solo queue, of course you wouldn't want that because we even seen what Rio did last split when he was in the playoffs. And he definitely died to Krugs.
Yes.
So,
a little embarrassing.
Jarvan resurging in the LPL, not so much globally in the jungle, that is. And we've seen new rune pages, a lot more AD in the red, so he can actually start Raptors without having to die to it or needing much of an aid from his lane. So his laning, his jungling is actually a lot stronger than it was previously.
Yeah. We'll have to see where it does end up going because we now have our AD carry locked in for NewBee. Vasily returning to that Varus. He and Moore on Varus and Tom Kench earned a solo kill, or I guess a duo kill. It was 2v2 against Mystic and Ben against Ben. So can they do it once again as we're now getting through our next set of bans?
Yeah, they're pretty confident in the Varus matchup. Varus is a strong matchup into Caitlyn because of the range that your arrows have. So he's going to be able to take that back up with the Braum matchup as well. So this is going to be really heavily focused on what the jungle is going to be for Swift. What is Swift going to pick up for himself? Because if he picks up, let's say, an Elise, if he picks up even let's say Kha'Zix. Or if he just picks up the Jarvan. If he goes towards the bottom side of the map, he already knows that Vasily and Moore were winning the last game, then that could be a very strong 3v3 along with the Braum passives being stacked. So that's gonna be you're gonna be pretty scared if you're Mystic and Ben, knowing that you're going into this game with a Braum at your face.
Absolutely. Winter's Bite, Concussive Blows, Glacial Fissure. It's Crowd Control, not Cloud Control. No sign of Cloud.
No one wants to control that one.
Yeah, exactly.
Not the Dragons as well.
Yeah, that either. As Karma is going to be locked into the mid lane for Coco, as he's actually picking that blind here. Unless Braum can go somewhere else, I expect that Karma to go mid.
That's going to be a mid Karma.
Okay, there we go.
What's going to be fun about this one is that mid Karma going up against the Corki pick. Corki can go towards a Hex Drinker early, so the strong trading might not matter too much. Corki's once again is going to be focused on getting out of the lane phase just with the Trinity Force, just getting that gold on top of himself. But that just showcased that NewBee's trying to get strong lanes, trying to bully out the laning phase, and that might be the key to success here.
I guess this is the big tell. Is this the final pick for Sky or Swift as Rakan follows it up? Ooh. And with a Renekton hover, that would imply that Swift takes Jarvan in the jungle. It's actually swapped over at the last second. Rek'Sai.
They're trying to trick us. At the last second, it's like, no, that's actually Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
So Rek'Sai, this is going to be fun. Swift on the Rek'Sai could go towards the Cinderhulk or towards the Warriors. He already has pushing lanes. He has the Karma as well to aid him. You might see Coco play towards him a little bit more often. And it's going to be the bane of Lee Sin's life. Lee Sin already didn't like Rek'Sai because, of course, you can pop him up as your Lee Sin Q towards him. So while you're diffusing the damage Lee Sin's trying to get on top of you, you're just going to answer back. And so that leads me to believe that it's going to be a Warriors Rek'Sai. So if that's the case, there's going to be a lot of focus on how the early lanes go towards NewBee, because if it doesn't go too well, then you don't have you don't have much tanking. You don't have no resistances on the Rek'Sai. You don't have none on the Jarvan top lane.
You did mention the general strength of these lanes from NewBee, so we'll have to see if it does follow through in that manner, because WE, they have got to take game number 2 seriously. They definitely crossed the line in game number 1 with how aggressive they tried to break that game open, and they got punished because of it. Perhaps a little bit more seriously than that, as Mystic and Ben are looking absolutely adorable.
Mystic always wanting to carry.
And there's Xie. That is neither Mystic nor Ben. But he's looking standard as usual. And Sky, he's in the zone, man. Look at that.
He's got his gunners on.
Yeah.
I'm not going to assume the brand. I already did.
Well done. I appreciate that. As some NewBee fans in the audience, Swift didn't have a great game number 1. Like you said, though, picking his Rek'Sai going to be a little bit safer if Kandi tries to shut him down with any invades.
Yeah, I like how he decided this game around to go towards a much more aggressive jungle pick, a better duelist. A lot of teams are still trying to figure out the role of renewed Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
What can the next Rek'Sai offer? Is he a team fighter? Is he a duelist? Just trying to find you in the jungle and trying to kill you? I think it's more so towards the duelist mark, but of course you can go towards a more tankier team fight Rek'Sai. You just can't expect the same amount of team fight impact, same amount of knockups as you could in the last one.
I'm still looking for that myself. That big old team fight impact. Of course, my experience with Rek'Sai is playing games with Pulse, where he takes it full AP top.
AP top? This guy, never take this guy in your...
it's Pulse, yeah.
Is it a normal game?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank goodness.
Oh, no, I would not risk any elo with that. Then again, I mean, sometimes the cheese actually pays off.
Oh.
As you can hear the audience cheering in the background for both NewBee and WE. Coco shows up. Even using the Mantra'd Soul Flare as NewBee send, what was that, 3 members bottom to look for some early harass. Instead, they just trade some auto and just a touch of damage. That means WE will get the chance to invade and set up some wards.
This is going to be nice. The Sky's going to be able to catch this one out. I wonder now where Swift will start, because knowing that that ward's going to be on the Raptor camp, he would want to evade it. And if he starts blue side, blue buff on Rek'Sai doesn't mean too much, but he just wants the experience. And once he finally gets to the wards, the Raptors, that ward will have expired.
Yeah, we see a healthy leash now being started off from that Braum and Varus. As it is that blue buff side, you can see blue also from Kandi on the opposite side of the map. Looks like Grom taking a few more seconds to spawn in. Of course, that means Mystic and Ben. Looks like Ben actually stepped in and pulled the wave towards NewBee's side of the map.
Yeah, and another point as well, just they're only able to do this because Braum was giving Rek'Sai the extra love and help on the Gromp. Is That's just going to be a pushing lane for NewBee. They're going to have to fully shove this one out and turn this into a fight for level 2 if they want to get anything off of this.
There's the headshot and rain of arrows traded back as Mystic gets tagged by the Winter's Bite. And as you can see already, Vasily and Moore are trying to take advantage of this lane. Mystic is taking some chunk. There's the quick level 2 from Vasily.
Yeah.
And he turns around 1, turns over to Mystic 2. Just needs 1 more auto, but instead we'll use the hail of arrows to continue pushing him away.
Perfect. So that whole level 1 startup from Mystic and Ben really didn't mean or turn into much, especially with Condi. He is going to be pathing towards the bottom side, but he's not going to be able to get an immediate gank, or at least it shouldn't turn into much. Moore should be able to put his trinket down into the tri-bush. So that's just going to be a safe bottom lane with a lot of pressure. Now, my focus is going to be towards Swift. He does have Fervor of Battle this game, not Thunderlords or anything of that, so he's going to be looking for those elongated trades.
Gets a ward over, notices that this side of the map has been completely cleared before turning over to Scuttle. As you mentioned, Condi hanging out bottom. Still not seeing any wards, except for the one placed in River by NewBee's bottom lane.
It's going to be great for Swift, though. Swift does know that Condi's in the bottom side of the map. Just being able to clear out and recognize that Lee Sin has had a full clear top side means that bottom lane of Moore and Vasily should be safe, and Swift should be safe to farm up his own jungle, the Raptors, even the Krugs. That's going to be a great start coming in from Swift, knowing that he can go towards his level 6, and that his mid lane is going to be pretty healthy and strong as well.
I mean, when you've got Quirky Karma, that's pretty much what you want, right? Just sit back, farm, catch minions.
Yeah.
Wait for those medium power spikes. Ben dashes in, finds some harass, dashes out. And the wave actually will push back in. They're pulling Condi onto this side of the map. He's going to invade right now. And just drops a warden immediately.
That's funny.
Blast cones into recall.
That's hilarious. Usually it's the bottom lane that goes out to take the plant, the blast cone. This time around, they actually call the junglers. Like, we're not leaving this lane.
Yeah.
We already have a good amount of pressure here. You can actually do that. I was wondering if they're going in for a dive. I was like, that's not going to work.
Very early against a Braum.
Yeah, and they were already full HP. So, wait, this time around. Oh, here we go. This is going to work really well.
Swift is looking for the tunnel. There's the knock-up. He shows up through the turret. Flash gets 957 under, and then they decide to back away as Swift takes 2 shots.
So, Sky is full HP. 957 is not going to have to TP back. Sky should not have to recall. He will recall just because of the item advantage 957's got for himself. But once again, Rek'Sai, Swift, just push the lane for the guy. I don't know why. This is the second time in a row where he's just being greedy and walking away without having to actually give 957 any bit of worry.
Conti is waiting for the timing on our Raptors. He's so close. Oh, and he should have been spotted by that Skyer's Bloom. Ping going down onto him.
Yeah, but this is really bad for Sky. Sky, sure, he has TP for himself, but he's going to have to stay in the lane. He's actually backing. So at the end of all of this, he uses TP. 957 uses TP. But what should have happened is Swift should have pushed in the lane and helped him out to just push it into tower. So 957 wouldn't have denied that with TPing on top of a minion. And then so Sky would have been able to walk back to base. No, or at least back to base and then walk from base and not have it to expend his TP. I was just, woulda, shoulda, coulda. It didn't happen.
Yeah, instead it seems like they're just playing for slightly longer laning phases as Swift with his first recall actually picks up the hammer for cooldown and damage. And he's going to intercept Condi in the river. No, actually, Condi just backs right around. Condi has been going for massive clearing. We've seen him clear out a blast cone of Skyer's Bloom. Other than that, he has been the bane of these jungle monsters, just rushing level 6.
He just does not want to deal with Rek'Sai. It's a good idea. He knows the strength of the current champion. Rek'Sai would definitely be looking for the 1v1, and Karma would definitely be there. And the 2v2 would be in their favor, especially since Coco would be able to get there first. So he's recognized that, playing very smart around it.
It's actually the complete opposite of how he played in game number 1. As that's a lot of low health on Sky. He slides away as there's trading bottom. That's charge being used. 957 is diving forward. He doesn't have flash, but Sky still does. And he just takes a few turret shots and resets, but that's still no teleport. And like you said, this is coming back to bite him.
Yep. So now after that poor trade, he's going to have to take the long road back. That being said, actually, he's going to stick it true. He has his Cataclysm and Rek'Sai there. But we might see 2 battles happening here. Who gets the best of this one?
Oh, that's the flag and drag. He tries to lands himself forward. Swift misses the knock-up as Sky is taking damage, and first blood completed. Meanwhile, the dive bottom teleport completed for Coco, as you mentioned, as Condi tried to dive. Mystic takes a few shots, but they get into the tri-bush behind the turret and then out to safety.
All right, so NewBee come out way ahead. WE tried to go for the bottom lane dive, and Coco with TP. It's going to be able to save that one out. Really well done from him. I was going to comment on the TP coming from him. I thought he was going to use it just to stick in lane and be able to constantly output the pressure. But I guess he's able to use it defensively for Vasily and more.
That keeps themselves safe from any kills, though we are still seeing a CS deficit from Vasily in this lane. We know that he's very talented on that Varus from what we saw in the previous one, so he's got time to get back in.
Yeah, and he's not the only one with the deficit. So Xie was not a part of any of these plays. He was able to just farm it up himself. He's able to push this wave in, allow Karma to just get to hide the entire wave. He comes back with a Sheen and with a healthy advantage himself.
And this is what you were talking about, Raz, the fact that NewBee seem to have picked themselves 4 strong lanes, and now they find themselves at a deficit in mid lane. They find themselves at a deficit in bottom lane. And while Swift has got that first blood, great improvement over game number 1, WE are playing a completely different style.
That's true, but with that being said, you're right that WE is playing a different style. I just wonder if they're going to be able to hold on to it. Because the last game, their style was play towards the early composition, and they had to be very disciplined around it so they didn't lose any of the footing, so they wouldn't get outscaled. This time around, there is a good amount of scaling from them, and they have a strong lane, but they just have to keep to the plan. So I want to be able to see Mystic, CA allows for them to have a stronger siege. I would expect CA to get himself the rapid fire canning instead of the static shift that he had in the last game, so they can actually start to siege. If they go towards bottom lane, they already tried to dive once. They can take the tower. The tower should be priority. And then go mid and just make it a hard game for NewBee to play from that point forward.
It's actually so interesting because we're seeing WE play the 2 styles that they really carved out for themselves in Spring Split, the late game scaling 35-minute style, which I'm not saying that's what they've got here, but it just seems like they're playing patient almost as if they are headed in that direction. Whereas in game number 1, they just came out fast and furious and tried to beat NewBee down and ended up getting beat themselves.
See, that's fair. One thing that's great about WE is that they seem so flexible throughout the Spring Split. They can go towards their early game compositions with the Ashe, late game compositions as well. Oh, wait a minute.
Flash knock-up. They're targeting Mystic. Chains of Corruption is intercepted. They're turning over onto Ben instead. He dashes in, but they manage to finish off Swift with a huge burst of damage from Xie. He's stunned by Vasily, who doesn't have enough follow-through. Separated from his team. He dies as in the chaos of the fight. It's a triple kill for Xie.
What a good converge coming out of WE. And for CA to be able to get that, and he's so close to Triforce now, NewBee were already on a bad footing in the last fight, or at least throughout the entirety of this 10-minute game. Now it's only going to get worse. You can see how squishy they were going forward. Moore was the only one. He had exhaust, didn't use it, but Swift tried to dive right into Mystic, but then died immediately afterwards.
Meanwhile, Condi is going to finish off the Cloud Dragon on that recall as the wave is pushed in. There's the Triforce you were talking about, and it all starts with a potential pick onto Mystic.
Yeah, they thought they got Mystic. Mystic was going to be able to get away. He had Flash and was able to just kite it back. And you can see how squishy Rek'Sai currently is because he's going towards just DPS, pure DPS. So there's no reason for NewBee to stick around for this. Coco doesn't have much mana, and Vasily was just put behind, or at least right his back against the wall. So it's like, all right. I guess you don't have Flash. Guess you can't really get out of this situation. It's going to be really hard for NewBee to find themselves getting back into this game.
Yeah, 2,000 gold right now. And those strong lanes, that slight early advantage that they had picked up for Swift doesn't quite pay off. They do still have time, though. Athens is finished for Coco. We'll see if he goes for the Ardent Sensor next as double buff and Triforce. Look at the trade from Xie. He might even try to go for the kill here. Swift shows up as the tether lands. Immediate exhaust. He holds on to Flash. Boss bomb, red buff. He gets the kill. 1 versus 2. But the quick follow through dives, but doesn't make it out of the timing as Swift's new Void Rush tags him down.
Yeah, it's 7.12, not 7.11. You can't dodge that. He's going to be able to get the damage. So really well done from Swift, but even better from Xie to be able to come out of that with a kill onto Coco. Coco should have backed away. He had no reason to worry about getting the last hit on the kill because Swift's ulti was able to come back from the last fight, so it was a little bit of greed coming in from Coco.
A little bit, a lot of it of greed. That man wanted his cake and he wanted to eat it too. Instead, he gets to sit in timeout for about 20 seconds.
Yeah, a little bit. And he's already back around the timeouts. You know what? Time flies.
Does indeed. As we're now 12 minutes into this game, only 1,200 gold lead for WE. As Vasily is still pushing in bottom. No Blade of the Ruined King completion just yet, but luckily still no big item completion for Mystic.
Let me ask you a question.
Ask me something, Raz.
All right. Were you ever put into timeout as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Everybody was.
What did you do during your timeout?
What did I do? Well, that's rather personal, Raz.
Okay.
No.
My dad just didn't know if I had games stashed in the basement, so he just never knew that I just played when I was down there. So.
Wait, your dad put you into timeout in the basement?
It was a well-furnished basement, all right?
Aren't you in Canada? Weren't you from Canada? Like, wasn't it cold in the basement?
No. Okay, so because it's Canada, they make pretty proper housing, all right?
Okay, all right.
They understand that it's going to get to like -30, -40. So they have
so insulated.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I was in an insulated basement playing games in my timeout.
During timeouts. That's amazing.
That was probably what Coco was doing during that entire death time.
Yeah. Pops open his smartphone, plays a tiny game, gets right back in.
Oh, if he did that, the refs would be on his case.
Oh, yeah. No communications with outside parties, but I'm leveling up. As it is, though, he's still holding on. 20 CS down. That smartphone is set aside as we see everyone returning towards those lanes. Package now picked up for Shie as he gets the next timing. No big neutral objectives outside of those turrets and Rift Herald, but we're seeing both junglers on the bottom side of the map right now. The teleport is ready for both top laners.
Yeah, big question is going to be on what WE's priority is going to be. Could be towards the bottom lane. They can shove that out quickly because Vasily and Moore not pushing out the wave, but they don't know exactly what Vasily and Moore are doing. They could easily be stalling for time for when the wave gets pushed in. They could be already back in base. They're not, but Fog of War is a beautiful thing. And already be swapping lanes going top lane. So there's a lot that NewBee could be doing. And they've showcased in the last game that they're not afraid to just randomly swap it out. In a winning position or in a losing position.
Well, for now, they're currently sitting bottom. They actually wait out the recall of Mystic, who finishes in Infinity Edge. And with the package used by Shie to retrieve blue buff, suddenly all the tension, all the presence that WE had on the map diffuses, with the exception of Condi, who spots Swift and then just casually makes his way back forward.
Yeah, he was caught out because Swift was walking around, but I don't know if he was actually caught out just because he was there. Oh.
Shie is looking for the Foss Bomb again, fires the rocket, teleport being used, plus a tether. Swift with another flash knockup. Akandi follows through. They kick onto Swift, but manage to kill Shie before he gets too much damage. 957 joins the fight, but a great dodge from Swift nets a double kill with the Void Rush.
All right, I was just checking if there was anything else that was going to happen in this fight, but no. NewBee come in, and they get out. As clean as that. And Swift played that so well, knew that Kled was coming through because he was like, he already charged. He was charging in, was already yelling about it, so he didn't make that any bit of a secret. And so it's just Swift was able to get 2 easy kills and saved his ulti for the last. So really well done from NewBee.
Swift trying to do Rift Herald right now, but Coco at half health decides not to fight for it. He's recalling instead, so that presence fades away.
And you can start to see where the divide's starting to happen. NewBee can start to play towards Swift, who is 4-1-0, already has his warriors, and of course his Ninja Tabbies. So any duel that he's going to be able to get into, he should be able to outright win. Meanwhile, WE, their main focus should just be towards Shie. They had an opportunity to play around Shie's package. It didn't happen. Shie's package was timing out. He used it for his blue buff. They don't necessarily always have to play towards that package, but that was just a great opportunity. Now, they can just get strong coverage towards the bottom side, and they're going to be bringing CA over towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, they're bringing the whole team. 4 members, plus teleport ready on 957 because he charged into the mid lane. Already, Vasily and Moore have backed up to safety, and the first brick is broken by Mystic. He's going to get that solo gold for himself with the rest of his team nearby. And with Infernal Dragon up in 20 seconds and that bottom wave pushed out, WE could have their eyes on the next objective, but it looks like Coco's going to try to keep Shie a little busy by harassing him in.
Yeah, I wonder what the next objective is going to be. It looks like WE have 2 focus. Sure, they have a great siege composition that they can look towards the tower, but Infernal Dragon's a little bit more important.
Yes.
So we're at a position right now, CA's role not to hit a tower, just to constantly shove this lane out. So Coco is never in a position to help his team ward, and so the vision control should be heavily in favor of WE.
Shie, along with Ben, forced the flash out of Coco. As you mentioned, the Infernal Dragon, NewBee are already turning onto it. They're actually trying to burn it down before WB can get there. Condi, Ward hops in on top of the teleport from 957. He doesn't have the charge ready just yet. That's a kick from Swift, and the Dragon is picked up. The fight breaks out. Knock up onto Vasily and Coco. They're trying to fire across as they manage to finish off the kill onto Condi. The damage drops. Swift is both junglers dead. Sky leaps in with the Cataclysm, slides through, but misses the knockup. Vasily stuns and drops down onto another kill for Ben. They chase it forward. Vasily is still firing. Finally, Xie will turn around and lock him down as it takes a hammer fall from Moore to kill Mystic. The fight is still being won by WE when it's said and done, though. Even going so far as to dive to lock down the final one.
Oh, okay. All right. Finally turns into a clean ace. But that was very close for a very long time. Coco going into that fight without flash, but he was still able to rejuvenate the HP of Vasily. Came out incredibly healthy when he was so close to dying. But Xie was able to stomp that out entirely. It starts off with Condi being able to secure the dragon. Sure, NewBee thought they can try and sneak this underneath them. Not going to happen. Great quickness coming through from the side of WE was Ben. So just out of all of this, I think that just solved the fight, made it a lot easier for WE. Oh, he actually gets caught in the Cataclysm.
Passed into the wall.
That's unfortunate. But yeah, just look at CA from this point. He was able to just outright demolish theirs, and it was an easy fight from that point forward. It was very scrappy, but Ben was able to get a lot of CC down.
It's
easy for them.
They finally end up chasing that kill. I think the big thing that I took out of that fight was the gold distribution for the two. Swift was so much of the team's gold with those 4 kills. He showed up, he got kicked away from the Dragon, he managed to get an auto-attack kill onto Condi, and then he immediately died to a headshot from Mystic and Xie. Whereas you look at Mystic and Xie, well, they're a lot of the gold for Team WE, so that damage distribution suddenly shifted entirely in favor of WE.
Yeah, it's going to get even worse from this point forward, because even though all of the gold is going to be onto Swift, he does not want to be playing through these team fights. It's going to be very difficult for him. He wants to be able to get into a team fight with already having won something out, already chunking out CA, Condi, Mystic before the fight even starts.
Yeah. We're not seeing a fight start right now as WE, whoop, there he goes. Condi picks up the Eye of the Herald. Still, this time timing it with the package from Xie, and though NewBee were on that side of the map, they decide not to fight for it. Vasily and Moore hanging out up top look to complete their recall. This guy's bottom. He's sitting on his teleport. It could have been an opportunity, but they're just playing it safe instead. Don't want to take any chances. Ardent Sensor finished with the Athene's Unholy Grail for Coco. Swift has now completed his Dead Man, so he is going for slightly tankier build now in the mid-game as Black Cleaver and Tiamat is ready for Sky. But meanwhile, Xie, Triforce, Static Shiv, Mystic, Infinity Edge, soon to be Static Shiv.
Yeah, I wonder, I never really like the Static Shiv starts coming out of Corki after Trinity Force. Now he has a lot of gold, so you can do whatever you want with it, but if he has the Rapid Fire Cannon, he already has a lot of AP damage just to be able to clear out a wave. It would add a lot more safety in these fights, especially with the large range that they already have.
Yeah, it's so much easier to siege. You were talking about that earlier, but it looks like with that Static Shiv, does that mean that they want to fight instead?
They just want to be able to secure the shove a lot easier. So I think the goal is still there. It just means that Xie's primary focus is going to be clearing out the wave. You can see how easy it was with the Static Shiv right off that point. And knowing that the mid lane tower is already down, he can clear out another wave. He just has a lot more safety in allowing his team to go towards this play. So it's a much faster process. For him, it's much more safer. It just means that when he finally does get to the point where he's sieging or looking to dive, he just doesn't have the range for himself.
Okay. That makes a lot more sense as we do see NewBee looking for a potential gank up top. Swift was hanging out, but is spotted out by the ward from Ben. He plays it nice and safe, drops it over the wall before retreating.
It's interesting. Right now, CA has 2 options. Play towards where the team is on the top side of the map, or decide to go towards bottom lane where Sky was already starting to struggle up against 957. 957 has his ult as well. Doesn't have TP necessarily, so they might be afraid of if they go towards the top lane play. 957 won't be able to immediately help out, but Sky does have TP, and he would be able to TP properly, and it could be a bad fight for WE. So I like to see how CA was starting to lean towards the right, but now he's going towards the team.
Yeah, that knowledge of the teleport timer from 957 was what helped turn game number 1 around in favor of NewBee. This time, though, we see WE with the Rift Herald trying to get some harass top. Here's that siege you were talking about, Sonic Wave. Not to mention Chie and Mystic firing these shots across. Plus, they've got that Rift Herald still sitting in their back pocket. Condi will hold on to it, however. Yeah, they don't have to force for a dive, simply because of how much range they have in CA and Mystic. So even though it looked like it was a good numbers game from them, 957 had TP as well. He wasn't going to use it. He just went mid to clear out a wave. So you can see how slow-paced WE is playing this one out. You would, one criticism few people would say is, oh, just go for the dive, right? You're already there. Ben has the quickness, and he has his W. He has everything. He has his flash. Just get in there. But in this case, it was a lot better for him. So you can already see his 60 seconds left on that Eye of the Rift Herald.
Starting to run out.
22:30 is the time we're looking for, but with Mountain Dragon up in 30 seconds, that creates another point of contention. Perhaps WE will try to play around multiple points of pressure here, because they have that Rift Herald they can set in a side lane and the Mountain Dragon spawning in a few seconds.
Yeah, so it looks like as a team, they've decided to focus more so on the Dragon that's coming up. So 12 seconds up. Bottom lane's already mid. The dual lane's just looking to shove that one on out. That's their job. That's their priority. And CA is going to have a fun partner in crime along with him.
Rift Herald erupts from the Rift.
And they know where that's placed. They already know where that's placed too. So that Rift Herald is only there to just diffuse pressure. So the pressure is suddenly NewBee has to answer to that Rift Herald so it doesn't outright kill their tower.
It creates a tough question. Do we try to fight over Mountain Dragon or defend a tier 2? Turns out NewBee are trying to defend their base instead, as you mentioned, just playing around the map, using those multiple pressure points to pull NewBee apart a little bit. Seems as though they're not quite ready to fight. Runon's still finally finished onto Vasily. Again, Coco, he's got the Ardent Sensor and that Athens. Titanic's now finished off for Sky. What's the tipping point? What are we looking for NewBee to try to get back into this? Because they do have so much gold on Swift, but he's starting to have to transition towards tank.
That's true. For me, it's not so much item points, even though you could say that Karma going towards Luden's Echo is a great, a big burst front that they can rely on. It would have to be just on waiting towards where WE goes towards, because you would want them to start to siege towards the turret, and then your counterplay would be there in Sky's TP, right? Or in Vasily's ulti along with more.
That's so dangerous, though, because it's Team WE. If you wait for Team WE to make a mistake, game number 1 aside, you might be waiting a while.
I mean, they're going to be relying on that game number 1. That's one of those moments where they're like, all right, if
we've seen it happen once.
Yes.
Lightning can strike twice.
Yeah, and that's it. They don't really have, if you look towards the playmaking ability, it is just solely in Vasily. You would say Cataclysm from Sky, but Sky's just, he has to play towards the 1v1. Here we go.
There's the Vasily you were talking about. They're burning onto Mystic as they force it forward. Teleport coming in, but teleport from behind. 957 has found Sky. He's turning towards Vasily. Violent tendencies brings him down to half. Swift backs his way out, but Sky with the knock-up and NewBee kited out. Flash dodges the Foss bomb, but Chie follows through with an auto attack, firing rocket after rocket. It's a barrage, unbreakable to keep him standing, but the Static Shiv breaks it down as Vasily runs back into base. And what looked good temporarily turns, and WE take 2 kills.
Already you can see NewBee knowing very well where their pressure point was. They tried to make a play off of Vasily's ultimate. It turned into nothing. It was very close, but the TP play from 957 was enough, and it gave a lot of pressure for CA to just kite it out, deal as much damage as possible, and now it looks like they might get themselves a Baron.
Oh, Chie chasing Swift away from the pit. He's going 1 versus 2, make that 2 versus 2. As they turn on to Coco. Ignite! He shields and keeps himself standing as the Baron is completed. Mystic even picking up red buff on the way out, but 25 minutes in, that's WE with a 7,000 gold lead.
It was so close, but unfortunately, Caitlyn has flash. She's going to be able to get out of there along with heal. So what's the new target for NewBee? Unfortunately, they don't have an answer. And so 957 comes in. They all have to look to pressure upon him. CA is just dealing so much damage. Sky tries to tries to get something off of it just to push CA off of the fight, but no, not going to happen. You can see how much damage CA was able to put down.
That's the Static Shiv proc working out in their favor to net the kill onto Moore in the very end. And with this Baron buff now, all of the momentum is in WE's hands. They've got it for quite some time. They don't have teleport ready for 957, so it's going to have to be a good old-fashioned push. Let's see if NewBee can defend as they have to wait out these cooldowns.
Yeah, there's a lot of cooldowns. One being the package itself. Fortunately for NewBee, there's not an outright target for WE, or at least an easy one, I might say. It's just going to be CA looking to take this tower or pushing towards bottom lane. Once this tower's minions outright die out, and it's going to be very hard for that to happen, the tower's going to go down faster. It means that CA can use his package that just goes towards the bottom lane. Or the top lane. It seems like all these towers are dying, Dom.
This is swift and efficient. WE across 3 lanes are breaking it down. Xie is more than enough to deal with Coco. He knocks down the tier 2 as Mystic, now with his completed rapid fire cannon, is starting to work onto the bottom inhibitor. Xie is still doing work mid as 957 breaks the final tier 2 top. And NewBee not taking a single turret in this game. Now they have to try to defend against a lot of poke and a lot of harass. Look at the damage they're doing. They're going to finish it off. Turning onto Swift now, plus the Sonic Wave. The kick back through the tunnel. That's a kill onto Swift. And unfortunately, Condi trades his life. Grand entrance from Ben nets him only a stun. He dies to try to get some CC, but the inhib is cleaned up in the meanwhile. Xie more than makes up for it.
That was actually a 2-for-1 trade in NewBee's favor. It was just Ben trying to get another fight going for them, but it should not really change the pace of the battle. WE still has a lot of pressure. Baron waves coming through. They might decide to back away, and that's just simply because the wave is starting to push out in the bottom lane. And so the inhib's already down mid. Now they just need to work towards the bottom lane inhib.
Yeah, they've still got Baron for 60 seconds, and despite the fact that it's 3 versus 4, they're still going to push these waves out. Finally, we reset, and it is not looking good for NewBee fans. 11,000 gold still down. And now the jungler and support have respawned. Baron's still ready for another wave and a half.
Yeah, this is gonna be dicey. Right now, NewBee Coco has gone towards, or at least is going towards, Rabadon's death cap. So at the very least, he's gonna be having a lot of AP. Gonna be having larger shields. What that means for them, though, it's gonna be a hard answer because NewBee just doesn't have enough damage to get through Xie, Mystic, especially with Xie and Mystic both having their flash coming up in about like 30 seconds, 40 seconds?
Yeah, it's going to be soon.
So it gets to a point where they don't have enough tankiness to just outright win a fight, or at least have a long enough fight for them to get any kills out of it. And they need to be able to burst someone down, but with the cooldowns enough, that the safety of these picks.
Oh, they are going in.
Ooh.
Charging forward is 957. More immediately leaps back as the turret crumbles as the Baron buff wears off. Knock up onto Swift, but he tunnels to safety. 957. Eats a stun, but he's got the GA. Drops off of Skarl as Moore soaks the boss bomb. The quickness, the grand entrance, the crowd control from WE as they clean up 1, 2, 3, soon to be 4. Luckily, NewBee make it onto the fountain, but it is too little too late. Xie even chases it down for a final kill. The nail in the coffin as WE 16-9, 30 minutes in. They're going to take game number 2.
What a great response from WE. Even better game from Ben. 2 team fights where he was able to impact it so well just through his quickness. So Rakan starting to be a pick that you might have to worry about on this man here.
Huge crowd control to set up for that, and the swift decisiveness from Team WE to find an opportunity. Oh, look at that. NewBee's all grouped up. And to follow through. That's the decisiveness that we're missing from teams like Snake, to actually follow through on that opportunity presented to them. As now WE are going to make their way backstage to prepare for the ace match, game number 3, the big decider for this set. But somebody making his way onto the desk is Rusty. Welcome back.
And nobody was surprised that WE found themselves again in game number 2. I don't know if anyone else was going to expect a NewBee 2-0 there, besides perhaps Raz, as a single tear streams down his face. And knowing that we're going to a game 3 decider and WE the ones with the momentum here. I still think that we saw a lot of good things from NewBee, to be perfectly honest with you. It's just that we saw more from WE. We saw a lot more consistency coming out of them. They didn't take every fight. In fact, a lot of the fights that they won were NewBee taking the bad fights. And quite simply, WE just won their lanes. They just played out laning phase. Their jungler just followed the jungle, trying to track as best he can on Swift. And then NewBee got a bit out of control, a bit hyphy, trying to take these big fights. 1 triple kill for Xie. Plain and simple, game over. Then they were desperate.
Yeah, I really like this game from Condi and Xie. Condi able to make the bot lane dive a reality. Face front, you're like, well, this doesn't turn into a kill. But Xie was able to get so much CS off that, so much lane pressure.
Yeah, the thing is, right, like NewBee won that first trade when they were diving top lane. That was pretty predictable, and it was very much telegraphed to the side of WE. They tried to dive, knowing that there was a teleport on the mid laner, but they didn't overcommit to the dive. They didn't go all in and say, well, 1-for-1 trade and we forgot there's a teleport. They dove, they pressured, they put 2 lanes behind just by pressuring, and then they move over to an objective. So like being able to think past my next move is a very eloquent and well-executed thing from WE, and especially to actually live through a dive, which is very difficult in and of itself.
Yeah, and on the contrary, NewBee, it seemed like in game number 1, they had a plan for how to play it out. I mean, they were playing around the cooldowns of Mystic, they were playing around Vasili's Chains of Corruption. They tried in game number 2, but as you said, WE were prepared.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest points of reason why they couldn't really come back, NewBee, was because the difference between Gragas and the difference between Rek'Sai, even though Rek'Sai was a much better champion for Swift and he was able to get a lot going, there's not a lot of playmaking ability to get back into the game. And so the team fights that you saw from him, was just suddenly he was just dying and he was able to not really make his gold worthwhile.
Yeah, good segue, Rez. That's my replay.
Oh,
you get to see their attempt at engaging. The one thing they have to engage is basically the Varus flash. You have to follow that with a Karma that has to then like stay forwards. That's pretty much all of your engage. Rek'Sai stands there as just a land shark that makes loud noises and tries to scare you. Literally irrelevant in a fight like this because their engage had to come out of a flash from their AD carry to ultimate just to close distance. And they were only going for the Caitlyn, only going for one of the 2 carries on the team. And Corki is far more fed than Mystic is on the Caitlyn as well. He was just free hitting, and that relentless damage that's going to come out of him always beats NewBee. This is a 25-minute fight where, frankly, NewBee felt desperate, and their only way of playing something out desperately was by using their AD carry as their engage tool.
And you said it yourself, it's no surprise that WE were able to come back in this and turn it around, but perhaps NewBee might have been a little bit surprised because this is the patient 35-minute WE snowballing off of Xie's massive damage. Could NewBee possibly have seen this coming outside of the 3 kills that they gifted him early?
I think the composition made it easy to recognize where the game was leading towards, and NewBee wanted to be able to stop that pretty early and isolate lanes, isolate the jungle matchup. It just didn't really work out for them. And so the moment Corki was starting to get a few kills, like in the dragon fight that really didn't work out well for them, suddenly their plans had to change because Karma was not going to be keeping him full.
And the best thing that NewBee could have done was desperately fought for an objective, maybe not looked at a team fight. The difference here between WE from games 1 and 2 is that NewBee should have known this. They picked a Rakan, not a Thresh. Rakan is a better team fighter than Thresh is going to be. His engages with quickness, with his dash forwards to knock everybody up, is unstoppable, and you're never going to prevent people like Xie to do damage.
Yeah, no surprise to see him take the MVP.
Yeah, that's a complete kill participation you've got yourself there. 100%. So he was a part of everything.
46% of his team's damage too.
Yeah.
Oh.
3 times the amount of damage as the enemy mid laner on that Karma.
So the man was definitely always there.
Yeah. And
always doing damage. So that was one of the, I wouldn't say it's a toss away because going into game 3, suddenly who's going to be picking up the Corki? Coco definitely doesn't want to be playing Karma anymore. No one wants to play Karma except for NewBee. It's one of those champions. And so I wonder if that's going to be a case anymore, if it's going to be the Jace versus Corki. What do you think?
Yet, in the same vein, the draft they had in game number 2, he didn't want Karma anyway. WE was setting up to pick Karma. And so he had to take it away. Now you're stuck in this position where Coco has a champion he doesn't want, and then you just got a Corki in response right there because WE changed their draft up. They're going to play the standard. We're going to team fight. We're going to protect Mystic on his Caitlyn composition. NewBee tried to react to that, tried to diffuse that, but it doesn't work when you put Coco onto something that's maybe less comfortable for him. Maybe he'd be better suited to the Corki.
Yeah, well, that multi-pronged threat. I mean, we've seen that race car Caitlyn before. I think Suning Gaming was the first team to break out the Lulu Karma 100% move speed Caitlyn just racing all over the place.
They go all in. They're like 110% of the way where Mystic and the rest of WE play a standard version of it with the Kled.
Okay.
It's the difference.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll have to see if it's going to work out in game number 3. We're going to go ahead and get ready for a quick break. And when we come back, it's time to find out if WE can close out or if NewBee will end up upsetting.
that you can make the mold of what you want to be. So I stay true to me. That's enough for me. What do you want from me? That's enough for me. I can only be myself. That's enough for me. What do you want from me? Only be myself. That's enough for me. I can only be myself. Well, I've been told that you can make the mold of what you want to be. So I stay true to me. Oh, well, I've been told that you can make the mold of what you want to be. So I stay true to me.
Howdy, folks, and welcome back to the LPL. We're just about ready to get into game number 3 between Team WE and NewBee. After NewBee, quite unexpectedly, well, at least for most of us, with the exception of Raz here, took game number 1. WE were able to bring it back in a swift fashion in game number 2. To Rusty's pleasure, I'm sure. And
yeah.
we're getting both sides of the desk now. We've got NewBee and WE over here. Gentlemen, who's taking game 3?
I, on the other hand, I'm an unbiased caster. I don't know about you. I know
That enters tips before we start casting Raz.
I know that you are known, or at least we're known as Rusty the Unbiased.
Yes. Where are you going?
But today, I am unbiased. So even though I did tip in for NewBee, I recognize that the possibility of WE taking this and going into Rift Rivals on a high is also a pleasure to me.
We call that defeatist attitudes
Yes.
towards his own team.
No! I don't want to lose.
If NewBee were winning, I am the most biased caster you've ever seen. But now that WE's won, oh boy, I hope they both win.
Well, let's going to stop. We're going to back up. Team WE are the best team in the league. Quote, unquote, Raz. 2015.
That might be fair. I understand what I said in the spring split. But I will say, and I do still believe that in this game as well. But NewBee is still on a hot streak. WE this week has been on a bit of a tear that you could say as a positive point because they've been on a winning streak. Sure, they're in first place in Group A, but we're stumbling a little bit up against LGD, and NewBee are still on a high. So going into Game 3, WE still has to have this in the back of their head.
Yeah, you have to be looking towards the mental reset from NewBee most importantly now. They've lost a game. It is the first time this roster has lost a game, so you're hoping they bounce back strong. WE, on the other hand, we mentioned this, they have the momentum. They have everything now going for them. They've proven that NewBee can bleed. They aren't just going to be unbeatable gods. The third game for me, I think still does revolve around that Corki and that mid lane matchup because AD carries are both strong. That's how they get set up and get empowered.
Alrighty, well, we'll see if that pick and ban empowers or de-empowers. Disempowers? Disembarks. One of those.
Something.
We'll figure it out. Rusty, thank you so much for your analysis. Hopefully we'll be seeing you after this best of 3, the final game, the big decider. Game number 3 between NewBee and WE. And with Kog'Maw, Galio, and Jace, looks like we're going in the right direction.
Yeah, I wonder. Because NewBee going into this one, banning out Galio, and meanwhile, WE banned out Jace. So we were already talking about how Corki would be a primary focus going into the third game. And with Jace being the response that NewBee would kind of look towards and hopefully first pick they don't have that option anymore. I wonder where Corki lies in this, if that's going to be the first pick. That's a big question because Elise is still available. In fact, so it's like, no, pick me Elise. Look at that champion. I want
he
that.
He needs to ban. No, don't pick it now.
Ah.
All right, Braum is it's going to be.
Pick me Elise. Maybe in 30 seconds.
Bans it away instead.
No.
Oh, man. Have you ever had that happen?
I did. I've definitely.
Before the 5-man system?
Yeah.
Where you're hovering a champion and it's like, oh, I wanted to pick it for you. Just kidding. Banned it away.
Always focus on what you're banning and picking.
So with the Braum and the Tahm Kench, the support ban away from Moore and Ben, that means Caitlyn and Zach, along with Thresh, go through. There are a lot of big picks.
Yeah, a lot of champions, my friend. And that means that NewBee suddenly pressured to pick the right one. Zach, a lot of people would believe that's to be the correct decision. 66% win rate right now in the LPL.
Yeah.
Definitely, if you don't punish this champion early on in this game, massive team fight impact. And honestly, his ganking power, he doesn't even have to land his E anymore. So you have to believe that WE will be responding with a very strong early game.
Well, they've certainly set themselves up for it as Caitlyn and Thresh are locked in right away for Mystic and Ben. It's so strong.
Yeah, it's a strong decision from WE because they don't have to pick the Elise now. They don't even have to pick the Elise in now. Take the Thresh away from Moore so you can have a very strong pick in the bottom lane. Secure it. So the third pick that you have in this phase would be like a strong jungler. You already know that Zach is picked out, and it would be crazy, not too crazy, that Zach would be the support or top laner. That'd be NewBee reaching down deep.
Going real deep into the pool. Instead, though, they're going to prioritize Sky once again, along with Vasily's Varus. So, NewBee, they seem to be sticking towards their guns. Vasily has been huge in these fights. His mechanics are on point most of the time. We've seen Sky have some trouble with the laning phase on that Jarvan, so now he's got Renekton. In answer, though, WE will pick away that Gragas. Bit of flexibility between 957 and Condi.
Yeah, you would expect that to go top lane, but if that's the case, then NewBee should try and start focusing jungle bans just to be sure. Gragas would lose out in the 1v1 in the top lane, so you would see teams not really going towards it anymore. They don't want to stack Doran's rings. That's not really that efficient. And if you try and go the efficient route, then you're just getting blasted in lane. So you might expect it being the jungle.
Yeah, and look at this next ban from Team WE. That's Rakan. That is 3 support bans right now, and amazing to see all of this banned away. What else is there?
So
Trundle? Karma?
Yeah. Well, they know they're going up against the Thresh. Tahm Kench was a proper ban. You might see, well, with Braum being down, you might see the Zyra.
Okay.
You would go deep into a pool, maybe even going back to these mage supports. Especially with the Zac jungle being there, you already have a strong tank in your lineup. So it wouldn't be too bad for Moore to say, well, this time maybe I play Karma, maybe I play Zyra. That would be fair. Lulu is even a good option.
Yeah. There is some flexibility. We'll see what he decides to go for. I'm actually particularly intrigued to see how that bottom lane works out because NewBee seems like their priority is on shutting down Xie, LeBlanc, and Kassadin, plus WE's ban towards Talia. And we've still got the opportunity to look at top laner for 957, I apologize, and mid laner for Xie.
Okay.
But if they show Shen here, then that means they're going to be saving counterpick for Xie.
Which would be a smart thing to do. NewBee were expecting that. Decided to ban out LeBlanc and Kassadin. You'd have to wonder what NewBee's picks would be in the mid lane. Could be a Cassiopeia. Something where they would be happy or safe to blind pick and think that they can still do well in the lane. Now, Corki is still available. That is something where you could look toward and say, well, Cassio, sure. Corki, maybe that's more incentive for Coco to pick that one up. Okay, well, the thing about Karma, because that could easily be support, but it has to be shown right now because the next pick is going to be for more.
We're about to find out. 25 seconds on the clock before the composition will finally lock down between Coco and Moore for these final ones. And that keyboard, not a single letter on it. He knows exactly what he's doing, exactly what keys to press. Types up into the search bar, gives it a click. C-O-R-K-I.
There we go.
He's on it, Black Shoe.
Oh, there we go. I love that quote.
It's such a good one.
It is, it is. He has a lot of good ones. Well, NewBee's not a Whiskey Delta. They picked themselves up they picked themselves up the Corki, so that is going to be the Karma support. Not a lot of people play it now because even if you're in a weak lane, let's say if WE is in a bit of a weak laning phase, then they can go towards the Doran Shield, and that really deals with a lot of the poking power that Karma currently has. So Karma's just being picked because Moore had to really dig deep in that support pool. Didn't really like the Lulu. Now, Lulu is a champion that people don't really like picking into Thresh because the pick potential coming in a Thresh has the frequency of being able to do it, where sure, you use your Lulu ulti in the first engage. Well, we're not going to fully engage in that fight. In the next one, you're like, oh, well, you know what? I guess I'm dead. So Karma's going to be able to help that out a little bit, especially with a strong amount of, I guess, a tank line in NewBee's front with Zach and a little bit from Renekton.
Yeah, well, I mean, NewBee in game number 1, they were able to very smartly play around the cooldowns of Team WE. So if they're able to manage those cooldowns this time, it could be a little bit easier if they've got that Karma. The Mantra Soulflare coming up much more frequently, the Mantra Shield, than the Wild Growth, even if the in-flight team impact is just a little bit lower. So again, keeping our eyes on the junglers, keeping our eyes on the support in this jungle and support meta, not to mention Xie. Despite being off to a bit of a rough start in game number 1, he has been on fire this series.
Yeah, and he picks himself up Cassiopeia. So if you ever get ahead on Cassio, if your team plays really well around you because she doesn't have that hard CC ability, she has her ulti. But other than that point, it's usually pretty hard to create your own advantages as Cassio. So it's going to be a lot on your jungler to be able to really play around your lane, see if he can get the CS advantage, if he can continuously output pressure. The Cassio that gets moving, it's a pretty powerful Cassio. She can get out of her laning phase. If she isn't locked to it, can do a lot of good things.
It will be up to Xie to make sure that happens himself. He will have the assistance of, Kandi. I was about to say Swift. He's not going to have the assistance of Swift. Swift is going to be the one trying to put him down on that Zac. Leaping forward. I'm actually rather curious to see how he's going to play this mid lane because there are so many unique paths that Zac can come from, and Swift is such a creative jungler. Does Kandi just sort of stay around mid, make sure that it's warded up so that Xie can farm up safely?
He could. That's very much the case that he could look to play around just a counter gank and give a lot of safety for Cassio. It would work. But one tactic that we haven't seen too often are teams that look to try and match the Zac in these late game fights, right? So Zac now going up against Shen, Caitlyn. We'll have to see if that's something they can do.
Yeah, so I actually just remembered Gragas, his body slam catches Zac in the elastic slingshot.
You know who else catches him?
Who?
Thresh Flay.
Yeah.
So Zac's not going to have a good time this game.
Exactly. Suddenly that Zac bait from WE seems to be falling into place.
It always comes to the execution. Sometimes in theory you're like, all right, I've got this pick. It looks so good. In fact, I have my Gragas cask. So and the miasma from Cassiopeia. So if Zac comes in, he has no teammates to follow. But if you ever just get caught off guard, if you don't see the Zac coming, if the vision control's in NewBee's favor from the mid game forward, then you can't really make that play happen. Well, you could, but probably at the cost of someone's life.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot more difficult if you're flayed and body slammed out of midair. But again, this is WE. Wow, did he just see him? Whoa, Xie sneaks in and finds himself in between a rock and a purple blob. As Zac clears it out, he immediately steps forward, eats a Frost Bomb for some damage before tossing out the Twin Fang. That's not very favorable this early on, but he did start corrupting, so he will get this health back.
So he's able to catch out, and he's trying to just trade with Zac a little bit, make it so he's a little uncomfortable dealing with it, has to get pushed back. So Coco had to, get him out of that situation. I like to see that coming out of CA. A little bit of pressure on that one, knowing that Corki's not going to be dealing too much damage.
Kandi's actually invading after clearing out his blue buff right now. Suddenly, Xie's scout to look for Swift makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, so maybe Kandi expected to see Swift off that. Usually you'd see, of course, Zac or most champions get the Raptors into red buff, but he's getting Raptors into just a blue side clear. So that just means that Kandi's going to find himself a free red buff. Could turn into a triple buff this game for him.
And they are playing entirely off of that information, because if you take a look at bottom, Vasily and Moore have pushed in. They've got Ignite, they've got Heal. Mystic steps forward as level 2 is picked up. The wave gets stalled. But here comes Kandi, looping around, flash flay onto Vasily. He's sped up, that's the Ignite, he flashes. Ben's got the hook, but he tags the support as Kandi takes a turret shot and is forced to flash away. Headshot, auto, flay, shield, but it's not enough.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate that Kandi couldn't really get anything off of that. Missed his E. Kind of sad. Probably coughing himself up something fierce. So, I mean, it was still a very smart play coming from Kandi to be able to look towards the red buff take. That being said, the fact that he was seen in the bottom side of the map, couldn't get a kill, meant that Zac, the rest of NewBee, sees that, recognizes that. You're like, well, I'm going to try and fish if I can see a red buff for myself. Zach knows he's apparently got triple buff, but he's going to try and do something with it.
Yeah, Condi sees him right there. The early recall from Condi doesn't quite complete off his Tracker's Knife as Swift has a ward with teleport ready, or excuse me, smite ready. Or no.
I don't know if he's going to go
Flash. Leaps in. That's the body slam. Smite is picked up by Condi. He takes over to level 3. Red buff burning Swift down. Plus, they've already got Coco pulling Xie.
Yeah, Coco really had to hold his hands on that one because what was really unfortunate, Condi has, you already saw it, his body slam, has his red buff as well. He was going to be able to take the stronger trade if Swift went all in for it. Swift was just trying to see if he could find an opening towards taking red buff and if he can see anything to try and chunk Condi out of it. But that's not going to be the case. He just has to accept that he has lost his buffs.
Yes. It is a sad day, but everyone must come to that realization eventually. When you start off in the jungle, you take blue, walk over to red. Oh, it's gone.
Yep.
All right, I guess that happened.
And maybe Swift only performs well when he's angry really early on. We saw level 1, game 1. I mean, where he got solo killed.
I mean,
still able to win out the game.
I wouldn't call that angry. I would call that a little bit tilted in game number 1.
Hey, he used his tilt very well. He consumed that tilt.
Okay.
You can after the game, his teammates probably gifted him something fierce. Probably gave him tilt free. That nice honor. Beautiful honor system. I bet it's on stage. He's working with him right now.
Stayed cool under pressure.
Yep.
Well, actually, he stayed swift under pressure.
Please.
Coco's holding up. Just please no. Just hard no. All right, fine, Raz. What do you want to talk about?
I mean, I was fine with that one. Well, I've already had enough puns coming out of Rusty's mouth. I'm just telling you right now.
Fine, let's talk about this. Condi.
Okay.
He's gank at bottom.
All right. Let's see what he's looking for. His belly is probably not telling him, not sensing the ward. Doesn't see the ward. Wait, it's gonna. Oh, please.
Oh, and he stepped out of the brush.
He doesn't even see the ward dying. He got zero information out of that.
That is quite unfortunate. As Swift, he's launching over. Ooh, the flay doesn't quite work as they get stretched together. Mystic high fives Ben with his face. A lantern pulls Condi in, but it's first blood with Vasily.
All right, well played from Swift. Knew how to get in there. Oh.
Flash from Moore to escape the body slam.
This is unfortunate that Ben couldn't play him away. Now, he didn't have Flash, so he probably would have died anyways. But would have had a better shot at it. Just a good look from Swift overall.
With this wave pushing in, NewBee have got a whole lot more freedom. Mystic at such low health, he's going to back away, play it safe instead, sacrifice some of these minions. So again, Vasily, it's Swift. The team not playing around Swift, but Swift playing around the team. And that sort of dichotomy, that scale, it's really very delicate for NewBee to balance. We've seen it work in game number 1. We've seen it not work in game number 2. This time it seems like they're going back to what worked in game number 1.
Yeah, he's kind of forced into that position with like needing to pick up that Zach because it was left up. And we haven't seen a strong NewBee when Swift has had to play towards his lanes because he usually still holds that carry mentality.
Yeah.
That even when his lanes are doing fairly well, Cool will remember this, that he will still find himself in getting caught off, trying to find something that he has no reason to. So you mentioned in game 1, he still had a great showing just being on the Gragas playing towards the team. So he can do it and he has learned. This game, you can see, maybe he can get his lanes working. I mean, Vasily already doing really well so far.
It creates such a mixed message for NewBee fans because there are times where you see Swift go absolutely crazy, like in that Rek'Sai game. If he were able to pick up a few more kills, he could have tried to hard carry. It obviously didn't happen. But then there are games where he tries to hard carry and absolutely face plants into a team like WE, and it doesn't pay off at all. So
for everybody involved, it's just hard to recognize what are you going to get out of NewBee today. First of all, you always hit the first barrier of what roster are they showing up for the day.
Yeah.
This time around, this is the second set that they're playing with this roster. With Coco back, you wouldn't expect Korn to be coming. Korn didn't have too bad of a play. In fact, was really doing incredibly well on the Talon before he just face planted into everyone on the enemy team. So his laning phase can be fine. He's just unexpected.
I'm going to push back on that a little bit.
Okay, go for it.
That was one game out of 10. Was it 11?
I mean, he's had a lot of Kassadin games that looked okay. I'm saying right now that he's on or off. Okay, but you would much rather have Coco, who's performing very well consistently.
Yeah.
So I would say Coco is the one you would expect to play more often than not. The rest of the team, it's good that Vasily and Moore are playing better. So maybe you wouldn't expect LWX to come in, but that's where, that's the thing.
Yeah, because LWX is so good.
If you're a fan, you're like, well, who's coming in? Are they all playing well? What's the problem here?
Yeah, it's, you look at the skill value, the face value of all of these players, even the bench of NewBee, and you're like, oh, this is pretty good.
Yep.
But something just doesn't quite connect.
Yeah, that was a problem when they had Cool as well. Cool was just performing well every day. But so I guess a good example is this game, where NewBee playing against a team like WE, who all of them can play well individually. The only real difference is, well, how does the team fight shake up? What was the situation, or at least the setup before that fight? And WE always seems to have the wards ready, always seems to have the setup, always have the next play in mind, and NewBee always seems to be the one catching up.
It is kind of the difference between these two teams, right? Because NewBee, they're missing something that doesn't quite connect, whereas WE, they have that something, that je ne sais pas. And as a result, not only have they gotten better as individual players, but their team play has also improved, making them one of the best teams in the league right now, which is why I think we're all excited to send them to Rift Rivals.
Yeah, we were really excited to see them going off to MSI and performing as well as they did there. Oh, here we go, though.
That's the package. Immediate exhaust, and Coco gets caught with the stun. Stand United as Coco takes a second Valk back. Let's Bounce carries him back forward. Shadow Dash, but Xie flashes around. He's low health, he's low mana, he's low chance of surviving as Coco finishes off 957 and Swift finishes off Xie. Meanwhile, bottom, Vasily perhaps bit off a bit too much more than he could chew.
It sounds like a Hollywood movie, caught in rotation. Vasily just couldn't get to the mid lane. He tried. Everyone was rotating there. That was where the fight was happening.
Yeah, it's actually a French drama, caught in rotation.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's a sad romantic tale.
Exactly.
This one was pretty sad. I don't know about romantic. He was alone on that one.
That's why it's a tragedy.
Ah, yes.
So let's check it out. Here's this. Oh, that's just a great play from Ben.
Mystic couldn't get over with the...
Oh, when he blast cones over the
He had to
cage.
blast cone because he couldn't catch the lantern at the same time. So it was just funny to see Karma just fly past and was like, oh, you're already dead. I'm coming into this fight. We're fine. Just a bit of a hazard. Collateral damage.
Absolutely, and now 11 minutes in, 2,000 gold lead for NewBee, about 1,600 really. And though we do see them with that 2-kill advantage, the lanes still fairly even all across the board. Junglers have been moving all over the place, but Swift was able to get a faster response to Xie mid on that package timing. We haven't seen any huge combat over neutral objectives, which I guess is the big difference between game 1 and 2 and this game number 3.
Yeah, this time around it's Ocean Dragon, which is not too bad, but it's definitely not something worth contesting like, for instance, the Earth Dragon and the Infernal Dragons that we have been getting in the previous games. So this time around, WE can just focus on the lanes. How are the lanes faring? How can we gank this lane, or do we have to counter gank a Swift gank? Because they just don't know where Swift is currently. Right now, they do have a ward to catch out if Zac was to path towards the bottom lane. There are 2 wards right now, one in the river, that's a control ward. The other one is just near the tri-bush in the bottom lane. So now they know where Swift is, and this is just proper warding from WE, just to catch him before he goes towards the bottom lane.
Even some more safe control wards to look for the invade. Looks like NewBee are trying to catch the blue buff. Ooh.
Okay.
And Ben says, how about you cash me outside? Instead, he tosses a hook to try to zone them away, but Kandi's the one who takes a lot of harass. Swift
I don't think they're expecting this.
starts charging up the slingshot, lets it go. As blue buff is now being contested. Teleport is ready for Sky. No Stand United from 957. As it's 4 versus 4 in the jungle. Swift dives into the back over the miasma. There's not enough follow-up. He tries to Let's Bounce, but gets cast. Flashes over the side. Mystic eats the Chains of Corruption as they split off once again into 2 fronts. Teleport coming in from 957, and it's canceled. Both of the top laners deny each other's teleport as Swift finally dies to Kandi and Xie. And now WE chase it forward. A lantern. Ben has got the flash hook. What lets them go instead as WE turn towards the dragon.
I don't know what Swift was thinking there. He definitely could have just gone for a soft advantage, forcing the smite on towards the blue buff so Cassio wouldn't get it. I mean, she still doesn't get it at the end of the day, but that would have just still been an advantage that they can be happy about and given the blue buff to Coco. But they decide to force a fight that they cannot follow. Swift had to immediately get out of there. And no, he was the casualty, so he's going to be regretting that one.
There's that communication we were talking about. Swift, is he facilitating his team or is he facilitating himself? Pad the KDA or pad the win-loss scoreline?
Ooh.
And it is... I make it sound like the two are mutually exclusive. It seems like with NewBee, sometimes that is the case.
Yeah, I mean, if you watch any previous NewBee games, it seems like he would have an amazing KDA.
Yeah.
It would just be played to the team plan at that point forward. But that's where you're mentioning the communication point to be so important, because what are the comms like? Because that was a well set up play coming in from NewBee where they tried to look for a flank, didn't work out. They suddenly you don't have E anymore if you're Zach. You just keep walking in. It's like, okay, there's a blue buff here. Let's take it. Let's focus onto this one. And then something changes along the way, whereas the decision should have been to just peel back towards Dragon, but it was just to go all in for this match.
Yeah. And now with that all done, we've got Rod of Ages finished for Xie. Mystic is getting closer to his Infinity Edge. And with Condi actually hanging out up top, it looks like NewBee are prepping for a dive. Sky's even using the Dominus. Starts tanking aggro. Swift is ready. Coco's got the package.
Yeah, they have to back away from this one now. That was a great ward to catch out Condi in the lane, so they knew that they can get something out of it with Coco coming along with them, but with how much time that was being spent, allowed for Xie to walk up as well.
Xie now back in the mid lane, pulls himself towards the tier 1, doesn't want to take any chances with a Zac and Corki package racing towards him. The bottom lane still on an island, Mystic and Ben going mono, E-mono, or I suppose duo, E-duo.
Ooh.
Is that still the correct participle in Spanish? Do you speak Spanish?
No, I do not.
Okay, well
I
then
listen
never
to
mind.
a lot of Spanish music, but that does not equate to the language itself.
Okay.
So no. I just listen to stuff I don't understand, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's how my life works.
Well, regardless, they continue to maintain presence on that bottom side of the map. We're still seeing WE set up a Christmas tree's worth of wards towards that bottom river to keep Xie and Mystic safe, prioritizing those lanes. I mean, Xie's hardly overextending past mid lane. As I say it, he's going to go in. I got a feeling.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
Is he?
Nah.
Right,
because
he's backing up.
Because they have so much consistent pressure here. You can see the line of wards right now coming in from WE that's just pathing straight towards. If Zac wants anything a part of this mid lane or anything about this bottom lane,
he's going to be seen.
Yeah, these 4 or 5 wards right now in the river and across. Yeah, he's already seen right now. They're so well placed, so Swift has no response, or at least if he's going to go towards it, Condi will have the time to come in and have at least a presence in the fight. So really well done from WE just to play it so well, play around Swift's path.
Right now, Condi's hanging out top, and we can actually see Coco heading up there as well. Sky again drops the Dominus, brings 957 low. We've actually not taken stock up there. It's a 33 CS lead for Sky, and he is a full level ahead.
Yeah, it's a good counter. Renekton should be able to do very well in this matchup. 957 just has to hold firm. Don't get the ward yet. There we go. He doesn't know still. But yeah, Renekton just, Shen has to stay firm in the lane, not lose too much. He still has his Shen ulti to be able to impact team fights and his taunts, of course. So he just wants to not die in the lane. It's an easy ask, hopefully. But you could see the Dominus was able to penetrate a lot of damage, get him pretty unsafe under tower. You can see Corki moving towards the lane for a potential dive. So 957 just had to get out of there. And because of that, first tower gold is going to be going over to Sky.
That was actually flash from Ben for even more distance. Condi finds Vasily. He's flayed back, and with no flash inside of the box, does not respect the range and gets punished because of it.
Yeah, I love how Condi just went for it. That's his proper timing on flash. But Vasily didn't have it, and they knew even though that Vasily had a good heads up, he was still not going to be able to get out of the max range cast.
WE now finish off the bottom tier 1 to answer for the top one, but that's teleport behind them. Sky is coming in. Just kidding.
Yep.
He goes home.
Good idea not to complete it. The trap was already down. Gragas was ready for the slow as well. He was not going to have a fun trip.
I would kill to know what the comms are. Go, 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 go.
No.
No? Okay. And then back to
it's almost
base.
as simple as that. Hopefully he was just looking to make the decision himself, because a lot of the times, like, you have a few top laners that you would criticize just TPing and not looking at the situation, completing the TP, and then just outright dying.
Yeah.
That's sometimes we give criticism towards Flandre, for instance.
Yeah,
but Sky recognizes not a good idea. Stay in the lane, especially since he's going up against Shen and he's having a proper lane matchup. There's no reason for him to squander it. So he should just keep up the pressure in the top lane.
And now that there is so much freedom for him to continue to try to bully 957 around, because he is up nearly 30 CS and he's completed that Black Cleaver, we do see the lane swap from WE to try to protect that weakness, though. 957's actually pressing forward as Mystic steps up. So that's a slice. Shadow Dash back. Sky looks to go in, but there's Coco turning around. Perhaps they predicted this play. They're turning, forcing the flash onto 957. He's chunked low. More even follows through.
Going for it.
And they're chasing it forward. Sky with the stun and Coco with the kill.
But they won't get out for free. Cassio's coming in through. We might see a larger fight.
Condi and Ben are there. The cask knocks Coco in. He's eating a headshot, but it's not quite enough. Swift zones away Ben and Shia, but the big shot from Mystic locks him down. Meanwhile, Chains of Corruption as Vasily follows through. Flay on the Swift denies his engagement with the elastic slingshot. 2 for 1, but is that going to be it?
Yeah, it should be, unless if they get him pick off more. Moore's not going to allow that. So great fight from NewBee. It was a good response from WE. They had Cassio coming in, albeit pretty late. But NewBee, they recognized what play was coming through. That WE was trying to swap lanes, and it was just a great rotation from Coco to be able to dissolve that entirely.
With Ben zoning on the side, Vasily's forced to use that piercing arrow to clear the wave. Heck, even Shie is still sitting in River. And now, with the recently deceased Rift Herald fading away into the Rift, no longer on the Rift, but forever in our hearts, the map is going to change. Here's that fight, though, once again.
All right, so this was pretty easy. They're already there. Coco makes the rotation along with him. And this is great from WE to just pick out a target. Coco walks in for an extra auto. Why are you doing that? That's a big question mark that he's not going to give an immediate answer to. And it was just a great combination from Mystic to solidify the kill. And they just walked this one out. It's great for them to get an answer onto Condi, but from that point forward, just move on out of there.
Very confident play from Mystic. Frosco's a huge fan of Mystic's Caitlyn because he's able to weave those headshots in so seamlessly, it seems like sometimes. And now that he's finished off that Infinity Edge, he's got a zeal for even more crit. It creates an even more scary situation if you step onto a trap, if you're hit by the 90 caliber net.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are a big fan of his Caitlyn, or at least I guess every single time he has a pick, a new pick, like a Jhin pick. You're like, oh, Mystic's Jhin. You start to realize, well, I think he's a pretty good AD carry.
I'm just
I think he's like, I think he's good on every champion he seems to play.
That's actually a really good point.
Like, oh, his Ezreal, wait a minute. You're like...
What AD carries are he bad at?
Yeah, I don't think...
He's got Kog'Maw, Ezreal. Can he play Twitch? Callista?
That's a good question.
Because Callista's actually pretty decent.
It is all good. This guy is just a great player. So that's one of those... I guess that solves that question. But Mystic, yeah, a big question. I mean, a big point about how he plays Caitlyn is his trap placements. Yeah. In team fights, he's able to have proper trap placements that even if you dodge out on it, that just gives him extra time to kite back. And so a lot of times you have to think of, like, if you're a Renekton in this instance, you want to be able to get right on top of him. Well, you're going to have to a very long trek because he's putting traps in every short, efficient pathing that you can go towards. Apparently, it's not as easy as you think it is.
Yeah. And to continue on with that, like, some of the times where we've seen WE suffer their worst... Ooh.
Where was that cue going?
Nobody saw that.
Maybe he's not... I'm questioning everything. I want to see another champion.
He was dancing under turrets in game number 1. He's having a good time either way. But again, to get back to that, some of the times where we've seen WE suffer their biggest defeats when Mystic is on Caitlyn is when he doesn't get the opportunity to set up those traps. I think it was against WE versus Aimee, where Aimee took a huge late game fight, penned in onto Mystic before he could set up a trap line, and they were able to win that massive fight. But now WE, they seem to have realized that they're playing around it right now. Sieging forward, Swift goes in, gets played right back out. Stretching Strikes finds the tank, says that's a lot of damage. They managed to get the kill onto Ben, but Mystic and Shie are in the back. They're still full health. Even if the tank line is dying, 957 falls. It's 2 versus 5 as NewBee are winning, chasing forward. Flash from Shie to safety.
That was well played. And here's the thing. You already mentioned it. You're going into this one saying that, oh, if Mystic doesn't get the setup properly, well, he's going to follow through. Well, guess what? Swift just jumps right on in. And even though he gets played out, that suddenly Mystic could not apply any bit of damage. Sky TP's in, and even though technically he did nothing, he zoned away the carry, and now it's going to be turning into a Baron situation.
They're taking a lot of damage from the Baron. Shie races forward, stun onto Mystic. That's Baron picked up, but they are fish in a barrel. They chase forward. Mystic is caught. The shield onto Swift, and Shie goes down. Baron picked up by NewBee. as Vasily dies to the poison.
He takes a whiff of the poison. But you know what? That's a great play from NewBee. It's so scary when a Cassiopeia and a Caitlyn walks up towards you. Like, how are we going to play this one? Do we go towards the Baron?
Do we leave?
Do we fight them? They take the Baron. They get the kills. And now NewBee are well and truly ahead of the game.
It's 3,000 gold lead for NewBee. 3.5, working to increase it even more. 10 seconds before Vasily and Sky make their way back up after that chaotic fight, which I'm sure we're going to get to see again. Here it is.
Yep, this time around, game 3, you have the CC. Sure, Swift gets swept away with the Flay, but he's still able to take Condi and 957, zone them away from the team. Sky says, CA, Mystic, where are you going? You're not touching anyone. And so that's just an outright 2-for-0. And then so NewBee are able to take the win off that fight.
And just like that, 24 minutes into the game, it's NewBee in the lead against the best team in Group A. The winners of Spring Split. They're trying to force a fight, looking for a pick onto Coco before they can set up in lanes. Ben dies. He carries Condi into the back line as 957 retreats, and Swift, his elastic slingshots may not have been great, but his let's bounces are phenomenal. He knows when to ditch a joint.
Yep, and you could tell how bad this is going to be for WE. They got the best pick they could possibly get. Coco 3-1-8, I guess he is now, where they put the Shen ulti on top of the Thresh, and they just went in, and he was able to kite it on back. Sky!
Oh, dives forward, flashes aggressively on the 957, and they turn onto the second Tier 2 turret. Continuing to push forward. Again, it's Xie and Mystic trying to hold down the fort. The two carries. Swift goes in. He doesn't have the last bounce, but he does have the stretching strikes. Zoning Xie back, but the minion wave was cleared out. Yeah, so they back up and catch the next one.
They might want to back away. Vasily took 2 tower shots on that one, so he was suddenly the tank because Swift dove incredibly far deep.
Yeah.
So either way, you move it on back, head back to base, buy your items. And you know why? I'm going to hit this as a small point. You know why Coco is my favorite?
Why is Coco your favorite Corki?
Guess what was his second item?
Did he go RFC?
Yeah, he went rapid fire.
Of course he did.
That's all. That's the only thing you need to please Raz. That's all. That's all you need. That's it. You're gonna be building both of them anyways. But it's the first one that counts.
Yeah. And Swift, you can see he's grouped up in the mid lane with his team. They've still got that Baron buff. I mean, this guy is the best bouncer you could ask for. When he says it's closing time, let's bounce, he picks up the whole team and carries them into the back line. And now, with the package ready, with Baron buff still on them for another 40 seconds, it seems like NewBee are just going to take it slow and reclaim control over the map in all of the chaos.
Yeah. What's great about this composition that NewBee has is that they have a pretty strong 1-3-1. Now, they might not use it for that case, especially now since Sky does not have TP, so he's going to be looking to play along with the team.
Oh, they find a pick onto more. He hunts for vision. Look at the control wards.
Yep, that's control, my friend.
Do you think they know that we've got any vision?
That is so much control right there. 4, 8, 12. That's 12 auto attacks.
Oh, yeah.
That's it.
There's no way.
You can't do it. You don't have 12 autos. You need 3 gens.
You need to bring the whole time. Yeah,
you need every
the whole
gen
team.
you can get.
Whole lot of time and the whole team to clear out that brush.
Yeah,
that is the safest brush I have ever seen.
Yeah, that's the safe zone right there.
But at the very least, WE with that pick, with that vision, 225 gold to pick up a kill. So in turn, it's a 300 gold bonus for them, and they stall out that Baron push in the top lane. So NewBee, they take the table scraps, Cloud Dragon.
So stalling it out was the biggest important part. And sure, the gold, it just means that they're going to be on the map more. Condi going to be able to get a lot more jungle farm, so he's going to be a lot tankier. Already has the Glacial Shroud. I was wondering where that was, but I guess you have to worry about the AP damage from Corki. So now that Condi has the time to build up some tank items, CA and Mystic able to farm, and that was all just because of that one pick that stopped the siege coming through from NewBee.
And things are getting a lot spicier in this game. Swift fires through as they finally clear out some more of the wards, but you know what bush they didn't check?
Oh, which one?
The triple control wards.
Oh, it's a double control
ward.
It's
now down to double. One of them has been replaced, yeah.
It's unfortunate.
It's over on blue buff, I see.
Okay. That being said, it's going to be worse for WE now. You thought it was going to be better because of that, how much time they were able to push them out. Even though NewBee does not have the Baron anymore, they have TP on Sky. Sky's going to be able to push them out. They don't have to push any more vision until a second person has to deal with Renekton on the bottom lane. So a lot of focus now shifts towards Sky and how many waves he has to push forward, how much damage he's doing to tower, how much damage he's doing to 957, and if the rest of WE are going to be looking to save him.
We're going to have to find out because now things slow down. The map's reset. We can see WE taking a very defensive position. They've got that Cassiopeia. They've got Caitlyn, so they can set up and defend. But they have to have the vision to see these rotations coming so they can prepare themselves for the inevitable push.
Yeah, here's the thing about that, because that would have been the play. Now the play, someone's called an audible, the proper one, because a minute 15 till the next Baron, and even after that, the next Dragon's going to be Infernal. So a lot of these neutral objectives are going to be pulling the pressure away from these towers, and it does mean that WE suddenly has to poke their heads out of the vision control that they currently have. Even though they have such a beautiful bush that has about 2 control wards, they have to replace them because they have to push them a little further down.
So normally I always end up asking the analysts.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah. I always end up asking the analysts, where do they draw the line? That bush.
That
is
bush.
where they draw the line. There is
line
no passing from... you are not allowed to walk past this line, even moving the control ward to the other side of red as
They've
Swift
got it.
leaps in. He's crossed the line.
They've got it.
And there is no punishment because WE, they've all backed up. 957 is sitting bottom. He's 2 levels behind Sky. And though the trap line is prepared, though Static Shiv is doing damage to the minions, Lantern pulls him back, and NewBee, they get a few hits and back away. Like you said, just playing around this Baron timer.
You know who Swift was in that exact moment he cleared out that control ward? He was the demon with the whip that took down Gandalf.
The Balrog?
Yeah, he's passing.
You shot. He didn't actually end up passing.
He didn't pass.
He fell down.
He took who mattered.
And then he pulled him in.
He took the only one who mattered. And somehow he survived that. Spoiler alert. But
in case you've never heard of Lord of the Rings,
if you're new to the series,
it turns out that
suddenly he turned, or at least his wardrobe.
Things change as WE move in, look for vision. They're trying to find some semblance of wards towards this Baron. Like you said, they have to push past the line, past the Balrog, towards that Baron.
Now, in WE's defense, it's not as hard as walking towards a team that has an Ashe. The NewBee have to work a little harder for this pick. Vasily does have his ulti, which is the most missed ulti, of course, in any game. The Varus ult.
Well, he's been pretty good.
He's been pretty good.
The flash chains of corruption. He doesn't have to use it for engage this game, which is, I think, a significant benefit over game number 2. Top's actually completely undefended. Coco finishes it off. Petrifying Gaze plus Miasma for a bit of slow, a little bit of damage. Swift actually follows through to escort him to safety.
Okay. So what this means now, of course, that's an extra wave you can push top for someone has to answer it, which makes Baron a little easier to take. But I'm going to be looking towards Swift and making these fights happen. It's going to be in a corridor, which you would never want to fight going up against Cassiopeia. It's definitely hard. It's going to make it easier for WE to kite it on back with, of course, Ben putting down his ulti. It's going to be hard. You're going to get slowed, and suddenly there's a lot of traps in front of you. How are you going to get diving past them? So I would want Swift to not go for that fight. I'm going to be honest.
Well, right now it seems like they're trying to prioritize around that Baron. They're still just playing this patient game.
Yeah. So I think the best thing they can do with how Gragas has to play up with his Q just to get any form of vision, if they can chunk Condi. It doesn't have to kill him. Just chunk him down so you can go towards the Baron. And if they try and smite steal it, you can go for the fight and you can wipe them without having to go for the the Baron itself.
Okay.
Oh, they already got
stretching
him.
Strikes, pull him back to the ward. He body slams to safety, even had the Dark Passage, but that was already a little bit of harass, and you can see how tanky Condi is starting to get.
Yeah, that wasn't exactly what they were looking for, though. It was a good idea, but they couldn't get the chunk.
Look at the headshot.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
1,600 damage. Static Shiv, rapid fire cannon.
Woo! Yeah, and the Lord's down in regard, so that's a lot of damage on Caitlyn. If there's one person who's going to be carrying WE through these fights, it's going to be the Caitlyn.
Oh, but they've turned on to the Baron after the blue trinket is used. Ben steps in, gets a ward over the wall.
He's going to try and steal
Condi
it.
shows up, son of Baron. He's ready. He's literally sitting on it. Stand
16.
United. Swift is going to try to get there, but it's picked up by Coco. Redemption as well. Teleport on. That Sky diving into the back line. He looks for Mystic and finds the whole team as they group up. They manage to get the kill onto Condi. 957 in the front line, but Shie tagged onto Mystic. The double kill. The triple kill, soon to be even more, as that is going to be a denied quadra. But the ace onto Team WE and NewBee, 5-man strong, race towards the Nexus.
They already have the wave in the top lane. You have to believe that's going to be the game. NewBee played that so well, and if you could see the positioning on Vasily and Coco, they did not care what was flying past them. They just walked up and dealt so much DPS. This is the game. This is the series for NewBee.
And they turn onto the turrets to crumble it down. WE sit heads in their hands as it is broken. And as you said, Raz, it is broken. NewBee have done it. The new lineup goes 2-0 in their first weekend here in Cross Conference. And ladies and gentlemen, you can't see it right now, but Raz, he's doing a little dance.
Oh.
He's making a little love. He's getting down tonight.
Oh, I know Rusty sees this. I'm looking at him right now. But just, it's not about me. It's about NewBee.
Are you sure?
It's all about NewBee.
You're kind of making it about
It's
you.
about NewBee.
Okay.
I assure you. They're able to take down WE. The only team that's done this before is Snake. And now that might not seem special. You're like, oh, well, it's Snake. But that's the second team to have done this. And WE was trying to get this set. Just nail it down in the coffin. So they can move on to Rift Rivals and not have to worry about any extra pressure. Well, guess what? Pressure's on.
It certainly is. Hopefully someone here to help take a little bit of the pressure off is Zach.
No, the pressure's on is him as well.
What did we just witness?
All right, Mr. I'm an unbiased caster, but suddenly NewBee wins. Oh, I'm back on a hype train. Where'd that come from?
I am incredibly biased.
You can't lie. You can't get through me, Raz.
The pendulum of emotions of Raz finally shows through.
Actually danced. I hope that we have a recording of that for a GIF somewhere after this show. That was good from NewBee once again. I was never going to come into this and say WE with momentum, clean victory. I was still going to say it was going to be a hard best of 3 to win for either of these teams in Game 3. Slight advantages, however, as a Zach existed.
Yep.
So that kind of tips the balance just a little bit.
And allows the two people who are in front of you a lot of space, a lot of time. Vasily performed incredibly well in this set. And so, of course, we have to talk about the Zach. It has to happen. Every single time a Zach gets through and is able to provide that much punishment, provide instant access to the backline, we have to talk about it. So tell me, why?
The thing that I don't like about how people play against Zach is that you can get rid of the E now. You can dodge the elastic slingshot. You can block him. You've got all the spells in the world to prevent that from happening. But he just presses Q and is a broken champion anyway. So it doesn't matter what you use to block him. Flay him out. He'll just throw his Q and then auto attack you, pull you together, and ult you towards his team anyway.
Yeah.
Zach is broken, and WE pay the iron price for letting it go through.
Yeah, I mean, we saw teams try and play against it. We've tried to see them play Nidalee against it. So, like, well, Elise against it, try to pressure him early so he doesn't get into that point of the game. WE just tried to scale up against it.
Now, LPL teams are notorious for practicing on stage, and I think leaving Zach open is inexcusable in most situations, and again, I'm willing to give the smallest of excuses to WE because they're probably doing what everyone does in the LPL, and that's practicing on stage before an international. But at the same time, it just lost them a set against WE. This affects their standings directly, and this is super important for them when in their group is EDG. You want to finish first, so you don't have to play against first in the other group in a semi-final. Like, that is so crucial to you, and WE are letting that slip.
Yeah, well, now that brings them to 5-2 in the standings, as they are now actually at a 1-point deficit, which, if I've done my math correctly, ties them in points with Dan Gaming, who are still ahead of Team EDG. So perhaps we could be getting some spiciness in Group A by the time cross-conference finally finishes out.
Yep. I mean, Dan and IG right now 4-3, I believe. They're going to be, hopefully they have the extra set to maybe go up against, of course, WE. Maybe try and upset them and get, rebalance Group A. That's going to be fun.
I think, actually, Rusty, you mentioned it a little bit earlier, the fact that EDG have only got one set this weekend. So there's still plenty of room for them to try to race back up. But again, eyes back on WE. This was not as confident a showing as I think we wanted from a team we're about to send to an international event. They had some things that looked good, but there were also some holes.
Yeah, my takeaway is this wasn't a bad set from WE. This was a very good set from NewBee. They look so much better, having replaced 4 members of their team. Believe it or not, it's like they're a new team. And WE, whilst they still show good moments, NewBee showed good moments. WE also showed a lot more negative moments where they were capitalized on. And I think a lot of this, for Game 3 in particular, does stem through the draft. That's why I mentioned Zach so heavily at the start of this, is obviously you don't want to let that through. But at the same time, NewBee took away the Corki, they took away the Karma, they prioritized getting rid of Shie's 2 most comfortable champions. They put him on Cassiopeia appear, and in a lot of fights, he ran out of mana. He wasn't actually able to consolidate, follow through these team compositions. The way they executed team fights was so heavily in disarray because the Zac disrupts them. And it proves that there are very definite weaknesses to a team like WE, whilst there are strengths. And to me, when you look at that, it's chaos. They're a team that is very good at dealing with chaos for the most part, but if you throw them into a chaos situation, not let them choose it, then they look really weak.
Raz, what's your take on that?
Yeah, and I think what's worrying is that there were moments where they were sieging up into a mid tower, and they should have expected those points of chaos. They're a team that they have proper control wards in, let's say, every flank position, because they're able to deal with flanks incredibly well. This was a moment where they just didn't deal with the flank.
Yeah.
They just didn't think the Zac would come in, and even if they did, they didn't plan properly for it. So definitely that's a clear weakness for WE, where maybe you can suddenly flank them.
Yeah.
You couldn't do it last split, but this time around, it's definitely something that they're not really prepared for.
But I guess even to contrast that, though, the Zac, for Swift in particular, Swift as a jungler in this series looked very confident. I nailed that, by the way, accidentally.
There we go.
In that he has a team that will collapse with him, that he can then trust if he goes in and he engages, they'll follow him. And for me, a lot of that is having Coco now with the roster. But Vasily and Moore also show that they're very good at communicating with him. They've played together for a while, Moore at least has. And Moore and Vasily have then played together for a while, so it's a very natural bridge for them all to work as a cohesive team, even for someone that's only played on stage for 1 week.
Yeah, and that's what's incredibly... One thing that's surprising for me is the fact that the support changed. Moore and P. Diddy, now known as Crisp. Now, the last split, we knew that Moore was the better support in the fact that he was a better engager. The team has said that they're more comfortable with having him on the lineup. And so it took them this long to finally put them in the actual team along with Vasily, and it seems like it really performed well.
The difference between Crisp now, of course, P. Diddy, I'm going to get so confused trying to say that, Crisp, and Moore is that Moore was legitimately just feeding. Like, he's a good communicator. He works well with the team, but he was actually just intentionally feeding for about 4 weeks. And finally has obviously worked it out, whatever it was. And I do feel like a big part of that was just playing with Vasily, duoing, being a really good duo. Because when Happy and Moore looked their best, they were named TNT and TCT.
I remember that.
All they did was duo. They sat next to each other in the house. They played League of Legends only as a duo. And then they suddenly looked like one of the best duos in the league.
Yeah, to continue on with that thread, though, sometimes it seems like the biggest weakness that we see from NewBee is when they look a little bit pulled apart from each other. When you've got Vasily and Moore and then Swift and Coco over here. When they mash together, it's a great big old ball of fun, but when they're split, some of those chaotic fights do not always work out for them.
Yeah, which kind of harkens on to the point Rusty went towards, which was the fact that they are now really plugging into Swift and now making it Swift's ballpark, where this ball game is definitely really working for them. For the longest time, we were asking for Swift to play towards his lanes. We kind of saw that in game 3 and 1, just a little bit with the Gragas and the Zac pick. But even then, when he looked towards invades, when he looked to pressure up, he still had Coco to walk towards him in the Raptor camp early on in this game, and Sky does that quite frequently as well.
And you'd say a lot of this also for WE just compounded from making mistakes. They committed to an early dive bottom, which let Swift engage, and if the dive worked or the gank worked, maybe they had extra gold on Mystic, they can then protect their Caitlyn to the ends of the earth, just dodge the Zac and win the game. But because they expend all those resources, it isn't successful. Suddenly, the other side of the map then gets an opportunity for NewBee to invade, be aggressive, try and get leads.
And those mistakes, as you said, did end up costing WE in the long run as they end up dropping this series here. But again, we're going to see them in a few days in Rift Rivals. What's the final thoughts? What are the verdicts on WE? Are we still looking forward to their play?
Still definitely looking forward to their play. I believe the schedule pits them against SKT, so
great.
You'll be getting what you're given in that case.
Great.
I have a lot of hopes for WE, but they're not high hopes because they're against SKT. You have to be a realist in situations like that, but I do still think they're a good side. I wouldn't take this set as the be-all, end-all judgment of their ability to play the game.
Yeah, and if they're just experimenting, if they're showcasing some picks, like still going for the Shen, Caitlyn, Cassio, even in situations going up against the Zac, that's something that they're definitely going to be looking towards showcasing on Rift Rivals, maybe just seeing what works and what doesn't. We saw last split that they went towards putting 957 on more carries, so they definitely realized in scrim sets and in some of the games in the regular season that they can shift their play. And maybe we might see a different play coming into Rift Rivals.
And remember what we said at the start of the show as well. They're not necessarily going to come into this and spend 100% of this week preparing for their opponent's WE. The same thing applies for the next set that we're going to be watching, in that maybe they aren't preparing for themselves. They're all preparing for their Korean and LMS counterparts that they're going to be playing against. Because if you're against SKT, if I was WE, I would not be preparing for NewBee. I'd be looking at SKT and saying, I'm going to watch their VODs.
Yeah,
I'm going to prepare for them.
Doing some research on those teams. And again, this is Rift Rivals happening in just a few days. The hope, though, is that this is an excuse that we can give to WE just this once.
I feel like we can only give them excuses.
The big title, the reason that we were celebrating Team WE was that they were the most consistent team in the LPL.
Yeah.
They are starting to falter a little bit.
Yeah, last week was looking great for them, but then we're, of course, seeing a different WE this week. It just feels like week to week, even in the week they had Snake, where it's just like, well, this is a great WE, this is what we expect, or this is maybe not the best WE, this is a bit shaky. It's going to be a big question of what we do see in Rift Rivals. I do think that we will see the best. They will have their 100%. Of course, they still had to fly to the actual event itself, so we'll have to see if they're coming in awake and ready to play.
I mean, I said that about WE when they played against EDG, and everyone was tipping EDG, and I said, no, you don't understand. WE care about this game, and they're preparing for this game, and suddenly they're able to beat them, right? So you have to keep that in mind throughout.
Well, yeah, we'll have to see how they end up performing. Again, we've got that match coming up in just a few between RNG and EDG. But now let's finally talk towards our verdict for NewBee. Again, this was an opportunity to sort of check in with them. They've brought in the 4 new players. They're looking good, but there are still a few holes that need to be patched in this live draft before you want to take it down the rapids.
What do you think about V versus Sky? This is my question, because I'm, of course, bit of a Sky fanatic, right? And I think that V was playing very well for the team, like consistently. And some question would be, what is the new top laner in the league with Duke not playing so well? But why? Like, do you think individually in the lane that V's playing, like Sky's playing better?
It can't be individually for the lane, right? Because that was what NewBee were doing with V. They were putting more emphasis and more focus on supporting him and letting him carry. I think that Sky has shown a more selfless nature, in that he'll win lane, sure, if that's what it takes. He is a good laner. Obviously, he's a good mechanical player. But V never teleported at the right times. He never grouped and rotated at the right times. He was focused on winning his lane. He'd pick Fiora for that purpose. Whereas, like, yes, he could play the Jarvan, but he's a Trundle player at heart, where Sky is able to do the Jarvan play and be a big part of his team's success.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, well, we'll have to check in on their performance, of course, next week, or NewBee in 2 weeks. But up next, we've actually got our definitely not match of the week. RNG are about to take on EDG. You better prepare yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to get spicy.
Yeah. Woo. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up louder. Nah, I'm not new in this biz. I shine bright in the dark like luminescence. You're not a failure at all if the shoe doesn't fit. It means the picture was bigger than you did expect. Never give up, keep it going till you get a check. Dude, my game's so lucrative. But it's all about real hip-hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing changed, fam. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know by now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up louder. Killin' with a sound, yeah, killin' with a sound. Made the beats go bang when you see me in the town. Made the speakers go numb till they bust. Getting the party crushed. People moving around like they're rushing. Yeah, tunes in the make, yeah, I'm on it. I'm living in the beat.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our Definitely Not Match of the Week. It's RNG versus EDG, the Clash of Titans, the exhibition before Rift Rivals in just a few days. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are excited and prepared. Because I certainly am, and I really hope my analysts are too. Are you guys? Is it just me?
I can tell you are. You went full boxing introduction.
Yeah.
We almost had a let's get ready to rumble before we started talking about the game here. I mean, it is exciting. I can't argue that.
Yeah. So I was talking to you a little bit before the show. I wanted to ask for your analysis, and your analysis was, it's going to be a good game.
I mean, my analysis for the whole day was, today's going to be great.
Yeah.
If you ask me anything about today's games, I said this before. I said today is going to be great. There's no such thing as a bad match here. EDG against RNG. Set 2 of the night. Set 1 already delivered. So hopefully that momentum continues through.
Yeah.
And for me, it gave me a lot of questions going into the week because I was like, EDG versus RNG, that could either be a smash for EDG or it could be really a real tight set. Now, RNG going up against Dan Gaming really did shatter a lot of those expectations. So now this set is going to be really hostile. And you got to ask yourself, well, is WE the only team going to be upset going into this one? I mean, either way, going into Rift Rivals, either team's going to be upset. Sure, EDG have a better I was about to say EDG has a better standing. No, they don't. RNG has a lot of wins. But EDG is expected to take this win, and it seems like if RNG take this, it looks a little better for them going into
They at least
Rift
come in favorites,
Yeah.
right? EDG come in favorites.
Yeah.
But we even mentioned this, right? From Monday onwards, when we looked at the schedule, we're like, this could be match of the week. We gave it to Dan versus OMG because, quite simply, we didn't know what RNG was going to show up. They brought back Let Me, though. MLXG comes back as well, and suddenly the whole team actually just looked a lot better and closer to the RNG that we want to see and the RNG we want to send to Rift Rivals. So this is that positive move now. They get to play against the better, perhaps best team even, maybe in this whole region, in the clash where neither team wants to lose because it's the matchup of the best teams.
Yeah, and I think by the end of the day, at least I want to get to this conversation a little bit later, it creates an interesting question of who is the best team in the region. I think we saw WE drop a game a little bit earlier. We saw OMG continue their streak. Now we've got RNG versus EDG, and with these 4 teams moving into Rift Rivals, I want you to think on it. Simmer, take your time. Or unless you have an answer now. You gave me...
Well, the answer is I don't have an answer based off last set.
Okay.
So I was going to say it's probably WE uncontested. OMG still look good, and we yet to see them play against other teams. So like that's the kind of question where until they've all played each other in cross-conference, there is no answer. And this is kind of like set 1 of defining that.
Yeah. All right.
It's definitely a hard fact truth where you'd say that WE going into this was definitely a cleaner team up until this week. EDG you would expect them to play well consistently. They have had very strong sets, except for instance the dance set, which we're never gonna let. That's never gonna be let go.
Never let it down.
It's never gonna happen. But yeah, since that point they've been firing off. Their laning phase has been incredibly strong in the bottom lane, and then the top side of the map, Mouse and Clear Love have been playing very well. I guess a big unfortunate question now. Who's in their top? Mr. Russ. Who's there? Who?
Certain brand of top laner that isn't Mouse.
Oh. Is it a vehicle? Is it something? Is it a Jeep?
No, he's not a G.
Okay.
Beep, beep, it's Audi in the top lane.
All right. That was a good answer.
So we've got Audi, Clearlove. We're going to be getting to the rosters, of course, later. But again, speaking to these different top laners, Let Me coming in looking very strong. Can Audi come in and do the same thing? Because Mouse has been playing up as well.
I mean, we have to highlight top laners here because it's Let Me against Audi, and that's before we even look at the rosters as a whole.
Yeah.
Audi did not look good. Let Me looked fantastic. And that's the kind of form Let Me left the team in, and he's come back and he's looked fantastic still. Audi's come into the team almost like as a threat, perhaps, for Mouse. EDG have always, through their organization, churned through top laners. They've had a really hard time settling on one, and it looked like Mouse had started to come into his own, garner that experience, and start to flesh himself out as a strong, well-rounded top laner.
Well, their one top laner that they had for so long is now on the other side.
Yeah.
Koro jumped ship, and he's playing for RNG.
That's why it seems like even this is when you look towards the bench of the top laners, and you're like, well, suddenly this set could go pretty deep because immediately you have a top lane of Audi and Let Me. That's who they're going to start off with, and Let Me looked pretty well when we last saw him.
Oh, but we want game 2.
That's true, because Koro had a pretty solid set or split thus far when he came in for Let Me. So when we get into game 2, we might see Mouse and Koro, but for now we're going to have Audi in the top lane, Clearlove in the jungle, Scout coming in the mid lane, and Zet and Mako at the bottom lane.
You can hear the excitement coming from Raz. I like it. Audi, I mean, he's a young gun. He's an aggressive player, but he's got Clearlove with him this time, so maybe that's the difference.
He's going to have to take on RNG with Let Me, MLXG, Xiaohu, Y4, and Ming.
Now, they don't have Uzi just yet. We always have to give a bit of a medical touch-up. Say, wait a minute, this time do they have Uzi? No, they don't.
I'm still injured.
A
This
medical
not happen. Yeah.
touch-up?
He's
All
injured.
right. Okay. Yeah.
They're not healed up just yet.
Okay.
Now, it's not too big of an injury because Y4 is still a good AD carry,
Yeah.
and they played around him quite well. So this week, they've done really well, but let's see if they can translate into this game in EDG.
I think the one big note for Y4 in particular is that his Callista is fantastic, and in the last week, perhaps week and a half of play, him individually has actually cropped up and been very strong with his team, working with the shot caller next to him of Ming. I'm actually very impressed with Y4 in how over the weeks he has improved.
Well, his opponent in that bottom lane is going to be Zet and Mako, two very talented shot callers of their own. And when you pair that up with the jungler in this jungle and support meta, you have to raise a few questions because MLXG, he has some up and down days, or excuse me, he has some up days and he has some down days.
There's very down days.
Yes.
Very down days. On the flip side, though, Mako, just to come back to that point as well, is the best support in the league. I don't think anyone can dispute that fact.
Yep.
EDG's support player is the heart and soul now of this team with Clearlove, and those two working together is always going to be the defining factor in any matchup, particularly against against RNG rather, because you're right, their strengths kind of do match up.
That's why it looks like every single time you touch on a matchup here, you always get some gold. Because Ming versus Mako could make for something such like a glorious bottom lane fight. So I'd really love to see something in the bottom lane. As I say that, I guess we kind of look towards the jungle of Clearlove versus MLXG. It's nice to see MLXG performing really well.
Yes. I guess then to continue on with that, which of these lanes are you looking forward to? Because, like you said, there are so many juicy points that we can get into.
Really depends on where you want to start, right?
Okay.
When I look at
all of them, then?
When I look at RNG, I would want to start with Let Me, and I'd want to start with top lane simply because of the matchup that he's in, where you'd be looking at Audi and saying maybe that's the weakness, where Let Me is a strength. But I always, as a former mid laner, will always gravitate towards mid laners and supports as my two favorite roles to look at. Support's obviously higher priority in the meta. So I would be looking at Mako against Ming as the shot callers, and what can they really get done for their team? Can they be unlocked, and what are the picks?
Yeah, I actually really echo the point, specifically the mid lane, because Xiaohu has remained incredibly strong for RNG, even with the roster swap-ups. Meanwhile, Scout has just been an incredible player for the team, really a heart and soul. And for EDG, they've had a lot of question marks up until recently where they've solidified with Mouse and Clearlove in the top side of the map. But Scout has been a consistent carry that they really expect to play much better than the opposing mid laner.
Well, we'll have to see if he actually can do that. Raz, it looks like we're ready to get in picks and bans. Who have you got for this series?
Ooh, I have EDG taking this set. It is a difficult one to call, but I think that they can do it, especially starting from the bottom lane with Zet and Mako.
Yeah, we'll see if they can pull it together as we are now in picks and bans. Raz.
Picks in the Baron pit.
Thank you so much for your analysis. He'll be joining us afterwards to break down the series. As RNG find themselves on red, EDG on blue. We've already got 3 bans out for EDG. and a third on the way for their opponents.
Yeah, 2 standard bans from RNG, obviously being on the red side first. EDG on blue can target ban to their heart's content. Remember that Caitlyn is still going to be up, and we'll see if both of these teams, or EDG in particular, have a priority towards that, because with the last ban of RNG, perhaps it's Ashe instead.
Ooh, very well could be, because that's Tahm Kench banned away. And EDG now moving forward. With Caitlyn still open, with Ashe still on the table, they decide to prioritize Clear Love right away. Elise locked in.
And not a bad choice by any means, of course, giving him the early aggressive jungler with hard committed crowd control. Renekton not going to be seen. So in terms of the lanes he's going to gank, he still has options there. You're not going to see the immediate I'm an Elise with a Renekton combo top lane camp type of style here. So Elise, well-rounded enough, you can first pick it, but you leave open options to RNG here by prioritizing your jungle, and it's not like Elise is the only remaining jungler left in the mix.
MLXG has a huge champion pool that he can play in the jungle. Even if he has been suffering a little bit lately, now's the time for him to take it completely serious. And what better way to do that than with the blind monk all over the place. That Kalista also has been locked in for Y4. You mentioned it a little bit earlier. So RNG, they've got their priorities set straight. And EDG look to answer.
And you'd be expecting probably Caitlyn Braum, unless they have Rakan or someone else as a higher priority. There you go. It doesn't seem to be the Braum. The reason I say Braum is because Kalista pairs up well with it. Thresh has already gone, taken off the table, and that's where I'd be looking towards if I was RNG.
We've actually got the blind pick Camille for Audi. You mentioned that it's not quite the Braum. Not seeing any supports just yet, so now it's time for RNG to either set pace and force EDG to follow by picking something different, which they're going to do because they decide not to match top lane.
There is
Talia.
Yeah, very curious pick bans so far. RNG, they've locked in their mid laner. That may indicate they want to ban mid laners away from Scout, get rid of the LeBlancs and stuff off Summoner's Rift. But EDG on their side have picked Camille, they've locked in top lane, and RNG do not respond. So that's probably where they're going to look towards with their bans, unless there crops up a higher priority towards a support position or something of the likes where that lane is yet to be fully fleshed out.
Yeah, we're still looking for Scout's pick in the mid lane. He will get the luxury of counter picking, and we're still looking for the support for Mako with Tahm Kench taken off and Thresh as well stricken from the board. There are a lot of support champions that he can still decide to go towards. That Braum you already mentioned. But RNG, they've got one more ban. They're going to continue to target ban away Scout in the mid lane, so heavily prioritizing a lot of mobility on their team.
But the Cassiopeia ban with the LeBlanc ban is super curious to me, taking away... I wouldn't say the Cassiopeia outright destroys Talia. It's a control champion to protect the AD carry is where Cass would excel with the current composition. RNG, they might be prioritizing something that has really good dive now to compensate. The Jarvans, if it's still available, is still going to be the next natural step.
EDG, ban away the support, the Rakan taken off. So perhaps preempting that dive a little bit more, perhaps edging RNG towards that Jarvan top for Let Me. But that would be Jarvan into Camille because they do see Audi's pick already. There's still a plethora of veritable ocean of picks to go for. He decides to take the Cantankerous Cavalier instead.
Yeah, lock himself Kled, of course. No surprises here from the side of EDG as to what their support champion's going to be. The question for me is what remains in the middle lane? What is the most important thing for them? It's going to be a counter if they would like to counter, or it's just going to be a standard mid lane option. And Kled instead of the Jarvan, something a bit less committal and countered perhaps by the Camille, not just through laning phase, but through team fighting. You can prevent Jarvan from engaging by using the Camille ultimate on him and locking him in place.
Very interesting combination. We'll have to keep tabs on that matchup as EDG prioritized it rather early on. But Corki is the final pick now for Scout. Pretty moderate lane control, can do well to match the shove and mobility of that Talia as Ming locks in Blitzcrank.
So he's looked at the bottom lane, he said, okay, it's a Caitlyn and it's a Braum. Now Braum's going to block every hook I throw, but it doesn't matter because I'm not concerned about laning phase, it seems. Blitzcrank and Kalista is a decent combination, and the reason you'd be looking for this is not just the Ballista, where you can hook and bring them further back with the Kalista's ultimate, but it's also that you have an extra engage tool. The fact that Kalista can then let the Blitzcrank go forwards, be a frontliner, be a tank, and then pull him back to safety and prevent perhaps a Braum stun, an Elise Cocoon, or whatever it may be, Corki's package. She can deny all of this by having Ming stand in front. And that's exactly how RNG want to play these games out. Have Ming as the shot caller, as the decision maker, be in front of the team.
Yeah, gives a lot of leeway, a lot of mobility and freedom towards that support. And with MLXG just behind him on that Lee Sin, and Talia ready with the Weaver's Wall to follow through, not to mention Gled for the charge, there is going to be a lot of opportunities for RNG to peek their head in, see if they can find anything they like, and follow up.
And the most exciting part for me is the Talia that you briefly mentioned, because they lock you in a wall, you're then stuck next to your turret with a wall behind you, and there is a Blitzcrank charging at you that has a Kalista to protect him. Where do you go? Is ultimately going to be the question, because a Caitlyn doesn't have a lot of mobility. Braum doesn't really either. They're about standing in their place, defending themselves, and a lot of this will be through that mid lane rotation. Corki and Talia, very good roaming champions. You've got Elise and Lee Sin that are very good ganking champions. And Kled always wants to charge into the backline, as does Camille. So there is a chance that we actually get those early 5v5 brawls down in the bottom lane. You're looking at the level 6 mark.
I am looking forward to that action. How are we looking for the lane phase? Is it just going to be calm, cool during the first few levels, ramping up to that moment? Or, because we've got the Elise and Lee Sin.
I mean, it comes down to a style choice ultimately. Is to, will they be calm? Will they be aggressive? Both teams are comfortable with fairly equal scaling. Talia's good late game. The ultimate doesn't do damage, but Corki, he wants to get his Trinity Force, his Rapid Fire Cannon, perhaps the Static Shiv. He needs those items to be super powerful, as does the Caitlyn. So they can sit back, they can play it cool, calm, collected, and slow if they'd like, or they could play it hard and fast. Remember that one team has the Blitzcrank, they can just go in constantly. The other team also has a Braum, so the ganks down there are very dangerous with an Elise.
Yeah. We'll have to keep an eye on it, as we can see RNG as for invading the blue and swapping it over to the other side. For those astute of you enough, or perhaps with your volume high enough, you might have just heard the crowd cheering in the background between these two massive teams. Currently not near the top of their standings, but certainly some of the best that the LPL has to offer in this summer split at the very least.
Top 3.
Yeah.
They're up there towards the top, but there is also the prestige behind the organizations as of late playing against each other. They're known as 1 versus 2. WE have only just recently come in and cemented themselves as a top 3 in the upper echelon with OMG. EDG and RNG have always been up there.
Now they get the chance to prove who's better here. This is going to be the only time we watch these two teams clash here in cross-conference.
I don't know what the question is, but I like the percentage.
I have to assume that it is winning game number 1 at the very least, if not the whole series, because it is right down the middle. 50-50 in between the two.
That's what we like to see.
Looking back towards the map, we have blue start from both junglers. Looks like Clearlove on the invade, starting bottom heavy, and RNG on the invade, starting top heavy.
That
the
hook
lands onto Zet. Oh, Y-Force. Oh, that's a big rend.
That's actually,
the stun back.
They won the trade.
And he follows through for another auto attack.
And here's Clearlove, too. They need to be careful and respect that fact. The hook was good. Lots of free damage, so kudos for hitting that. Ming's obviously lined his targets up, but they didn't want to overcommit and overexert. They didn't have the minion wave that was favoring EDG, and RNG invaded at level 1. They got vision, they got wards, and the enemy blew. And so MLXG is obviously going to be on the opposite side of the map. This means that Clearlove's response was match the vertical jungling, not try and find him. So ultimately, both teams know these ganks are happening.
Oh, bear trap on a rope. Sonic Wave follows through. Just gets a bit of damage onto Audi, but he makes his way back towards his turret just fine. Now they have vision of MLXG, so Clearlove is going to feel nice and safe. Still following up for even more.
He's being a pest. MLXG does not leave, as Clearlove has found his way into the middle lane. Exhaust is on.
Yeah, that's repelled to a minion, fling away. Xiaohu with the good reaction, racing towards Lee Sin. They turn it into a full fight. Cocoon misses teleport being used. as Audi looks to join the battle, but the RNG, they're running away. Let Me over the wall takes a blast cone, as this is not a calm game at all. They dive in, Audi flashes into the back, but it's Let Me with first blood as Xiaohu flashes away. Sonic Wave plus the dash for an additional shield keeps him standing, but the bear trap misses, and though Let Me has double buff, things will reset.
No, they reset with him having double buffs. That's the biggest thing here. Let Me has a minion wave crashing in. Remember, MLXG already forced him to back, so Audi's behind, and now he's against a double buff Kled, so even further behind. There was teleports used even throughout that trade. So for all intents and purposes, Audi is having a really bad time once this wave resets. Not just that, it was Clearlove who died, so it was the double buffs that were lost from the side of EDG, and that's super painful.
Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flashes burnt. The only person who held onto it somehow was Scout during that engage.
Yeah, just enough mana for his W again. Was able to get out, albeit barely, or he would have been flashing.
Oh yeah. Meanwhile, Zet has been trading with Y4 down here in the bottom lane. They're back to even in CS. So it turns out we didn't miss out too much down here, but Let Me with that first blood, with that CS advantage, with an experience advantage over Audi. Seems like MLXG knows which lane to gank next, as Clearlove might be trying to find something.
He's probably going to find MLXG, so he needs to be careful. Clearlove's not ganking through the river. It almost looks like he was there to protect Scout. Wants to recall. Of course, the Corki needs to go back to base again. He hasn't shopped yet. Now's going to be a good opportunity for him to do so. In saying that, Clearlove was able to get a little bit of extra experience, leech off the side, and MLXG legitimately does the same thing to try and get up to 4 because he's behind in experience compared to Clearlove.
Yeah. Luckily, though, the level 6 power spike of Lee Sin, pretty strong compared to the level 6 of Elise. One additional Spiderling, not that huge, as Scout eats some punishment from Xiaohu.
Still trying to recall.
Yeah, working on it. MLXG goes back to continue farming, yeah.
And of course, that's a cannon wave, so might buy a little bit more time there for Scout. It's not going to have his package. It's too early in the game. A lot of early aggression, though, overall from both of these teams. I'd say namely from Clearlove and RNG were responding to that early aggression. We mentioned at the start of this, level 6 could be the point where things open up. Well, they've decided to make it just that little bit earlier.
They halved it. Level
3. 6 will still speed up, but it started at 3.
Oh, yeah. Dropping a ward. Looks like they're content to push back now as Zet looks for his recall. Ming and Y4 will complete their own wave. They've even got Clearlove on this side of the map just in case, but they just return back towards the fountain.
Business.
Yeah.
He was chasing the whole way. They recalled, but they also recalled in vision. You'll watch immediately now. Clearlove also is on the bottom side of the map. He is not in a safe place. As RNG are just going to recall, so he'll be wasting time. And again, just leeching experience because there's nothing in his jungle. Not the best of pathing so far from Mr. Clearlove 7. That was not worth it.
Get some experience, but no gold. Allows MLXG to try to continue to catch up. He's going to invade now and get vision on the opposite side of Scout, that top side of the map. Places a few wards down. As the blue buff respawns, he gets the timing almost exactly. And again, we return towards that vertical jungling. Seems like, was there some sort of conversation behind stage that we missed? Like, hey, you take our jungle, we'll take yours.
I believe the conversation was, I'm a Blitzcrank, let's invade. And then EDG said, they have a Blitzcrank, let's not get invaded. So they're matching each other, Dom.
Okay.
This is your average solo queue experience, minus the supports from bottom lane roaming to come and be a pest. In saying that, the control ward that was just shown to us was placed by Ming on the Blitzcrank. The problem is, he's stuck under his turret. He's not able to actually go and assist or prevent the blue buff from being taken. It's just knowledge, just awareness of information, where MLXG is invisible still. They have to assume he's over at the blue, to be fair, as they had timers on that.
I'm pretty sure Xiaohu was the one who got that blue, whereas Clearlove was forced to take it for himself. Yeah, Xiaohu got past it over in the mid lane, and he's actually taking Boots of Swiftness. That's the charge, and the Weaver's Wall. They are going the distance. Hextech Ultimatum and a few turret shots to dodge the damage as Audi outplays and survives.
Yeah, dodges the shove perfectly from Audi. Meanwhile, EDG, they have ramped up this bottom lane. They've accelerated what was already a winning 2v2. By breaking that turret. So now they can actually switch lanes if they would like and do the exact same thing on the opposite side of the map.
Well, with Mountain Dragon on the map, who wants to leave that open for RNG? They turn right on towards it. They've got push in mid from Scout. He doesn't do too much quite yet, but he does enough when Xiaohu's not there to catch that minion wave.
Of course, eke out everything that you can before even thinking about the swap. The Mountain Drake's not something that'll get traded. 8 minutes in without the Herald, definitely not an option there for RNG. So they take it. It's not just a 1-for-1, it's a 1-for-2 and the first turret bonus. For EDG, they'll be happy with that, but ultimately, they're still behind in gold.
Yeah, 700 gold down right now. As RNG, they've got a massive advantage on Let Me. They tried to snowball it by diving onto Audi, but instead they found themselves just a few seconds behind EDG. And now there is the lane swap. Let Me heads bottom. Recall completed from Y4 as he gets a Vamp Scepter and a Dagger to the BF Sword and Zerker Greaves of Zet.
Unsurprising as well, though, that we have got the lane swap. You can see RNG have matched it. They're already going up there preemptively to that fact. Camille and Kled are also fighting bottom lane at the exact same time. The risk here is that Camille's already losing lane. And now he's going to be pushing where there is no turret, so it's a deep lane. And MLXG, he can be around in the area. He currently is around in the area. And look at how Audi has to play that. He's just hiding.
Control ward in Tribush. Another ward. Ready and prepared.
Nowhere is safe unless he is near his turret.
All he's got is Ninja Tabby, a Dagger, and Doran's Shield. Gives it the old missing ping as he spots Let Me now, clearing out that controller that he just placed. And now actually nowhere is safe, but under that turret.
I mean, thankfully he doesn't have a Tiamat. He'll probably go the Phage route. He's not going to be pushing the lane auto in the same way that Let Me is. But the CS disparity between those two is already noteworthy. There is a big difference, and the first blood is. He's just using his package because it was about to expire.
Yeah, getting some damage onto Xiaohu as Y4 tries to continue to CS against Zet and Mako. And with those top laners matching and moving back down between mid and top after the 10-minute mark, Rift Herald is a possibility, so we see some wards placed. EDG have already got a clear line across the map to look for any movement from RNG.
All on the top side of the map where that clear line is. Rift Herald is super important for both of these teams for breaking the middle lane. Xiaohu is outlasting Scout in the way of mana. Scout is expending most of his mana just to clear the waves. Going to have a pretty hard time if that continues. It gives pressure in the inside track towards RNG to work as a duo, mid lane and jungle, go towards top side. And you can see EDG's response to that is get the heck out as well and wait.
That is a very long lane that they don't want to take any chances in. Backing up, catching the minion wave.
But the hook's always a possibility. That's the thing. Blitzcrank is not just your everyday Thresh. He can hook you over that wall.
Clear Love trying to catch mid as Xiaohu completed the recall. You mentioned the mana differential. He makes his way out with half of that mana. And as a result, loses about 3/4 of his turret's health in that mid lane. So RNG seem content to play the turret game, keep swapping backward and forward.
And they should just continue to do that. Again, they don't need to go bottom where their Kled is. He's winning. They look towards the rest of the map. MLXG will path with Ming. The kill threat between those two is significantly higher than even the Elise working with Mako. They have a lot of pick and crowd control between those two, but they need the damage, where MLXG can provide that. Xiaohu rotates quickly, quicker than Scout whenever there's no package, and Y4 is always a stone's throw away from Ming. That's just how this duo has been playing it out.
Stone's throw is a little bit longer right now as MLXG seems to be buddy-buddy with Ming. Blue buff respawns, again just trying to catch the timing of that. You can see Cloud Dragon is going to be the next, so not a huge priority on it as MLXG. Let's see, is he going to be good
They're
guy
actually
jungler?
about to walk into a hook though.
Hands it over, Mako shows up along with Clear Love. Winter Spite onto the Blitzcrank.
Oh, got him.
Cocoon tags him. That's the cleanse. Flash to get himself away. Even teleport is being used. Ming is stunned. The shield proxy flashes back but dies to Clear Love. As MLXG follows through with a lot of damage and dies. They continue to chase forward. Xiaohu tries to flick them back but finds only dagger legs from Audi.
And that's the mistake from RNG. EDG capitalized, they pick up on it, now immediately towards the Rift Herald. Not just kills, always the objective to follow. The signs of a good team coming through here still. And against the Blitzcrank with a notable attempt towards the third spawned blue buff from RNG. The fact that they don't just take it from LXG and concede the other blue buff, give it over to Xiaohu, that cost them.
With that, Rift Herald is picked up. You can see this play once again. It all starts with a Cocoon.
Quite simply, Mako is brilliant. He doesn't actually know that Xiaohu's going to flash there. He flashes to knock him down. Cleanse flash used by Xiaohu to get to safety. Well, he happens to flash on top of Braum's ultimate. Audi, he comes in at the right time. Scout did a lot of damage there as well. Uncontested, no one stopped him.
Yeah, teleport was started and canceled by LetMe, so it is coming off of cooldown just a little bit faster, but something didn't quite go right for RNG. They're trying to break down this mid-tier 1 right now, and they will succeed with the minion wave, but it's still even in gold despite the turret lead for RNG, and that Rift Herald is still waiting to be used.
I mean, you can say something didn't go right for RNG, but I think we all know exactly what that is. LetMe wasn't there. His teleport was cancelled. He wasn't there first because EDG were engaging, so Audi's able to get in. By the time he would have gotten there, it would have been too late. RNG should have played slow. They should have played around the fact that their top laner was winning. They didn't. They lose a fight, and suddenly EDG looking to continue to snowball this because the turret's about 1 tap from Herald.
Yeah, he's ready to charge. Boom is the big shot. Not quite enough to finish it off as Zet gets the kill credit. And Rift Herald finally goes down, so EDG answer back with a turret of their own. Now find themselves with a slight gold lead over RNG. Still no sign of LetMe.
And they're able to match the mid lane turret that was just broken by RNG. Both very important. It means the map is super open as it currently stands. You've got the Drake there to take as well. And EDG still with momentum. They move straight towards it.
Oh, but LetMe's forcing the fight. Weaver's Wall. Oh, doesn't quite catch Audi. I believe the Unbreakable from Mako was able to end that as Cloud Dragon resets and EDG, despite being pinned, despite being collapsed upon, walk away just fine.
Yeah, that's right. Mako did, I believe, block that one. He's attuned to the interactions we've been seeing this week from Braum's into Talia's. It's not the first time and it's not the last time you will see Mako pick this champion if Xiaohu's going to prioritize the Talia. Lets them have the escape, of course. Audi still had to flash, better safe than sorry. And I don't feel like that was committal enough from RNG. If Kled ult is your only engage with a Weaver's Wall, where is the rest of your team to assist in that fact? They were nearby. They were pushed out of the jungle. Ming's not working with MLXG.
Yeah. We're seeing Ming try to protect Y4 instead, or hunt for these picks on Blitzcrank, and it's not quite working out. Still got plenty of time to impress us, though, as it is only 16 minutes into the game. Y4 looking to finish off his Blade of the Ruined King finally as Scout leaps in and finds himself D's hands. Ming pulls him in, exhaust, but a quick Fate's Call saves that Blitzcrank.
I don't think that Y4 and Ming were on the same page. One of them wanted to get out. They do still get the exhaust out from Scout, so they'll be okay with that as an end result. But ultimately, EDG, they're still the ones moving forward, still looking for these chances to continue to find picks. Scout, that was just a package used for poke. And suddenly they forced 2 people to go to base. If there was a free objective to take, they would have went straight towards it. Luckily, there wasn't.
Here comes the recall, but as you said, there are no objectives on the map. You can see EDG have got residual wards around that dragon that they were able to take after RNG disengaged from the previous fight. But with the top tier 1 still standing and the bottom tier 1 still up, looks like we've got a 1-3-1 setup from RNG to try to hold on to this, as EDG will just continue to catch these minion waves. So at least 3 minutes before anything exciting is going to happen, unless Ming is able to find a pick.
We also have to look at flash timers for champions like Blitzcrank, which is up and ready. He's able to make those hooks, make those big plays. At the same time, Lee Sin doesn't have his. Kled doesn't have his ultimate just yet. So whilst it's 3 minutes till the objective is there, there's still an opportunity to try and capitalize on flashless champions, perhaps. Of course, those windows are closing as flashes start to come up again for EDG in particular.
Halfway through the cooldown for Audi, Zet nearly has his prepped and ready.
That's the big target you'd want to.
It's very nearly off cooldown. I can't quite tell.
Pretty much just up
It
now,
just came up now, And once again, the ward line from EDG. Though there was a window for Blitzcrank to look for the hook, right now, he's only finding control wards. Once again, they have got a solid line of control wards across the map, flanking wards behind mid lane to keep an eye on any movement from the rest of RNG.
Yeah, vision is super crucial here for both of these teams. I'm glad that you bring that up as well for EDG. You can contrast that to RNG's vision, where theirs are definitely not flanking. It is neutral to defensive at best. EDG's vision placement currently is neutral and offensive. There's no such thing as requiring a defensive ward. They should know everywhere that RNG go, but this was a lapse in vision. They have no reason to be down here, to be fair, and it should be a turret taker. So how did EDG respond?
They're going right towards that mid-tier 2. Clearlove and Mako show up as Y4 breaks it down. The tier 1 traded for this tier 2, even getting Audi in there for a few hits.
And they can rotate straight towards the top lane if they'd like. They've already got Scout up there, and the vision placement from EDG is well secured around the area. There's no accidental blitzcrank hooks that should distract them. Scout's obviously just asserting his alpha male status.
That is a veritable runway worth of wards. I would feel safe landing in dark weather if I saw that many wards lighting the way for me.
And it gives you a runway to land in, that's for certain. EDG also choose to recall instead of making the play. But what's important is they were set up, if they would like, to make the play.
Blue buff being scouted out as Let Me pushes up top. And while they were set up, they find themselves now coming back out onto the map. Trinity Force finished for Scout. Zet's got his static shiv and is working towards Infinity Edge. Not quite to the Triforce just yet for Audi.
What are you doing, Ming? You don't have wards on the other side.
Well, it's not going to stop him from looking.
But he can't see. It's going to stop him from looking, Dom. That's literally what they
There he
do.
goes. I mean, if you look back into the darkness, what if the darkness looks back into you?
Does that help him hit a hook?
I
we're getting
should certainly hope so.
Does it solve the problem here?
At that point, you would hope, because you see somebody looking back and you're like, oh, there's somebody here, and you hook.
Or you run away screaming because you're looking into darkness
Exactly.
and there shouldn't be someone there.
That moment of confusion. Alrighty. Neutral objectives now spawning onto the map. Baron is finally back up. Cloud Dragon's up in 70 seconds. We haven't seen too much excitement outside of that Tier 2 and Tier 1 trade since last we checked in. And EDG slowly but surely are taking this macro advantage. Just moving around the map, prepping their wards in advance.
Oh, hello.
With the exception of Mako.
What are you doing here?
Who tries to drop the Unbreakable. Glacial Fissure forces the flash along with an ace in the hole, even using the package from Scout to zone Xiaohu away.
Xiaohu just happens upon Mako at point blank and has to try and flash away to safety, unfortunately, as EDG, whilst they have control of the Baron area, I would say the easy take for them will be the Cloud Drake. They should probably just rotate towards there, not fully commit, but just get the free objective to boot. Lemmy's actually teleporting
That's a
currently.
teleport. They're pinging in.
They know where
MXG
you
is
are.
right there. Here comes the charge. Scout is going to try to sidestep. He's delivered into it. The Sonic Wave plus the exhaust. Resonating strike for a lot of damage. They get the kill onto Corki and follow through as Audi tries to teleport in from behind, but it's too little too late. And now Audi, he's deep in enemy lines. There's the Weaver's Wall. Quick knockback plus the Leandri's damage. Hextech Ultimatum buys some time, but not enough as RNG find 2 picks.
And whilst EDG don't excel at taking the Baron, there is a certain team
Flash hook.
that does excel at taking it. In fact, they've started it off. They've got the Leandris on Talia, they've got Blade of the Ruin King on Callista, and there are 2 people dead from EDG.
Clearlove just used his smite to secure Scuttle Crab. Y4 tosses in. He's going to bounce house onto Mako, but hooks only a Spiderling, taking some damage from Zet and dies as he kites the fight out and kills the support of RNG.
Zet just goes berserk. He got the static shiv crit, I believe, into the Baron pit and just smashed them all. And RNG, whilst they were doing the Baron, a bigger part of their strength there if EDG respond was to turn around, try and commit to the fight. Well, they get forced off. They lose their support, not the way that you would like it. Ming hooks a Spiderling. So EDG, off a bad situation where they were out of position, they get caught from good moves of RNG. It goes back the other way.
Still a 1,200 gold lead for EDG that accelerates slightly a little bit more with that Cloud Dragon now picked up. And things get to calm down just a little bit more as RNG make their way back to base and step forward. Not so many wards in their pockets, but they do have got a whole bunch of trinkets.
The biggest win here for RNG overall, though, is whilst they lose a Cloud Drake, doesn't mean all that much. At the same time, they've still pushed EDG out of the Baron area, so they've got the vision now set up in there. They can make the picks, and that's the Blitzcrank composition's domain. So they're able to get that vision there. If they're feeling confident, which evidently perhaps not so much, they'll stand around, they'll try and make EDG come to them. EDG aren't really moving to them just yet, though.
Yeah, taking it slow, moving as a collective unit so that they don't get caught out of position. Even going so far as to bring Audi towards this side of the map. He was just hanging out
No one
mid.
saw that.
Yeah.
Spectator, go away.
Scout is going to... He's just taking blue buff.
He's just not getting over walls.
Yeah, meanwhile, Let Me is finishing off bottom.
The Earth Rider does not excel at parkour.
Turns out Manatee's not very nimble on land.
In case you were wondering, of course.
Yeah.
Now you know.
And with that, the map kind of calms down. Audi heads bottom to match Let Me, a full 2 levels down, 70 CS behind. But Let Me has not been able to have a huge impact in these fights just yet.
You can see how Ming was also standing next to MLXG, just in case. Of course, he has his flash, but was ready to safeguard out. And again, Scout, his side laning. I don't think he has his package. He's not in a safe position, and there are 3 of them.
He's trying for it. He breaks the turret. They look for Mako, but Ming misses the hook into Tribush. And Mako gets to survive. Let Me potentially collapsing, finds himself a Hextech ultimatum. Zet firing, standing shot after shot. One headshot will take out Skarl, and the second will take out his rider.
Kind of funny interaction there with Let Me as well. He gets ulted by Camille, and Zet's just going to start placing traps at every little diamond part or every corner part of the ultimate. He has nowhere to go. He's just stuck slowly dying to the Caitlyn's damage as it ramps up. He hits a trap trying to dash out to safety, and he just gets absolutely blasted. Now EDG, knowing there's no top laner of RNG, they've actually commenced the Baron. Not a lot of tanks, RNG no, but they shred it quick.
Yeah, they've been started out. Here comes MLXG. Sidesteps the knockup. He steals it over the wall. The hook onto Condi pulls, or excuse me, Clearlove pulls him in as they trade jungler for jungler. But the Baron is picked up by RNG.
And a big time play from MLXG when it matters the most. EDG actually committing to the Baron, not looking for a fight after generating a pick. Even with the jungler alive, the only deterrent that was there was a Braum ultimate. He dodged it.
Yeah.
So MLXG with some smooth moves just gets in and secures it.
And I realized I just called him Condi for stealing the Baron there. Son of Baron on that Lee Sin. But it is MLXG, the spicy hot pot, who gets in, gets the smite secure.
And as if insult to injury, Dom, the Elise gets hooked over and dies as well. So not only do you miss it,
yes,
you lose the jungler, and you can see the excitement from him. He knows. That could be a game-winning play from him.
It very well could be. At the 25.5-minute mark, it's still a 1,000 gold deficit for RNG. They tried pushing bottom, but were spotted out by Audi and instead reset as Scout.
He tries.
He's doing some scout work.
That was certainly scouting. That was not getting a red buff.
Very fleet of foot as he tries to take the red buff and finds it defended by RNG. But still, it's only on 3 members. Let Me doesn't have it. MLXG doesn't have it. So he just has to watch Xiaohu, Y4, and Ming.
Let Me not having it is super nice. In terms of split pushing, he's not going to be able to just bully out Audi. Audi's going to continue to scale as well. Not quite even at 2 items, though, to be fair. Let Me is just so far ahead of him. You can see the CS disparity between these guys. The danger part here, though, is with a Baron buff on RNG, their ability to siege doesn't necessarily go up, but their pressure and control of side waves does go up, meaning hooks.
That's a hook.
Easier to hit.
Tag onto Scout. He's flung in by Xiao, who's firing shots, but Fate's Call pulls it back. Teleport from Let Me is canceled as he returns to the side wave.
And surprisingly, after a hook onto Corki, EDG come out ahead because the teleport is still there for Audi, where top laner of RNG does not have it. I like RNG's movements right now that they've said, well, you teleported. I appreciate that. It was a good team play. We'll come over to you.
Yeah.
We'll make it work. We're still team players.
They are trying right now. The wave comes in, but Clearlove is sitting behind the minions. Y4 finishes off Krugs as MLXG takes a lot of damage. Ming still ready. He narrowly misses the hook onto Scout. And the turret is defended. Still 60 seconds left on this Baron buff, but it looks like RNG are returning back to base.
Yeah, they'll call it quits, it feels like, for this Baron. It's not going to be a big power play. It all subsides. Their composition does not excel at sieging. If they had the Caitlyn, perhaps, but with all of these melee champions, Xiaohu and Y4 not really in a safe position to step up to the composition EDG have got. You'd say in the one-hit trades, Scout and Zet will always win by being Corki, having the static shivs, having the rapid-fire cannons. It's just too hard. They need to dive or immediately kill somebody to make that next step.
Well, they're hunting now. They've brought Ming back towards the front as Mountain Dragon's going to spawn in just a few seconds. Oh, a quick flick
Good
finds
job.
Clear Love. The hook pulls apart the support. Mako tries to lay down some area, but that's a dive from Let Me into the back. He's got a GA. Weaver's
Look at the wall.
separates the team. They pick off the kill onto Clear Love, drop the wall to follow through onto
Ooh,
Audi.
MLXG.
MLXG with a huge follow through, and they chase it for even more. Mako's running, his shield up and ready, but not even he can shoulder all of those blasts. Zet takes a hit, sidesteps the rocket grab, but eats the damage. Ren will not finish him off, though, as RNG win the fight.
And exactly what RNG wanted. EDG, they come back out saying, well, the Baron buff's gone. Perhaps we're at a chance of fighting. Not to be, even with Ming hooking only the Braum, the shove from Xiaohu was the biggest victory there because they do damage to Clear Love. RNG have decided that killing Clear Love is the easiest way to win this game, and, well, it's true.
It certainly is. At least so far, as they turn towards this tier 2. Here it starts again, and it all starts with a shove.
And he almost got Scout at the same time. The Talia wall was also nice here to try and continue to zone people off. You can see his positioning. Immediately sends himself into the flank, knowing that, okay, maybe this isn't going perfect for our team, but we can make it perfect by separating them. And Let Me also gets the remount onto his skull. Xiaohu, when chasing or running in a straight line, which is what EDG provides, is at his powerhouse point with the Talia.
Rylai's, along with the Leandri's finish for exceptional burn and slow. You're not going to get away from it. Plus, Let Me's following through. Like we said, he's already got his GA. You've already got the boots of mobility on Ming. This is just a run you down if we can find it. But right now, it looks like they're looking in the wrong place as EDG turn towards the Mountain Dragon and pick it off.
Yeah, they'll be happy to take that one. Of course, just catching RNG recalling. Maybe catch him sleeping. They've got a lot of Drakes. That's absolutely right. You just pointed that out to me by signaling the number 4.
Yes.
That is how many they've got.
Yep. There we go.
Unfortunately for EDG, the 4 Drakes don't immediately translate to his strength. What it does do is it denies the Mountains from RNG, who have control of the map, and it also sets themselves up for, if we get a pick using our 2 Cloud Drakes, and we get to the Baron using our 2 Mountain Drakes, all of this works well for us. They're set up for the Elder to be super strong as well.
That neutral objective has been a big concern for RNG, or I suppose neutral control, relying on those picks, relying on sneaking through the vision of EDG, and it becomes even more valuable now as they try to set up some wards on top of that Baron. It's up in 80 seconds, and Let Me, with his teleport ready, is free to split push bottom. This is why 4 continues to catch minions in the mid, just baiting. Look, I'm alone, Kalista. There's no one here.
Come and get me. There's not a tether towards the bush that we can see. In the back of my mind, though, Dom, I'm still looking at Zet. 402, Caitlyn. Almost got his last Whisper upgrade.
Pretty big.
I can't help but feel like he's going to hard carry the next fight. I'm looking at RNG, it's like, damn, they're strong right now. They've got that momentum.
Yeah.
They're rolling forwards. But there's just that Caitlyn.
He's only about 1,000 gold ahead of Y4, perhaps maybe 1,500 that we just saw, but that is resulting in the full Last Whisper versus the lack of a Last Whisper on Y4.
Yeah, at the same time as well, the Scout, once he gets the Infinity Edge, 2 big threats on the team. Until then, he's only got his 2 items. Infinity Edge is very expensive, and he's locked with his item builds. So not even control wards to be purchased from the Corki until that point. Very crucial time for EDG that he gets that.
It certainly is. However, the clock is ticking.
There it is.
12 seconds. Oh, no, never mind. All right.
Absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, you got that timing down pat.
He couldn't have timed his Infinity Edge purchase better with control wards, I might add.
Excellent mid laner. Y4, you can see he has a few control wards of his own, as Zanya's is now finished off for Xiaohu. And EDG has 4, moving up the mid lane, starting to set down this runway of vision once again.
Yeah, easiest way to get to the Baron Pit is through the middle lane. They force RNG to respond to the wave, the threat of pushing towards the middle lane as both turrets have died, and then they move straight over towards the Baron Pit. This is good moves from EDG, standard League of Legends, of course, but they had the Corki package. They have the power spikes in their items. Even with the 2 to 3k deficit, they're at a point where they can mostly fight, but ultimately, I would say they probably want to have a 4v4. They don't really want the Kled to be there, and they're happy to not have their Camille there.
Currently, Audi still 2 levels down, nearly 100 CS behind Let Me at this point. He's trying to hold on, but you can see how far Audi has got to back it up. Scout even gave it an on my way ping.
Well, he's 2 levels down.
Yeah.
That man's on struggle street. He's gone for Hysterics Gauge instead of his Titanic Hydra completion. He knows the state of this game. It's live for as long as I possibly can. Might even be a Gargoyles after that, just for the sake of I need to be a tank or something relevant.
Absolutely. But with that presence, as you said, it's 4v4 near the Baron pit. EDG will actually
just
start it off. Control Ward over the side immediately starts it out,
They
but
are
it's against
smashing
Double
it.
Mountain. Here you go, MLXG. Sonic Wave, but it's not fast enough. Weaver's Wall and a hook.
Only
They found the
Mako.
support, but Mako hops over. Clear Love comes down from the rappel. Sonic
Ooh, Let Me
Wave
wants
tags
it.
onto the Spiderling, and Let Me goes in. He needs the rest of his team, though. Y4's trying to flank. Here could be the Fate's call, but he doesn't find the knock-up. The kick as they follow through. Y4 flashes, but he's got an ultimatum on top of him, and
doing it.
EDG are, in fact, doing it. They are winning the fight. Let Me's GA is popped. He gets Scarl, but it is not enough. He gets knocked right back up as 3 members of RNG go down.
With the Baron buff as well for EDG. Massive team fight. MLXG's trying to clear the minion wave, control it as best he can, because at 33 minutes into the game, Xiaohu is the saving hope, the last remaining bastion for the side of RNG between them and inhibitors.
Yeah, Audi's on the hunt, though. He wants this kill, and he will get it. A huge dagger to the face brings him down, but they're firing onto the inhibitor turret. Here comes the minion wave. Xiaohu is up top. He needs to get mid because he's effectively going 1 versus 5.
He's got players coming back alive, though. Ming's here. Y4's up in 1 second. But EDG, they've actually committed to this, it looks like.
They're laying
They
down
don't
the
have
traps.
the minions yet. Just leave. It's okay.
Taking their time. Gonna play it safe instead. They've got bottom push. They've got top push, but they still have Baron for another 2 minutes. So we get a chance to breathe deep, but here goes the almost steal and miss.
And unfortunately, he hits the Sonic Wave. He's not able to hit anything afterwards because of how quickly 2 Mountain Drakes can destroy it. Once again, Sonic Wave Spiderling's having a really bad time here, MLXG. And Let Me, whilst he engages, he's not going to get the max shield from the distance he covers. Even though the kick's good here on the Scout, Mako is just legitimately destroying every hope that RNG have of winning this game. Exhausts the Kled, blocks the Blitz Hook, jumps over to safety, uses his ultimate to disrupt, and the free rain of damage coming out of Scout and Zet with their big item spikes. Well and truly enough damage to just win a team fight.
Absolutely, and without the Weaver's Wall that Xiaohu used earlier in the fight, it was so tough for him to find a position to get in. Heck, you saw Y4 trying to flank around that blue. Here comes a massive minion wave, though. Ruptured Earth is going to do some work to bring it down. As Ace in the hole, quickly shielded to prevent the damage, but Scout and Zet break that turret down.
And that's the beauty of the rapid fire cannon in the current meta, right? The extra range, it's harder for Blitz to commit to just hitting the hook. He can't step up and even scare you away, because if you play it right, work around the energized auto attacks, you'll outrange him just that little bit. As EDG, with their Baron buff, with the 2 mountains, they want the Elder.
They've set up a trap line. Look at how fast it's dead
barely
already. Wow. What was that, like 4 seconds? 3?
Look, it was quick, and as far as Elder Dragon takes a concern, that was up there with one of the quickest. Because with every Drake you've taken, it gets a bit stronger to kill, right?
Yep.
Yep, that was paper. They just shredded it.
Absolutely. And now they find themselves with Elder and Baron in the next minion wave. No reprieve for RNG. They try to defend mid, but find themselves now trying to defend a Nexus turret. Inhib, as it's broken.
It's just gone. Inhibitor's definitely going to go with it. It doesn't look like RNG even want to fight this, and you can't blame them as an Elder Dragon buff on the side of EDG. Everybody hurts.
This is looking dangerous for RNG. I appreciate the gall to try and fight at that Baron, but this is just a massive advantage for that EDG have got for themselves now.
I mean, fundamentally, the problem was that the Baron was taken before they even considered the fight.
Yeah.
But realistically, they should have had enough control to at least get to the area, have MLXG nearby. He didn't even get into attempt to steal. That's how quick it dies, though. The vigilance needs to be there. That's a pretty big Baron power play.
Yeah, 5,400 gold. I'm pretty sure that's actually, yeah, that's the goal difference between the 2 teams. Before that
it was
Baron,
equal.
it was even.
Absolutely was.
What massive damage. Let's see, that comes out to 225 true damage with every auto attack.
Burn, yeah.
Per person.
Yeah. In other words, Mako can 1v1 Ming if we really want to have that happen. He'd win.
Do you
We
want
could
that
say that
to
for
happen?
certain, though.
I feel like you don't want that to happen.
No, we don't. But
Okay.
if it did.
Okay. Baron buff wears off, and EDG still just use that Elder Dragon timing.
This
MLXG,
might be the play, though. If the Elder wears off in time for him to get an engage, which I believe it's not far away from, then they have opportunities to try and get a flank. Lee Sin engage, I think besides the Blitz hook is the other reliable tool here. Kled's ult is not reliable. It will hit someone. That is a certainty.
Will it hit the right someone, though?
And it's not something that I would justify as engage. It just forces and rams your head at them so they respect and respond.
That sounds very LPL. Just
It's
bash your
almost
head
like
at them.
Kled is the champion of our league.
Yeah. What damage is being dealt right here? There's the Weaver's Wall, but it's denied by the unbreakable. EDG chase it forward, immediately cracking the final inhibitor. Ming gets flung back towards the fountain to heal himself up, and without that blitz, EDG are enabled to push onto the final inhib. They've already got super minions on the way. And a quick
Hook
fling
misses.
finds Scout. The hook misses again. This is a massive wave. Redemption stacked up to heal out quite a bit, and the wave clear is there at this point in the game to keep it standing.
They've got the Hurricane, they've got Kled with Titanic Hydra, and Talia has enough damage. It might be enough wave clear, but RNG, they need it to base. EDG, they might be sneaking the turrets before they can stop it.
They're getting these shots across. Mako sidesteps another hook, a stun, finds MLXG, and they're doing so much. They've got to draw the line. It's here, it's now. RNG are trying to survive, trying to fight, but they are just being choked out. Good fling from Xiaohu, but it's not enough as Let Me makes his way back onto the fountain. They're able to defend, but only barely.
They
got Zed, but he flashes back immediately. At least they have that cooldown.
Really good QSS flash out of Zed. He could have died. That might have bought some more time for RNG. And really, that's all they were going to get if the hook hit, was time. They've got no inhibitors standing. They're waiting for them to respawn. And EDG are slowly choking their opponents out. Because sooner or later, they'll just convince the minions, they'll just walk in and casually walk aside them as the minions can win the game.
One of the greatest pleasures in the world, playing Callista against super minions.
Look at the stacks.
Yeah, just so many numbers. And
Waiting for red.
red buff going to be picked up. That's 3 autos. That's pretty cool. 6-item Caitlyn. Mercurial Scimitar as well. Nearly 6 items
It's like
on Scout.
2,300 crit.
Yeah. Baron is back up, so we see RNG rushing forward towards it. Ming looking for a blind hook, perhaps a sign of
Yeah,
desperation.
but they can't rush towards it, Dom. That's the thing. Look at the minion waves. Top's building, bottom's building. The only wave they're controlling is mid. That's because they're here. So in 30 seconds' time, EDG will make the play for the Baron. Until then, they're just waiting for RNG to leave so they can make the play. It's free.
I don't even know if they have 30 seconds anymore.
RNG's only bet here is MLXG stealing it.
He's sitting behind in Tri-Bush. Drops a ward, sneaks around the back,
Oh,
but
they
is still
see you.
spotted out. That's Repel into the pit from Clear
He has
Love.
flashed, but-
Sonic Wave now misses. Baron is picked up easily by EDG as they step in and zone RNG away.
And they do it in vision too. The thing is here, EDG with the Baron buff and with all of the inhibitors dead, this should just be that final nail in the coffin. They don't really even need to try anymore. It's RNG that need the desperate fight. EDG should just survive.
They've got an inhib coming up very soon. Weaver's Wall splits the minion wave down the middle. So this push stalls out for just another few seconds. MLXG trying to catch a wave in the back, but it
He's just
crashes
been a rat
in
bag.
as EDG make their way forward.
They set up what was not really a trap line.
Is that his name? I
a
think he's
question
spelling
mark.
out his name. That's a question mark. RNG forced the fight. It's now or never. They're rushing in, trying to deal damage.
EDG have got
There
it.
goes the Unbreakable, but it's not quite enough. The knockup, it's Chaos. Y4 firing across, but he dies.
Ooh.
And MLXG goes down as well. Meanwhile, Scout being chased,
Look at
but he's still
Xiaohu.
alive. MLXG doesn't get the Sonic Wave. Xiaohu is being chased down by
Minions
Audi
won.
as the minions turn into Winions and finish off the Nexus for game number 1 for EDG.
And pretty much as we expected, Dom, the minions will win the game in the end. All EDG needed to do was survive for long enough in the fight, and just like that, they go up 1-0. Not the cleanest of performances, you'd have to say, from these teams, but in the end, EDG looked far superior.
Yes. It might not have been absolutely perfect, but certainly a lot cleaner as they now will step backstage to get ready for game number 2. But this is EDG. I mean, they looked very confident throughout the entire game. I feel like there wasn't really a moment in the match where we could have confidently said RNG were dictating the entire pace of the game, outside of maybe that early skirmish,
the whole
first blood.
mid-game, really.
Yeah.
So
What do you feel?
Yeah, I feel like they controlled the mid game pretty well. It was EDG that came back with a good Baron call.
Gotcha.
I think Molten, honestly, in the end.
I apologize. It's been a bit of a long day. My coffee's wearing off. Raz, did I just completely get that backwards?
That's a good question. Because I would say maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe not. That's even a weaker response, to be quite honest.
Raz, the unbiased caster. That's fine. Chuck me in the bin. You're right.
Here's the thing about that is that the reason why it's a little bit weird is because the early game was pretty strong from RNG. We got the skirmish, double buffs on the top laner, so let me look pretty good. And so the question from that point forward is, well, where is the game leading? It felt like, as all EDG games go, it leads into the bottom lane. The bottom lane was still able to get a strong lead, constantly just chipping down the tower time and time again. And they had to suddenly start to play towards the bottom lane, even though Let Me was doing really well on top lane. And then ultimately that skirmish top side was just really what kind of sealed the deal for EDG to bring them right back into the game.
Yeah, I think unfortunately, right, with Let Me being so fed, RNG didn't play to him. They played to the losing part of the map, or to try and prevent it from losing when EDG pressured so hard, where realistically, so maybe they can just bring the Kled somewhere else, look for skirmishes, look for poke. You don't have to commit to the 5v5s, but they were, and I don't know if it's EDG's pressure just being that insurmountable compared to what RNG were able to do, but there were periods in the game where I would say RNG did have complete control, which just very quickly turned back around.
Okay. I guess the question that I really had then was one of degrees, because Ming was looking for the hooks.
Yeah, and I think that you only really saw those hooks, like he was really free as they got past the whole Baron point, because that was such an incredible Baron steal that was coming through from Lee Sin. So MLXG really brings the game back in favor of RNG, and they really had it solidified for themselves. But then the Dragons kept creeping up on them. Time and time again, I was like, okay, well, it's a Cloud Dragon. Oh, suddenly, let's think that, wait a minute, that's 2 Earth Dragons. And so it turns into the play that we see going forward, and the replay was that they suddenly Baron gets taken, or at least gets rushed here by EDG. You're like, wait a second, okay, we need to be able to stop this. We need to be able to steal this once again. No, EDG pick it up. They back away. And so RNG, and this is a problem for RNG, they should have backed away. They lost this fight, or at least lost this situation, but they tried to double down. In fact, Y4 is like, I think I can flank, guys. Wait a minute. You can't do that. You can't do that at all. What are you trying to do?
Yeah.
They tried so hard with a composition that honestly was just kind of face first. They had to go front to back. They didn't really have any flank position, especially since Kled was not going to be in position. He was coming from the front. And if they lost them, then you lost them. There's no reason for them to try and force that fight. So ultimately, they lost the Baron. They lost the fight coming right after that. And then EDG had full control from that point.
Yeah, and of course that translates to the Elder Dragon shortly after, where no one's able to stop them. RNG are just stuck dealing with their whole base dying. So.
Yeah, so eventually the minions won, but that was just because RNG had no options, because you just start getting suffocated by the inhibs going.
So is this a pick and ban thing, or the fact that they were playing against EDG, or I suppose EDG were playing around this front to back so deftly?
Good question. I think that the top lane was, well, mostly because if RNG had played to their top lane, especially after the early advantages, I wouldn't have called it a pick-ban thing, but I think it has to turn into that. I think they have to strengthen their bottom lane. If the bottom lane is dictating that much of the pace, they have to adapt and suddenly draft a stronger bottom lane. Not a Blitzcrank Kalista, but perhaps like a Caitlyn for themselves, or a Varus to deal with the Caitlyn, but it's going to be Scout that picks up the MVP with the Corki. Tell me how you really feel. Tell me.
That's not Mako.
That isn't Mako. That definitely is not.
Yeah, man.
Oh, man. He had the unbreakables. He had the knockups. He was landing
stuns
in
everything.
fights.
Scout didn't do everything.
Yep. Sometimes
I mean, that's legitimately the reason.
That is true. That is a good reason. That is a good point. I would agree with that. I feel like,
Scout was scouting. He was looking for red buffs, and he was looking for split-pushing turrets, but not quite as much as Mako.
I will say, though, it's really easy to suddenly give the MVP to Scout, because down the line, you look at like top to bottom of the composition for EDG, all of them just outscale. And Corki has been a story of the meta so far, where it's just like if Corki gets out of the laning phase with Triforce and whatever component you're building for attack speed, whether it be Shiv or Rapid Fire Cannon, you're just going to burn someone up. Like, Scout was able to play his role and just be the outright DPS that you have to be able to fear.
And he was in team fights. My concern with Scout in that game was that he was actually caught out of position top lane. That was the one moment RNG found anything, as he was split pushing. His package usage was non-existent. He was trying to scout, but Mako did all of the groundwork and legwork for them to actually do the damage and succeed, which is why I just think Mako deserved it.
Well, yeah, it was a great performance from Mako throughout that. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see him continue that in game number 2. But RNG, they can't come back at this with the same strategy. We've already seen EDG change things or take a swift game number 1 after turning it back around. And even when they were down, it looked like EDG were actually fine to sit back and say, hey, you've got Blitz. We'll pull back. We'll wait down the cooldowns, and we'll look for these big neutral objectives. How does RNG change it up?
I think what Raz said is a good place to start with them, right? They've got a losing bottom lane where they could have picked the Braum. They could have actually picked a winning bottom lane, maybe even prioritized Caitlyn, and just set themselves up for success through what is their weakest position on the map.
Well, we'll have to see if that's something that they actually do, because we've only got a few minutes left before getting into that game number 2 between RNG and EDG. Coming at you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are just about ready to get into what could be our final game for the evening. It's RNG versus EDG, and we just saw EDG come back from a deficit at game number 1 to close out that first match very swiftly and decisively, taking dragons all over the place. What is...
That's fighting. That's what's happening. we're fighting.
Are you,
Not us, just
Oh.
these two teams.
are you sure
Right.
you're not? it looks like you're driving a Tonka truck. You're just
that works
really
too.
tiny. Yeah.
Okay.
Very small delivery.
Ooh,
Thanks, Raz.
anytime.
Okay.
Is there an overarching point we're getting at here?
Oh,
Was
well,
the fighting good or?
There- I mean, we don't. It's not necessarily good nor bad, but there's a lot of fighting in this game, and apparently this set might be a little bit scrappy. So that was essentially what's happening here.
I think
You're gonna get a
scrappy is
little bit
actually a
more
good
of
word
this.
for it.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm happy with scrappy.
There we go.
It's not meant to rhyme, but the scrappy fighting from these teams to me is it captures a type of LPL that I like to see, and part of me feels like it's a fleeting illusion, but a type of LPL that I'd love to see at an international. And with one only
Really?
a week away, I think that would be super exciting.
It does seem a little chaotic, a little careening, I feel. Kind of like when you're in a roller coaster and you go through a sharp turn and you feel it kind of lift up just a little bit before coming back down onto the tracks.
Oh, see, that's why I don't go to roller coasters. I mean,
I'm not going to, nope, we're not drawing that comparison.
sure?
What we're going to say is
Are you sure?
it is like either playing perfect League of Legends or forcing errors in League of Legends. Chaotic League of Legends can force you to make mistakes because you're constantly having to think, or one time you don't think, you get picked up for it. Whereas playing the perfect League of Legends is slow, well thought, super patient game where you don't want to make a mistake, you wait for them to. What I want to see is both teams forcing mistakes from the others by going forwards, being aggressive, and not making the wrong play, but making a good play.
And it might not give you consistency if you're a team that's leading. And that's exactly what we didn't find in the game one, where EDG and RNG, they definitely were trading blows just because when they had the lead, they were just trying to force more and more plays. It would speed up the game if they found the success off those plays. Or you can just throw entirely. I think that's what we've seen a few times. But at the same time, it also means that if you are a team that is scrappy and forcing these mistakes, much like Dan, for instance,
Yeah.
we always come back to Dan Gaming, that you can find yourself coming back into a game just off of those plays.
And I mean, curiously enough, that kind of did happen in game number one. But not just that. RNG and EDG's individual members are playing really well right now. I would say Ming is the only one that looked a bit exposed in game number one. Audi got bopped in laning phase, but Letmi's the more experienced player, kind of expected. And past that point, I think the Blitzcrank's the one thing we'd look at to change here, because to me, Ming was not comfortable.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be the case if you are just stuck under a turret for the most part, and if there's not going to be much jungle pressure in the early mid game. And then once the late game teamfights started rolling around, he just, I guess the only thing he was good for was when Kalista was actually throwing him into danger.
Yeah. Dashing in, getting a temporary silence before turning around and running. Well, let's see if he's going to get something a little different this time as we've entered into picks and bans for game number 2. EDG versus RNG, and once again, EDG find themselves on blue side here. Gragas, Thresh, and Elise leaves RNG with Zach Gallio and a single target ban to their name.
Renekton a change actually this time around from EDG. They get rid of the Gragas instead. Very curious stuff actually from this side, leaving a Renekton open against someone like Letme, who can hard carry top lane. You'd almost argue that Renekton, in his current state, is a bigger threat than the Kled is right now.
Very well could be, but with Caitlyn now banned away from Zet, we see a first pick, Rek'Sai from Clearlove.
Yep, and that is 2 games in a row where EDG have first picked. They are the blue side for 2 games in a row.
Yep.
Their jungler. They picked Elise in game number 1. In game 2, they banned it. Now they've gone for the Rek'Sai. Well, RNG have said we have a response ready to go.
Yeah, the gauntlet has been thrown. Back of the glove now hits their face as Nidalee is locked in by MLXG.
Nidalee, very fast clearing jungler. High damage, but good at supporting your AD carry. Slash mid laner if it's a Corki. As I guess the big way you'd have to look at this one. Of course, you can see the Kalista with it. Interestingly enough, that Nidalee and Kalista are the first 2 picks. We're still not seeing supports from RNG. They're still not prioritizing that role.
Ashe locked in for Zet, the secondary pickup after the Caitlyn is banned away, and Kalista prioritized by Y4, but that's also for Fiora locked in for Audi. I couldn't even pronounce it properly. Fiora onto the Rift.
Yeah, and again, they banned Gragas, they banned Elise, they pick Rek'Sai, so they're trying to force a matchup that they would like, and then they pick Fiora. Now, Fiora, whilst they've actually locked in Braum, not too bad at riposting that part of it. He doesn't know his lane matchup. He knows that Letme in the last game smacked him around upside the head a few times. He's had a bad time. This time, the gauntlet has been thrown by the young, aggressive carry player of EDG, and he said, let's dance.
Let's see if RNG have got their dancing shoes on. Karma banned away. Still not going to see too much as we're looking for the mid laner for Scout and the support for Mako, which I believe is the exact same priority for EDG in game number 1.
And we've also just seen the Renekton ban from EDG. So again, they're getting rid of the things that'll beat him. What I think the third pick of Fiora was trying to do was prevent the Braum from being locked in early, make them maybe force a top lane pick third, so they can start to ban away the Braums or ban away the better champions in the support role. So it was cute from EDG. Obviously didn't work out as planned, but now it also means that Letme's not going to have the matchup that he would like, so to speak, into the Fiora.
Still a lot of champions to be taken into it, as RNG looks like they did prioritize their bottom lane. Kalista Braum, very strong combination, empowering that bottom side of the map. Trouble is, they have to do it against Ashe, and while they are limiting Mako's champion pool, there are still a lot of things he can pull towards.
Yeah, certainly. Rakan also perhaps something you'd have to look towards. The Ashe is already enough engaged for the team, you would imagine. The rest of it can either be something to make the arrow easier to hit. It can be a follow-up, perhaps, which is why Rakan's something that we should look towards, but not just that. He could be something defensive. He could even be a Zyra if he just wants to keep the Ashe alive.
Very well could be with that flexibility on their team composition. There's already massive damage from the Fiora if the game goes late enough, plus Ashe scales up pretty healthy herself.
There we go, though.
As Corki and Rakan locked in for EDG.
And of course, as you would suspect, Rakan will be the way to go. I am most surprised that Tahm Kench is a higher priority over something like the Rakan. I do still believe that Rakan is up there with the top 3 supports right now currently running around in the meta. But nope, Mako's going to get it. He's got the playmaker, and Ashe will never miss an arrow if it's set up by Mako first.
Mako or Breako. Orianna is the pickup for Xiaohu in the mid lane. He will be taking that against Scout's Corki as we swap everything over and take a look at our final compositions. That's Jace going to Letme up top to deal with that Fiora.
So much early pressure in the top lane 1v1 right now. The Jace doesn't actually need to commit to anything against Audi. Can just sit there in ranged form, poke him down, whittle down his health bar, and Audi is a full item away from a 1v1 matchup where he would be comfortable. So whilst we can look at top lane, Letme's chosen this matchup specifically. Xiaohu's also chosen to go towards the Orianna, which forces probably an early Hex Drinker out of Scout. Early pressure is the name of the game here from RNG. They do have a lot of potential there for winning their lanes.
We'll have to see if they can do that, though, because the execution, not quite as smooth as we would have liked. But it's a whole new game. It's a whole new rift. It's a whole new chance for RNG to run us back to a game number 3 as we prepare to load on up. EDG, one of the best and strongest teams in the LPL. They have been around for a very long time, and now they are clawing back towards the top of the standings with a new roster.
A newer
roster. I mean, to me, EDG is... I still think Deft and Pawn, Koro, but this is, to me, this is still new EDG, even though it's been, what, like 8 months, 9 months?
It's new EDG, but it's also the same core besides the Deft and the Pawns. There's still parts of the star roster that was there that won MSI. You've got your Mako, you've got your Clear Love, and that's what matters the most to me. They're the experienced Chinese members on the team, flanked by star Koreans, and they are still coming back to the forefront of the LPL.
We'll have to see if they can do it, because they have to first beat their opponents here in RNG. And in just a few days, we'll have to see if they can even compete against some international opponents in Rift Rivals. Did I just say international components?
I'm not sure. You said the opponents part. I didn't hear the first bit.
Yeah.
The first things first, they need to get through RNG.
They do.
One game up will be nice for them, as RNG are about to find Zet.
Ooh, he steps in, drops a ward, and backs away. Tagged with the Winter's Bite, flashes under the turret. That's one auto attack away. Spear is intercepted. Mako with the grand entrance as the stun builds up. Protects his AD carry. The spear, oh man, again.
Let him recall, it's fine. They're trying to slow them down. We're 1 minute and 10 seconds in the game. If they stop these recalls, they win the game at level... Well, not win the game. They win the lane at level 1. These spears, so much damage. Zet no flash. That's so big from RNG.
Oh, Mako steps outside of the observer vision, inverter vision, exactly.
MLXG currently has half health. He needs to show a bit of respect to Clearlove and EDG. It's not like they've died. This is super curious from Iron. They've hard committed, actually. They've got Ming and Y4 here. Clearlove, what are you doing?
Ooh.
What are you doing?
He's thinking about it. Turns towards the Raptor camp, but still 4 members of RNG here. Finally, Xiaohu heads back towards mid, because MLXG gets a hefty leash on this red buff.
Would have been nice of Y4 to perhaps use his rend button. Maybe MLXG would not have had to smite there, but wasn't confident on how much damage he was going to do. Wouldn't have been that much, would have been about 300.
Yeah, level 1 rend.
But look at bottom lane. Push controls there for Braum. They've got summoner advantage knowing there's no flash onto Zet, so at any moment, if they choose to commit to it, whilst Y4 doesn't have one of his own, kind of less impactful. It's the Braum that will be going towards the Ashe. Or junglers, ultimately. But you'd say Rek'Sai is a better ganker than that of the Nidalee.
Clearlove still without a buff, erupts from the ground to look for a Rift Herald. As MLXG is going to 3-buff, takes his time to head on over towards that red and clear it out. Meanwhile, Scout tries to claim control of this mid lane, but finds only some damage instead.
Yeah, he's going to have control of the minions, but not control of his health bar. Xiaohu is completely blasting him. These trades are conscious attempts. As you can see, the Ashe also revealing the red buff. Clearlove knows it's a 3-buff now. He'll be able to change his jungle. Walls are hard, man.
They really are. A lot of difficulty making it over walls in this series.
I think the biggest win, though, is that Hawk Shot. Clearlove can just forego the fact that red buff is there. He can do Raptors, and he can go back to base. MLXG, whilst he's low, the biggest problem for him is the lack of blue buff. He's not going to have enough mana to constantly heal himself, but he does have Smite, and instead of committing to it, he's just going to go back, play it slow. Clearlove still ultimately wins the jungling right now until the blue buff is secured.
Yeah, picks up the Hunter's Machete before leaping back out onto the Rift. He's actually heading for Krugs right now, which Clearlove is already up there. He's got a Blast Cone and just takes a tunnel network towards safety instead. Meanwhile, as you said, top lane goes in favor of Let Me. He's just sitting in that ranged form.
Yeah, top lane entirely as expected out. He's just going to have a really rough time. Lemmy can constantly poke. We'll have mana control, not necessarily problems, but it'll be something he has to be super conscious of. Nice little knockup.
Just trading a little bit of damage, but the Unbreakable beforehand prevents any additional damage onto Y4 from Zet. So that bottom lane is even. Retreat pings now going down onto that Krug camp, just to spot out MLXG on the minimap, as Clearlove completes his own recall for double longsword, but there is still a ward that just now faded off of the Krugs of EDG. So after the early excitement from that invade from RNG, very creative sort of timing and pathing, not able to get too much from it just yet.
Yeah, a lot of the movement about both of these junglers is about not necessarily finding each other, but once they know where they are, reacting to each other. As obviously MLXG is going to try. He's still hard losing the jungle. Hasn't gone for the blue buff. Clearlove's gone from Raptors to Raptors. He's got the CS advantage. He's going to have a money advantage. He's shopped, and he is stronger than MLXG with an experience lead. But MLXG wants it. He thinks the red buff's enough.
Yeah, he's still going to try to fight for it, though. Forces Clearlove to tunnel underneath the wall as MLXG leaps through the Dragon Pit to safety. The control ward is still safe, as Y4 and Ming are sitting nice and defensive.
You know he's going back for it.
Yep, loops right around. Scout still trading out with Xiaohu.
Yeah, that's adventurous.
He opted for a cull. That's an auto attack. Exhaust is
Cleanse.
used. Frost Bomb. Flash means that Scout is going to live, but Clearlove follows through. He's almost got a flash of his own.
Here we go. No mana. Prey Seekers.
Command Dissonance. He's slowed down just a bit.
Oh.
Oh, and Xiaohu makes it to the Blast Cone in time.
And Scout dashing forwards has to use both of his summoner spells. He should have known that fight's not ideal. MLXG is going to look for a spear. Perhaps get a kill onto Scout. Sneakily. No, all right.
Oh, there he goes. He's recalling. He should see this coming. Scout, auto attack, knock up,
no.
First blood, Clearlove.
And why did he switch to Cougar form when he could throw a spear? Scout actually stopped moving.
Look at that player cam. He knows. He knows what he did. Yeah, Scout popping open the shop a little bit early.
What he did was he pressed Q, then tried to switch forms, and accidentally switched forms before actually connecting to the Q button. You throw the spear, you switch form, you get in range, you pounce. Standard combos.
Clearlove ganking bottom. He's got no flash, but it looks like they're targeting onto Ming. He pulls back, Unbreakable and heal. He's underneath the turret as Y4 chases on. He's got a lot of stacks ready. The auto attack and Shock Blast from behind as LPL has teleported into the bottom lane with no mana and low health. Xiao who's collapsing as well. They stun onto Clearlove and answer back with 2 kills of their own. Flash auto onto Mako.
Got the stun.
But he flashes under the turret to safety. There's a spear. Even MLXG is joining this party. I spoke too soon, Rusty. It is not, in fact, safe. Another kill for RNG, 3-2.
Massive collapse and big rotation from RNG. LPL already through winning his top lane, has some freedom. He's able to come down, and now he's got a blue buff to speak for himself. Clearlove, whilst he was looking for the engage, didn't have a flash to immediately knock them up. Mako misses the follow-up because they weren't able to secure any of these kills. And Y4, throughout all of this time, was freely getting the stacks on. Braum stuns happen on multiple parties here. Zet, he gets locked up. He was already going to die here, and that's through the heal. So whilst he's at 1 tap, Y4 commits himself to going for it. He will die, so Clearlove ensures that he gets a trade. But the cavalry's already arrived, honestly. MLXG, you can see him running through the jungle on your minimap at the same time as this. It's just Braum. There's no escape from Braum. Honestly, very easy follow-up. Of course, they can go through a turret. MLXG, after an unfortunate start in the middle lane, doesn't really matter when he's gifted a kill by Xiao.
Yeah. Meanwhile, LPL, level 7 finds the level 4 Mako. Oh, and the Shock Blast. He's got flash, but lets the support return back towards that bottom lane as RNG have initiated a lane swap.
Yeah, and to be clear, LPL is here because RNG are on the other side of the map now, and Y4 is going to be up there. It's going to be quite a delay, however, it looks like, until Braum shows up, because Ming, he's just going to leave Kalista to the 1v1. For what it's worth, I don't think Kalista loses that 1v1 necessarily. Should have enough mobility, but Audi's going to have control of the lane again. Might want to bring the Braum up. He's asking for assistance. Where is my support?
He's trying to pull onto it. That's recall completed from Ming. He's currently bottom, prepping wards all over Infernal Dragon, and Y4
gives up.
Fine. I won't farm top if you won't let me. Even LPL's actually heading up there.
I think they were
not deliberate.
I'm pretty sure they were going to force EDG to try and match the lane swap, but EDG looked at it. They looked at the Drake. They looked back at top lane. Looked back at the Drake.
And they said no.
Why would we do that? And so they stayed. And now RNG finally noticed the Drake.
Yep.
And swapped back.
LPL makes his way up there. Still teleport on cooldown for both of Audi and LPL. As Zet, with this push now, is going to allow Y4 to catch this minion wave.
Yeah, good timing, nonetheless, for coming back towards the bottom lane. The CS difference, this will actually give him a lead as MLXG is in.
Leaps over, that's Fate's call. They've got the Winter's Bite, they just need one more auto.
Dead.
That's the stun and the Glacial Fissure. The exhaust follows through. Arrow intercepted as Y4 gets another kill for RNG.
I can't help but feel like Zet needed to throw that arrow earlier if it was available to do so. With 2 extra picks now for the side of RNG, straight over to the Infernal Drake. The lane swap timing works out nicely for them. They should be able to pick this one up uncontested unless Clearlove can sneak his way through with the tunnel system, which doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, he's going to defend bottom instead, catch those minions as MLXG finishes off the Infernal Dragon. And at the 10-minute mark, Y4 is even going to give him a little pat of love in the meanwhile. Just outside of rend range.
Yeah, it's not that Clearlove's even playing this game poorly either. Unfortunately for EDG, their bottom lane is just outright losing. We highlighted exactly what we said in the post-game, Dom. How do RNG fix this between games 1 and 2? My answer was Braum. Kind of funny that here we are.
Yeah.
They have a Braum.
And they're winning.
And they're winning.
It's almost like you know what you're talking about.
Well, RNG know what, or their coach rather, knows what he's talking about as well.
Yes. And with that enabled bottom lane, they're able to
they
try to push these advantage. Clearlove gets the ultimate and dives into a shockwave, but Scout quickly follows through for a kill, even getting some damage onto MLXG.
Spear connects. MLXG still looking like he wants it.
Prepared to lunge in. LPL follows through. Immediate exhaust, but the Shock Blast. They've got their priorities straight. Flash sidestep as Scout looks for one, but finds the kill instead. Ming puts him in the bin with a quick fist over the wall as Mako leaps in.
Oh,
and
no,
a
they want
double
it.
flash to chase. 1-2. RNG.
Let me once it.
Oh, firing into the black.
They're not going to get the second kill. Clearlove actually trades his life for MLXG's there, and 2 flashes from RNG forwards. Ming and Y4 are going to help get a turret, potentially as an end result of this. It'll take an extra wave. There's a lot of map movements happening right now, and the scariest thing about all of this for RNG is that it's only like 300 gold. This should be a lot more considering how this game has started for them, but Clearlove is answering back decently considering. Their top laner is scaling out. He's got the Fiora.
Yeah.
Getting towards his items. Of course, with the CS he has, he's got, yeah, there you go, 2,000 gold.
700 gold down. You can see a 600 gold lead for Clearlove. In the mid lane, 1,100 gold advantage for Scout over Xiaohu. He just now ticked over to level 8, whereas Scout, you can see on your screen, he's level 9.
And the biggest miss of all for me, right, is like mid lane's doing really well, and kudos to Scout for that, of course, has the package, can make an impact. 700 difference top lane doesn't matter as much to me when they still get to the 2-item point. To me, Fiora's like the Cogmore of top lane.
Yeah.
And then once you get to those items, nothing else matters. You'll kill everybody. Same thing to an extent with the Camille. Jace also going for the Blade of the Rowan King build, almost oriented more towards matching the split push, equaling the sustain, wanted Vamp, and has to commit to a full item with Vamp. That's just the unfortunate nature of Jace, as EDG, they're looking for him. And they've got him.
Yeah, they've found him, but he's already underneath a tier 2 turret. So rushing to take down that brick instead. RNG are trying to break bottom, and it looks like they're going to succeed. Even Xiaohu's pushing in the mid lane.
And they should actually rotate to mid-dom immediately afterwards, unless they continue to go bottom, because it's just the Ashe and Rakan that are answering mid. Scout is the one rotating towards top lane. This is super weird from EDG. It's not that it's bad. Just RNG, they keep tempo. It's a Nidalee working with a Kalista. This will be super quick.
Yeah, Mako shows up trying to catch the wave along with Zet. He's got the arrow and the quickness ready. And RNG decide to respect it. They bring down a quarter health. Xiaohu.
But then they lose mid.
Yeah, tries to finish it off and succeeds with the minion wave.
RNG makes the play. They come out with a turret advantage, and suddenly there is a gold lead for them.
Yep.
And that's what we were missing.
2,000 ahead now when it all shakes out. And though it is still close to even in CS in most places, RNG, like you said, they've got the tempo.
But if 700 of that lead is top lane, I would still not say it's a full 2,000 lead. It's still only about 1K. Scout's still very strong. He's about to tick over to his level 11 mark. And once he gets there, the rockets will hurt a lot more. He's still a while away from the Trinity Force spike, however.
Yeah. I mean, at least he's got the cull, so he's trying to accelerate towards that power point. So perhaps accurate identification of this moment of weakness. Yeah, misses the big one. And Xiaohu's going to just walk back around to the mid lane to catch this minion wave. Meanwhile, Zet has been brought here along with the rest of EDG.
Watch for the Ashe arrows onto Xiaohu. He has cleanse, but the follow-up is always going to be there from Clearlove and Mako. That's where the danger comes in. MLXG is also extremely fragile right now. EDG are looking for opportunities as the map starts to get frozen on them to perhaps move towards a pick into Herald, but they need that pick first.
There goes the pick. They've found MLXG, and they bring him
There's
low.
the follow-up.
Teleport as well as Y4 and Ming force a fight, but
Ooh.
Clearlove with the Void Rush locks down the kill, and that's going to be another one for Audi as he slam dunks Ming.
And suddenly it's not just one pick into the Rift Herald, it's going to be 3 picks. EDG just accelerate that far greater than they should have. Xiaohu was pressuring mid. MLXG gets caught with the arrow. The follow-up from Mako hits everybody else, and that's why the Rakan's going to be picked for them. RNG, they're still trading. They're still responding as best they can. MLXG's having a very off series, though.
He certainly is. The bottom tier 2 is broken, but Letme will sacrifice his life because of it. As EDG don't overcommit too many resources towards the objective they picked up, that Rift Herald and the Minion Wave's top. However, it's still RNG taking what they can when the opportunity presents itself. Here are those picks again.
And good arrow, most importantly. They hit the priority target. The follow-up, you can see it there. They bounce Y4 around enough that even with all the Ren stacks in Clearlove, he's untargetable. He's going to come in and completely murder the Kalista through the flash to safety. I think Rakan is kind of nuts.
It's pretty cool.
He just stops Kalista from existing.
Grand entrance and quickness. Pretty good combo. But now at the 16-minute mark, Cloud Dragon's up in 10 seconds. taking stock of that gold. What was a 700 gold lead for Let Me is now a 200 gold deficit. Still advantage for Clear Love, still advantage for Scout. And now we're actually seeing Y4 with an advantage over Zet, but...
I feel like when we watch Suning Gaming play, right, every time we're like, somehow this Kassadin just gets 2 kills. That's what it feels like with the Fiora. That's 6 points for Zet.
Yeah,
right between the white posts.
Right between the bars. Scout's still firing. They're fighting over vision right now. The Cloud Dragon's already been taken. Let Me still split pushing top with teleport, and there's no sign of Audi on the map just yet. Actually, EDG break Herald down the mid lane. They weren't fighting over vision. They were fighting to force RNG to take the long way around.
And this is a very convincing take of the turret. It's not just the Herald doing that one by himself. They secure it, and they don't actually commit to going anywhere further, as Let Me thinks he's in trouble. He believes that EDG are rotating towards them.
Yeah.
They were not. They were actually backing away.
Teleports to safety. Blade of the Ruined King Ninja Tabby.
And you know, essentially that's just a sign of the vision that RNG have, not even Let Me's decision making. Obviously he's going to try and keep himself alive, but he's built a Blade of the Ruined King to commit to split pushing, and so not having the teleport, as long as he can...
Ooh, Zet pins himself to the turret.
As long as he can prevent Audi from from teleporting, and he doesn't have it, it's not that bad of an outcome for RNG. It could be a lot worse. Yet, Audi has got his items.
He does.
He's almost there.
Ravenous Hydra plus that Phage, working towards the Black Cleaver. Soon it shall be completed. As he pushes all the way up to the tier 2. Totally happy with that. Classic Fiora things.
And pretty much Let Me just loses now, unless the riposte isn't used to get rid of the knockback, in which case maybe the Jace survives, but I don't think Jace wins.
Will certainly be difficult. As it is, though, we do see Y4 and Ming swapped over to match Audi, but he's heading bottom right now, so there is a window of opportunity here. And with Baron up in 2 minutes, we're going to watch EDG swap their vision towards that side of the map.
In saying that, Corki also has the package, so these opportunities to push in the top lane are eradicated by the fact that he has that home guards that just runs him through the entire map in terms of movement speed. So he'll be able to get up there, defuse the push. He shouldn't die because of the package in the first place, so maybe clear one wave. If it comes to it, clear 2, and then back away. But blue buff seems to be the higher priority for RNG in the first place. With the threat of a dive up here, he has to respect it.
Yeah, there's a control ward and another ward in the river, so EDG sees this coming. Scout pushes back under the turret. Ming steps in. The Winter's Bite doesn't connect, so he backs away safely, but the top tier 1 is broken. Meanwhile, EDG are making moves mid.
Yeah, they're actually looking to siege that one up. Let Me not going to have a good time trying to defend this. He has wave clear, but if he gets in range of being killed, they will try and actually take him apart. They stole the blue, though, from Corki. That's a big win for RNG.
He's sitting at rather low mana right now. Meanwhile, bottom, Audi was split pushing as is usual, cleared out the bottom tier 1, and now EDG reset the map once again. They've got all those wards ready, as that is a lot of control wards picked up. The only person who doesn't have any is Zet.
Yeah. I kind of feel like this game should not have been this close. Yet, we are here. And it's not that one team is playing exceptionally worse than the other either. It's that they're just committing to these trades, these back and forth. The dives, when they are executing them, have been sound. The engages, when they've committed to them, have been good, barring a couple of MLXG moments. That's what we should actually be calling them, I think, at this stage.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just a conscious attempt from these teams to commit to just fighting each other. Look for picks, generate picks. It's an Ashe composition. Makes sense.
That's what we're seeing now as Y4, Fate's Calls, flings Ming. Glacial Fissure is sidestep, a heal to dodge around. Fancy feet.
Very fancy footwork, of course. Process of elimination. 2 directions he could go. Everything was a 50-50. He just won the gambit. Zet's still not going to have any summoner spells, though. A Kalista ultimate, kind of worth it. Braum ultimate, definitely still worth it. Cooldown to less.
Yeah, much shorter cooldown. They brought Audi up with the rest of the team, and they find another pick. Let Me doesn't have his teleport used just yet. Shockwave finds 2. Still no sign of the teleport, and EDG are just chasing forwards. Audi's in the back, looks for the riposte. Y4 is trying to kite it away, but they manage to get the kill onto Clear Love. Zet looks to follow. Volley lands the slow. Flash lunge nets the kill. Finally, MLXG joins up with Let Me, but it's too little too late.
It's definitely too little too late. Audi is going to be huge in this game from here on out. He already was large, and now he's just going to be a serial pest for RNG to have to deal with. And that's the kind of game you don't want to have to play out when Baron is now up and available. He can just go bottom. He can rinse and repeat this strategy. But look at the engage. There is nothing in the world that's going to stop Mako from being able to achieve that when he has flash, when he has someone to dash to. And the follow-up here, it's nice from Y4 in particular, actually, getting all the stacks off, utilizing the Braum. But the rest of his team is slowly dying around him. And all of this, Audi's here. Let Me is not here. Yeah. There is no presence from a Jace in this game. He's having a pretty off series in terms of where he is on the map, Let Me, and how he is involved in team fights.
Yeah, so I'd like to clarify, he did not actually have teleport. I was watching the cooldown for the duration of that, and it just came up after the fight had ended.
But you know why he used that teleport, Tom? It's because RNG's vision was lacking at the moment he teleported mid lane. See, the repercussions of small things like that can add up. Y4 was able to get kills, Braum survived for as long as he did. Yeah. And that was after EDG used all of their engage tools. Perhaps things would be different if the Jace was actually there.
One can only imagine. He'll have another opportunity here because Ocean Dragon is up in 5 seconds. This time, he's ready with that teleport. He's split pushing top currently, and Audi preps a wave bottom before grouping up with his team, but it looks like EDG, they're already prepared as a spear will tickle Scout just a bit, but he sidesteps the second.
And remember, a big part of this is all about who is actually starting the picks off. Is it the Braum going forward with Calista, or is it the Ashe Arrow with Rakan connecting onto the targets? Because if EDG are engaging it, then you'd expect Audi will be there sooner, whereas if RNG are going forwards, Let Me will be already rotating towards it. A lot of this is the proactivity, and about that proactivity, though, a lot of this comes down to the vision control, because that influences your decision making. And ultimately, looking at all of this between games 1 and 2, I think it's been quite consistent that we can say EDG's vision has been neutral and forward placed. RNG's has been neutral and defensive. They need to be able to branch out, go forwards, and start to move around the map positively.
Right now, we see RNG's vision around Baron buff, and they've got a few defensive wards on that other side of the map to keep an eye on Audi, but now we see EDG making their way back onto the map, perhaps about to restock on wards and prep for those wards on Baron once again.
They got a locket for Ming as well, which is going to be super nice for this team as the fights now start to break out as team fights. Extra control wards will be the name of the game. I'd almost imagine Xiaohu in his current state will be able to get towards his Ludens and then have some control wards on top of himself also.
It's a big hope.
We're hitting that point in the game though, and it's only 24 minutes in, but with some of the champions being as accelerated as they are, certain top laners are going to run amok.
I feel like you're trying to point to something.
I mean, just bought a BF sword.
Yeah. It's pretty big.
Where is he going with his item build?
Bloodthirster?
Hysterics Gauge or a Bloodthirster? Because he's got a health crystal.
I think the health crystal turns into Hysterics. Or maybe Frozen Mallet or something. But
Nah, not Frozen Mallet.
BF sword, you can do IE, you can do Bloodthirster, you can do
It should be a Bloodthirster.
Scimitar.
Or a GA.
Or a GA. Oh, yeah, that's the one. There
Thanks,
it is.
GA
New
change.
build
Oh, they're
pack.
engaging.
Hey, knock up. There's
that was
the
massive.
quickness along with a huge follow through. And finally, RNG are grouped up for a fight, but they've already lost it.
The layering of crowd control. And Mako says go. EDG are just in. The fact that he gets the charm. Xiaohu cleanses, and there's immediately an arrow to follow it up anyway. They are just straight onto the Baron. They are going to destroy its health.
Yeah, Let Me's already bottom. MLXG is being zoned away by the rest of the team. Takes his red buff instead, as Baron is finished off by EDG. 25 minutes in, 3,000 gold ahead.
And every single time we watch EDG in this game, they are the first ones to move forwards. Mako again.
What is that
3
speed?
charms, 4 charms. There's no way for Braum to actually help his team when he gets charmed by jumping in to assist them. So Braum completely countered in team fights by what Rakan's able to do if EDG are engaging, which they are every time.
Yeah. Looking for the picks and finding them. Not afraid to use the Flash Grand Entrance. And boy, that's
so good.
That certainly was grand. That was awesome.
The amount of good Rakan play we have seen this week.
It's pretty cool.
The fact that our region doesn't ban it and EU like perm bans it.
So
I love it.
I'm not 100% certain. I'm fairly certain that he was dashing to shield to someone, and mid-dash he flashed forward and then grand entrance, breaking the animation lock.
Are so quick that I'm not even sure his E is an animation lock, just because of how quick he actually goes to the target.
Yeah.
Like, even if it is a lock, the duration of that is so small that he'll be able to jump
Immediately
no reaction
after.
time.
Yeah.
As long as he has flash, Rakan can just teamfight engage. He is like the modern Amumu.
Huge setup, and now we find ourselves sieging 2 turrets. Audi's bottom with teleport. He's level 16. Not quite gotten the chance to see what that BF sword has turned into just yet, but perhaps we'll take a moment soon. As 3 members of RNG try to defend against the Fiora, but that means mid is left open to Ming and Y4. That's one finished off. Bates call, sidestep by Scout, knock up onto Zet. He's brought low, and a spear onto Scout. They've got an Ocean Dragon, just the one, as Talisman of Ascension gets them back.
Yeah, Mako has a talisman. Actually, there you go. He moves super quickly. EDG are playing around Audi in particular. You can see him on your screen now. They don't want to fight mid. They don't want to commit mid to the turret unless everybody from RNG then goes to bottom. The name of the game here isn't necessarily a poke-off. It's an out-sustaining through the mana usage of the Nidalee, through the mana usage and rotations of RNG.
Well,
and it's working.
They've got blue buff on their Corki. They've got red buff. Shockwave is dodged with a flash. Mako dashes away and gets away from the Shock Blast 2. Audi, he did turn that BF sword into a GA. He's continuing to split bottom and just pull more and more attention. And that Ocean Dragon, small though it is starting to pay off.
And you'd think that finally EDG have been poked out enough by RNG's composition that they'll back away now. They won't commit to any further sieges. But with the pressure Audi's drawing, they're willing to sacrifice their health bars in the mid lane, confident they can disengage now there's no shockwave, to just let Fiora do work.
Another talisman on cooldown to kite backwards and forwards. Yeah, he's level 17 now. Baroned up cannon minion, whittling down the turret as the next wave crashes in. That's 2 members defending, but EDG have backed away from mid, so the push will finally stall out.
It maybe stayed 1 wave too long for EDG. I think once Mako was poked out, they can just call that quits. They can go back to base, get a big buy for themselves, which is where they should be right now. And you'll start to see those items come through as we speak.
Static Shiv, Runans. Let's see, the Dead Man's still there. Another pickaxe for Audi.
Yeah, Static Shiv and 2 components of an Infinity Edge for Scout at the same time. Not just the GA, but pretty much Verity Sterics.
Yep.
For Audi, EDG, once they complete these items that are 80% of the way there, I mean, that's well and truly at that scaled zone. Scout's already level 16, so in terms of experience, he's already scaled up to his maximum damage output. Already said Audi's level 17. EDG are set to go.
Yeah.
RNG on the flip side, they've got items. They're missing perhaps the Void Star from Xiaohu, which will be a game changer for the team. If he hits the Shockwave, he can actually kill pretty much everybody.
Yeah, he's up in CS, and he's actually died 3 times in this game with the cleanse available. So without a single kill to his name and only those assists, he's a little bit more strapped for gold comparably.
Yeah, a lot of this is the layering of crowd control for Xiaohu.
Yeah.
You can only cleanse one thing, and it's always the second part that continues to lock him up. Remember, you cleanse the charm. Knockup's still there.
Yep. Grand entrance just afterwards. As a quick package, swap Scout over the command attack.
Oh, what up?
It's Earthrider Corki as Audi pushes on to Let Me once again. Still 2 levels ahead, 5-0 and 2. Actually turns onto the turret. He's tanking these hits. The arrow onto MLXG. The quickness. He's tagging people left and right. Shockwave finds only the support, but he still goes in. Finally goes down, and they certainly are. Audi might have gone too far as the GA is about to be popped.
Oh, he's still alive.
He races in for it, tries to proc the grand challenge. He lunges back away as 2 members have died for the 2. Flash, Y4 goes in, but he gets an exhaust from Scout, who flashes in and tries to turn it around onto Xiaohu. MLXG somehow still alive, throws a spear.
Calm down, EDG.
Whoa,
Oh,
there it is.
All right, EDG dove a little bit too deep there, I think it's fair to say. MLXG is going to keep chasing Zet. Nowhere to go.
Zigzag, zigzag. Oh no, he's caught now. The ace from MLXG.
Yep, too far. EDG were diving a turret, not taking the turret. Audi got Hyphy as his first death of the game. And ultimately what we are looking at is, whilst they've got a 4K lead, RNG can still fight back. They've given RNG another 5 minutes of this game potentially. And with a minute till Baron, you'd still say they're a steal away from winning the game. EDG, overcommitment. Mako, he plays it right. There's only so right you can play this one out because look at where they are between turrets. Clearlove, he was always going to go down. Audi, I mean, as deep as you'd like for him, wanted the Fiora ultimate onto MLXG, but the Zonias denies that. And then you see him come back out. He's like, well, I'm in a lot of trouble. The Scout does still have exhaust, but this, I don't think this was needed.
Flash big one onto Xiaohu.
Fortunately, flashing doesn't change the direction of your missed big one. RNG still has the flash of his own, and taste of your own medicine there for Scout. That's how you flash forward.
Exactly. Zet, meanwhile, finished off the tier 2, and MLXG lines it up. Look at the zigzag. He's trying. He's trying so hard. Ho!
Really good spear placement from MLXG. Even for a slight juke, it was going to connect. Needed to full 90 degree that one.
Didn't quite break his ankles there. Still held on, but he did catch the spear.
And there's the Void Stars from RNG, so their damage, which wasn't really there. I think a big part of that was positioning. It's here now.
Collapse onto Clearlove. Luckily, he is Rek'Sai.
That was max range turret. Tunnel.
Makes his way over the wall as the rest of the team joins up with him.
The ground.
Audi, he's sitting in the fountain with teleport ready. There are wards that he can teleport to.
He should be sitting in a side lane. He's not the kind of home guard champion that you want to see. He's actually going towards the mid lane now.
He's defending against this push from RNG, so he catches the minion wave. Meanwhile, EDG still sitting in that river near that Baron. Mako holds on to the grand entrance.
Ooh, looks like he wants it.
They chase forward. That was the talisman being used.
At least scaring RNG away. A lot of this is jockeying for position. They don't want to fight in the narrow corridors, but they want to force RNG to come to them, not that they have to go to RNG. And a lot of this is still around the Baron. Look at the minions top wave. The minions in bottom wave have a long way to go for RNG before they're relevant. You're looking at 2 minutes worth of minion stacking.
Yeah.
And so EDG, they have the opportunities here. They know Letme's about to show himself. And now they have the inside track to the Baron, almost uncontested.
Quickly clears out the wave. That's Baron being started. They're burning through its health. MLXG sitting on the far side. A spear catches Audi. He's chunked down to half, and he's the solo Fiora. With Scout taking a few hits, EDG have got to back away.
And they don't get a teleport out of Letme because it's the closest lane on Summoner's Rift. So that was their play. And unfortunately for EDG, they couldn't force RNG to respond to the play and come back around to what they would like. So they sit here, they reassess. Might be a teleport once again because the opportunities are there. We're waiting for Mako to say go for EDG. That's what you're always looking at, the Rakan. Can he get the engage off?
Level 12 right now. He's got his flash. He's got his grand entrance. There is a
very good ward.
Yeah. Just behind them.
But realistically, this is where they want to be. EDG don't want to take the fights like that, which is why they didn't hard commit to running into the mid lane. Again, Cleanse is there from Xiaohu, QSS is there from Y4, and Zonias is going to be there as well from MLXG. They're pretty hard to kill in the first part of the engage now. It's not a wombo from EDG either. It's the follow-up consistent damage. So they reassess, and they send Audi back towards the bottom lane, where he should be, split pushing in his natural habitat.
Grabs the minion wave, pushing it up towards the inhibitor turrets. Still haven't seen an inhib broken just yet in this game as we get closer and closer to the 35-minute mark. Elder is up in just 25 seconds. And with Scout clearing out a lot of these wards here, he actually turns...
He didn't mean to do that.
Yeah.
He was trying to hit the trap next to it.
A little bit of misclick. Will proc aggro for just a touch of damage. But now Audi is split pushing. Xiaohu's actually over here as well. He's going to have to group up with his team.
And Baron's obviously needed to break the base here of RNG if you were EDG. Nice dodge. There's only so much Audi's capable of doing until he has that buff backing him up. So EDG, they have control of the map. They're set up to look towards the objective. And you're banking on either Audi outplaying Letme, which hasn't been often seen, though he has a GA now, so it's possible.
That's the grand challenge. This is the outplay that he's looking for. Doesn't get the riposte. Double flash. Blade of the Ruin King for a slow. He lunges not onto the fountain, Audi. He dies, going way too far. Meanwhile, the rest of EDG have started off at the Baron. That's teleport going in. It's going to be traded as with Audi dead. Let me leap forward. Y4 dies as Zet gets a kill. He's finally stunned around, but he's protected by his team. Clearlove gets the kill as Xiaohu finally joins in. Command attack, but not enough.
Oh my
he
God.
just quickly obliterates Zet. He's looking for the shockwave. Not going to find anyone. There's the one.
Yeah,
Actually, he does indeed. The dissonance as Clearlove does not respect the wrecking ball that Xiaohu is flinging around.
One-man army of RNG. You'd imagine if Fiora was there, things may have been different. I don't want to be that guy. But one of them died to a Nexus turret, or Fountain turret. EDG, obviously, at the same time as the fight happening bottom. It's not like the decision was bad here. They committed a lot, though, into securing that. If the Ash Arrow wasn't used, I think that would have been fine. Maybe not even the Rakan ultimate, because at this stage, the damage is good, but the amount that Y4 got done was more than enough to make sure that EDG were this low. There isn't really a lot of options. Zed decided that his option was to outplay.
Yeah.
But the Ashe doesn't have summoner spells to execute on that, so he says, I will sacrifice myself. And then Xiaohu says, no, there will be two of you for the price of one.
RNG turns onto the Elder Dragon, but the collapse! He's looking for Xiaohu. He knows that there isn't anything. Lunge tries to get him to the other side of the blast cone, but he's flung back by the shockwave. And RNG are chased away from the Elder Dragon, but they're pinging onto it themselves.
Audie's clowning a little bit. He got the shockwave out of Xiaohu, but he shouldn't have riposted the explosive plan, moving him over for the free kill.
Here comes
RNG. They're looking for it.
They certainly are. Knock up. Y4 is unprotected. Actually, that's MLXG. Y4 pulls into the back with the jungler dead. That's the smite gone. Xiaohu's back at base. And RNG looking a little frayed. But now the Elder.
No MLXG, EDG with 5 still alive. Well, you're just going to go over to the Baron now, aren't you? What was MLXG thinking? He has the flash. RNG just, they desperately get in there. And it's EDG forcing them to make these decisions. But now, unless there's a miracle shockwave, which is not likely, it's possible but not likely.
There's the command attack instead. Baron picked up by EDG along with that Elder Dragon. As at the 38-minute mark, they're still only 6,000 gold ahead, but they are pushing the tempo faster and faster, and RNG just cannot keep the rhythm.
They certainly can't keep up with the pace that EDG is running around on Summoner's Rift. This is the kind of game that, this isn't EDG at their best, but this is forcing RNG down to another level. Not a slow-paced game. Not your Marta-esque RNG that you've seen in the past. This is meet us in the middle and we'll beat you with fighting from EDG.
They're doing a pretty good job so far as Audi is about to clear one of the largest minion waves. Oh, come on, look at the Fiora. Ah.
Nah, you don't get it.
Nope, unlucky.
More important things to be seen in mid lane, like clearing minions.
Yeah.
Not minions bottom.
Meanwhile, Elder Dragon and Baron still on EDG.
They've got some time here, Dom. I feel like bottom lane is still their play. They don't have the card. They do have the Guardian Angel, rather, again for Audi. Now that he has this, he already tried to dive the Jace once. We already said the name of the game here in the 1v1 is riposte the knockback, and it's free kills. He's trying to bait, though.
Lunges in once. It's no longer a bait. It's turning into a fight. Grand challenge for the movement speed, and Ming follows through, but EDG are collapsing.
And Audi's health comes back just like that, unfortunately, in a single minion wave. So EDG, they make a play. They use the Kalista ultimate. Doesn't mean it's a full commit from RNG. They still have that shockwave that they need to keep in mind, and that was a lot of damage.
Yeah, they make their way back underneath the inhibitor turret as Scout steps behind a cannon for that spear. They've got enough wave clear to hold on, especially with Xiaohu flinging around that command attack. And Elder Dragon, it's only up for about another 7 or 8 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to go down. It's the Baron buff that they're playing around. Of course, Scouty also has Warlord's Bloodlust, so whilst his health bar got chunked out and he was low, he'll get the health back. They have got a surprisingly large amount of sustain here through poking and trading, but they don't have poke and trade. RNG has that. EDG's game plan is control minions. They're working all 3 lanes at once and unlock Audi to just hard push his way in.
There they go. Scout brings the wave up top. Y4 and Xiaohu answer. That means bottom is undefended.
They're just not crashing at the same time. It is undefended. I think the turret will still drop in the 1v1, but Audi is a hyphy guy.
Oh, rushes in. Got the GA. Look at the
There we
damage.
go.
That's the riposte you were talking about, Rusty. He gets the solo kill. He gets the inhibitor turret and is rewarded with the inhib just behind.
You take the fight 100 times, you'll get it right once, and that's all that matters for Audi. As EDG, they're still looking.
They're rushing in. Another huge knockup from Mako as he sets up the fight. Audi has found Xiaohu. He kills him, even using the riposte for style points. As Mako dives in, he's taking a lot of turret shots, goes low, and goes down to the turret, but it's a cleanup from EDG. And Ace as they sweep the map and knock RNG to the side.
It looks to be the 2-0 here for EDG as they just dismantled RNG in this series.
41 minutes in, it is broken down, and EDG will be walking home victorious. Headsets off, big smiles on their faces. As Audi got the chance to throw the gauntlet in game number 2. It was answered, just not quite well enough.
Audi threw a gauntlet. He played a split pusher. He started to outscale in the end. Let me, not quite the same thing that you're used to seeing from him in terms of performances. Seems to excel more on those tanks, but Mako. Enough of Audi. How's Mako?
Woof. Mako or
insane.
Braco. Yeah, he was getting so many huge knockups on that Rakan. I didn't know you could use Rakan like that. It's amazing.
Well, now you know.
Now I know. Yes, indeed. It has been a very informative week here of the LPL. We've learned the Talia Braum interaction. We've learned what a proper Rakan can do.
And Mako showed us both in one series, Dom.
Yeah, exactly. With only a few days left for Rift Rivals, hopefully all of this knowledge will be putting the LPL in a good position because EDG, with a big smile, they take their series 2-0 over RNG. They're going to be competing internationally in just a few days.
They certainly are, of course. RNG have to hit the drawing board. But again, this could come back to perhaps neither of these teams are really preparing for each other. A lot of their preparation should be anyway for the international event. But EDG against RNG, two of the top teams in the region, there's still a lot of pride on the line. And for EDG to get a 2-0, it's got to hurt if you're RNG.
Absolutely.
It's got to hurt.
They did put up a valiant fight. Heroic effort, but not quite enough to seal the deal and take the win, as EDG returned backstage to rest and relax before their flight to the LMS, to Rift Rivals. And now joining us here on the desk, flying in on his own, is Raz.
Oh, coming in hot.
Welcome. How was the flight?
It was pretty nice. A little bit rocky.
Okay.
Almost as rocky as this game. A lot of turbulence, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely did not expect that.
We really had to buckle in.
Definitely did not listen to the flight attendant to tell me to sit down. No, so I was not ready for what I was going for. And it came down to a point where RNG once again looked good. In patches of the game, they looked great. And then EDG just find themselves scrapping, find themselves fighting. And it always came back to Mako. Mako being able to get a lot of proper Rakan ultis, looking for a lot of plays, 4-man, 3-man charms. And a lot of times Zet was able to find a lot of good looks for himself as well. So their looks, whenever they found someone, they were able to get an ulti off, it turned into a dragon, it turned into a baron. They were getting a lot of rewards for the plays that they were making. And so RNG, I guess they just didn't catch him while doing that. You saw a lot of high moments, high plays coming from RNG, but they just didn't really result into anything.
And there's an argument perhaps for even draft indicating bits of that as well. If EDG commit to a fight, there is the Rakan and the Ashe, but for the side of RNG, you hear this really loud gong as Kalista says, we're engaging, and then throws the Braum in. So there's like subtle differences there in composition that may have meant the difference, but I think you're right. There was great moments from both of them, but lots of inconsistencies kind of scattered throughout all of that.
Yeah, I think that like just to start off the game, because RNG had a pretty healthy lead for a little bit, what just comes back to, even though EDG did win the set, and they looked really good off of that, just off of skirmishes, it came down to a bit of a question mark in the early decision-making of where Corki was going towards the top lane, because it kind of turned into a whole lane swap situation that EDG initiated. They tried to go towards Jace to see if they can get him, and then they were like, okay, well, Jace escaped. Maybe we can get the tower, and we can go towards the tower push, right?
Yeah.
But it felt like the rest of the map didn't exactly know what was happening, because the bottom lane was just kind of still on the bottom side of the map, and they were like, oh, okay. Well, I guess we're not going to be a part of this play, so we kind of just have to back away, maybe look to defend mid, and this was just the beginning of this point. And so you can just kind of look at the minimap and see that, yeah, Rakan and Ashe were kind of caught off guard. They didn't really know what to do. They can't stay on the tower. They would have gotten dive. So they try to go mid to maybe look to see if they can protect Orianna, or at least protect the tower from Orianna. But in a lot of these cases, they were kind of left wondering where to go and the speed of tower taking is much more in Nidalee's wheelhouse.
Yeah.
So that was kind of where EDG found a lot of their weaknesses. But they won this game. And the question is, like, how are they able to do this? And funny enough, even though RNG worked hard in these rotations to be able to get these towers, they come back on the map, and then immediately Nidalee gets picked off of an Ash arrow. You're like, wait a minute, I thought we were back on the map faster. So they just didn't catch this one coming through. And so it was EDG finding picks, finding fights to get objectives, but then it was RNG really working hard for this. So this was the fight. This is when Nidalee was getting caught off guard, and it turns into a well-coordinated play for EDG to just chase him through. And so that's why you see patches of one team doing well, and you're like, oh, I really like this from RNG, right?
It flips.
And then it just flips once again. You're like, okay, well, you know what? None of you guys win except for Scout getting the MVP on the Corki.
Yes.
I feel like Corki's is winning so many MVPs.
Second time in a row. And once again, it looks like Rusty, you got a bit of a dour look on your face.
What do you want to say? Tell me. You can tell me at the very least.
On air. I'm just gonna tell just you, Raz.
Yes,
right, you
just
ready?
tell me. No one's listening.
It's not Mako.
Okay.
That hurts.
Yeah, it does.
Like, deep, like
how did
Scout
Mako
played
feel?
well.
Yeah.
But that should have been Mako, Raz.
Yeah,
it should have been Mako.
It should have been.
Mako or Breako. He made O, but
oh, we're done with that.
Well, didn't get the MVP.
Glad you said it.
You're cutting me off.
I'm only saying that.
In game, on the analyst desk. Who's running this
Well,
ship?
someone says the word Mako, and suddenly it's all Breako now. There's just we don't get a
Because
choice.
it's always been Mako or Breako, has it not?
It has
But he
been for quite some
Mako'd it.
time.
Yeah,
He did Mako.
but he didn't go the distance.
He did. He was flying off with that Rakan. You take that back. He didn't take the MVP, but he still went that distance. My finger's in front of your face.
Yes. Again, huge performance from Mako, of course. He did, in fact, go the distance.
he did.
Great game in order to set his team up, and great follow-up from EDG to immediately react whenever he would go in. Like I said, I didn't even know you could animation cancel like that, or perhaps just use the speed of Rakan so swiftly to catch 3 members out from RNG, but I recall in that fight just moments before saying, well, they were split up. They didn't have teleport. Perhaps they should have grouped up. Then they grouped up and got punished.
Yeah.
So what happened?
Here's the funny thing about all of that. Like, you were specifically talking about that top lane fight when they just diving a lot of towers. That's like the name of the game for EDG. We even saw Audi just tunneling so hard. He didn't see the fountain just beaming down on him. You're like, whoa, wait a minute. I didn't have my sunscreen on. It's like, so there were just so many moments where EDG just went too far. And so their composition can look to engage, and they had such a strong comp, such a strong lead. And you're like, if only you just pulled back a little bit. Just a little touch. Just if you got him, he's going to back anyways. You can just take this tower. No, they're just going to try.
I think part of that as well is that it's not a wombo. Traditionally, you're not going to have like Rakan go in and an Orianna shockwave to kill everybody. So they get carried away in Bloodlust, perhaps chasing the people that are low, and just continue to do it. Continue to go. I'm not going to excuse Audi's fountain dive in particular, but it did happen left, right, and center, especially around Corki and Rek'Sai in particular as well.
And again, that was EDG perhaps getting a little bit too hyphy, maybe something that other teams can take away watching this. But now we get to look ahead. Rift Rivals is in just a few days, and I'm going to return to the question that I posed at the top of this best of 3. Of the 4 teams that we're sending, who do you guys think is number 1? We've got OMG, WE, EDG, and RNG. Do we have enough tape to call a winner just yet, or are you still?
Oh, we better. What are you thinking?
Well, I mean, you
okay,
just said we better, so you're answering.
I mean, we have to. Like, at this point, I would say EDG. The reason why I would say that is because even with the disadvantages or some choices that they did not make, they still felt very strong in team fights, which is actually something that I felt very weak about them in Spring Split when they had different members on the team. And I also thought that Zet was a weaker team fighter, but a strong laner. This time around, we actually saw him being very cognizant of his team fight placement and positioning. We saw a lot of strong engages coming out of Mako. We already expected that, but we also saw that coming in from the jungle position and, of course, through the AD carry. So I love to see that coming out of EDG, and it felt like even if they plop in Audi, that he will have his own carry mindset. As crazy as it is, it's unexpected, but it will happen. So I guess they have some options on the top line as well.
Yeah, I feel like as a region expert, I want to say EDG and OMG because they are very much patched in type of teams right now where they're very aggressive, they're forward, they're skirmishing, they're constantly fighting. They have really good team fighting. OMG in a best of 5 series may even be better because they're so good at downloading their opponent as the series goes on. Yeah. But I would still say EDG #1 at the moment. Of course, we're yet to see EDG and OMG even play against each other. So that is actually really hard to say. Yeah. But EDG above RNG and maybe even WE. But like with all this tape we have, with all this information I can give you, and whilst I can say EDG, WE beat them. Yeah. So does that mean WE will show up better because they've been preparing for the tournament as well?
Yeah, who knows? We're going to find out in a few days. On the inverse of that, though, who are we the most concerned about ascending internationally?
RNG.
Yeah, it would have to be RNG.
There it is.
It would have to be RNG.
Easy
Even
peasy.
with them looking better this week, this was still like an ending where you were like, all right, so it was still a 2-0 in EDG's favor. And in that fashion as well, where you still question MLXG's movements in mid-game where he just walks in alone and dies. That still happens. And they better not, because you're going up against very clean LCK teams and LMS teams. You're like, well, all right, well, you're just going to have some problems.
Yeah, I mean, conversely to that, what is exciting is the top 3 of our teams are really good right now.
That's
like the top 4, RNG can definitely be in there. They can compete with the upper echelon and hold their own. We saw moments of that in this set as well, but our top 4 are really close, and that is awesome to me.
Yeah, and the top 4 are, in fact, the top 4 on the bracket. WE and EDG, #1 and #2, with OMG and RNG sitting just behind them in #1 and #2.
I love how that works, you know? No team just falling down to the wayside, calling out to a specific MVP. It just happens. I'm already starting out in that bench here. I know they're listening out there.
OMG have got the easiest match of their life.
Ah, yes. So that's going to be great.
No, it is kind of amusing that everything's fleshed itself out to have the standings that you just saw on your screen with the top 4 that we're sending to a tournament actually being the top 4 of this split, when what we did is we sent the top 4 of last split. So this consistency, this ability to continue to grow, hit the new patch strong, and actually just be really good teams now is really positive to see from our region. Because usually we'll have like, we'll send LGD to Worlds and be like, all right, LGD is our one hope, or we'll send one team internationally and be like, this is everything. We're banking on this team. Yeah. We've just sent 2 others to see how they'll go when this is actually 4.
Yeah, in that same vein, we only have to beat 2 regions. Easy peasy. Normally we have to beat so many more.
Yeah, man. There's only one Korean region in there, though, so it's great. Yeah.
Suddenly you're just the third of third. I'm just saying, that's an option. Suddenly you may have less competition, but it looks worse if you're 3rd place. So,
well,
you put us into EU and NA, and we've got that nailed.
There you go.
Yes, well, just tell that to LMQ back in the day. So, again, great job, guys. Thank you so much for your analysis. Any final thoughts before we wrap up for a week? Again, we're going to be taking a week break before Rift Rivals. Anything you've got?
Nah, I'm just excited for Rift Rivals. I'm ready to see if the LPL can keep up with international talent. Like the same thing with LMS. You never know what they're going to do till they hit the stage, and we're all just fighting to beat Korea.
Yeah, I'm just all Rift Rivals right now, especially with LMS, because a lot of the times you only get to see 1 or 2 teams come out, mostly flash rolls. So I actually want to see J-Team. I want to see Machi, how they actually perform when you bring in more teams into the equation.
Yeah, well, we look forward to their performance. Again, Rift Rivals is going to be happening in just a few days. For more details, hit up your favorite search browser and check it out. But for us here on the desk, my name's Dom, the whole analyst crew, the production team, and all the rest of the casters. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll check in with more LPL in just a few weeks.
This is not a game, don't take me lightly. Brain cell from his
ESM I am cast. G2 Esports, they're taking down the Nexus turret. Stun Team Solomon, and G2 shot and International Redemption stays alive.
Christmas.
Oh my God! Ancient time with a flash, and then it's 3 kills. I'm about this money, watch that new get the celebrity.
You may go hard, but we go harder.
Bex pone segunda, pisa el acelerador. ¡Su rete! ¡Te pido, Cantero, Rafa Cantero! GG!
sweep! So if it's on, it's on. So if it's on, it's on. Might see me banging on my chest like I'm king. Okay, what the problem is? Mess around and try to roll with the problem is. King of the jungle, scooter talking in the politics. You wanted a leader, okay, now follow this.
恭喜 EDG 恭喜3年拿下这一轮比赛的胜利。
Crowd to the side, say hi to the king.
Hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. No, shining ashes for me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like something so intriguing about you. Up in the clouds, no coming down. I am absent-minded, only minding how. You take me and immerse me in your stare, till I'm almost there. Shine ashes, call me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to voice has been gone for days and I won't wait.